언제든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 작품을 춰봐 어둠이 떠 날때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 세계 운명 어둠이 떠 날때까지 세계 운명 오랜 시간 간직해온 열망 까만 밤의 불빛처럼 빛나 네 눈앞에 바로 어떤 하나 잡을 딱 봐도 superstar 딱 보면 모두 나널 지킬 나란 걸 또 지켜볼수록 점점 빠져들어 카리스마 넘쳐 흘러 oh yeah 운명의 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으면 달빛이 날 비춰와 시작이야 let's go 어둡고 흘러낸 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸나 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야 좀 더 기다려 I'll be there 쓰러지지 마 끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 작품을 춰봐 어둠이 떠 날때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 세계 운명 눈이 부신 모든 순간들 지켜내야 해 내게 주어지는 꿈꿨던 너와 나 그래들의 승리와 명예 The fate of both the worlds is in our hands 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 작품을 춰봐 어둠이 떠 날때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 세계 운명 어둠이 떠 날때까지 세계 운명
Remember the dusk, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Blink and open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls before the rift splinters again. We are rivals till the end. Rise and open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows.
이루어지는 마법인 거야. 운명의 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으면 달빛이 날 비춰와. 시작해야 let's go. 어둡고 흘러는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸는 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야. 좀 더 기다려 I'll be there. 쓰러지지 마 끝까지 일어나야 해. 어딜 가든지 극복해. 힘은 너에게 있는 걸. 소리 높여 노래를 불러. 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 가총을 쳐봐. 어둠이 떠 날 때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐. 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명. 어둠이 떠 날 때까지 세계 운명. 오랜 시간 간직해온 열망 까만 밤의 빛처럼 빛나. 네 눈앞에 바로 어떤 나라. 탑을 딱 봐도 superstar 딱 보면 모르나. 널 지킬 나란 걸 또 지켜볼수록 점점 빠져들어 카리스마 넘쳐 흘러 oh yeah. 운명의 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으면 달빛이 날 비춰와. 시작이야 let's go. 어둡고 흘러는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸는 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야. 좀 더 기다려 I'll be there. 쓰러지지 마 끝까지 일어나야 해. 어딜 가든지 극복해. 힘은 너에게 있는 걸. 소리 높여 노래를 불러. 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 가총을 쳐봐. 어둠이 떠 날 때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐. 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명. 눈이 부신 모든 순간들 지켜내야 해. 내게 주어지는 꿈꿨던 너와 나 그래들의 승리와 명예. The fate of the both the world is in our hands. 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 가총을 쳐봐. 어둠이 떠 날 때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐. 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명.
remember who you really are. Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rifts winters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. See the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire, and wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rifts winters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time. Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. Add it up, unleash it. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rifts winters yet again, we are rivals till the end. And rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time.
가깝던 높이 날아올라 내 누워진 밤하늘을 가로질러 Oh yeah, oh yeah. 필요할 때 내가 널 지켜줄게 간절히 바라면 이루어지는 마법인 거야 분명한 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으면 달빛이 날 비춰와 시작이야 let's go 어둡고 혼란한 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸나 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야 좀 더 기다려 I'll be there 쓰러지지 마 끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 잘 춤을 춰봐 어둠이 떠날 때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명
Curtains rise on another day of Ignite, and we are on day 5 of AMER America, and we've got ourselves a good one today. The warm-up phase is over, and from here on out, it's nothing but must-win matches, clutch moments. Vicky and Full Throttle Heroics. I am Cozy, joined by the one and only Vicky Kitty. And Vicky, today we've got the teams ready to double down on their statement wins as we focus on the lower bracket.
Yeah, this is a make it break it situation. I feel like it's so dire, but that's literally what it is when you're stuck here in the lower bracket. Last week, we had some amazing matches, too, to start off our Ignite tournament, Cozy.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, today, the lineup kind of has it all, right? We've got the unemployed dream team still turning heads. We've got FlyQuest hoping to steady the ship after a surprise stumble. Rising Stars turning into some serious contenders with Ego Death, particularly being one of the more fun teams to watch today. A lot of action as we look at stage 1, Group A, Vicky. And at the top of the bracket, 100 Thieves started off strong, taking down LG 2-0 with the confidence, but then followed up by cleaning out No Job 2-0 in the upper semis. They now sit waiting in the upper bracket finals, looking every bit like one of the tournament favorites. No Job, though, after their upset over Shikigami, couldn't carry the momentum through, but they still have some life left that we're going to see today in the lower bracket. And on the other side, Envy, they're having a hard-fought win over Solaris, proving the one-map loss was just a fluke and why they're the team to beat, cruising past Ego Death. And it's now going to be some much-watched TV when they go against each other. And then in Group B, it's looking good here, Vicky.
Yeah, for Group B here, you got to see the journey that we're not so surprised to see when it comes to Sentinels making their way into that upper bracket final. They'll be waiting there to face off against Team Nemesis later on in the week here too. And then paying attention to what we have at hand here, looking at Nightmare's journey after they lost to Citadel Gaming. They won against Alani Wind in that first round of that lower bracket. They find themselves playing against Shroud X. That's going to be happening later today. And then Dark Zero, after we said goodbye to Dark Zero, Techie get to come off of that dub as we are going to be able to see them face off against Citadel Gaming. But that's without forgetting that Techie has been put here in the lower bracket against Shroud X after they won that very first round 2-0.
Yeah, absolutely. We've got some great matchups in the lower bracket. I'm telling you, I think we're going to see much more than the 2-0 show that you've seen the first few days here. I think these are going to be razor tight, if I say so myself. Now, a couple questions you might have. We just had a brand new patch hit, Marvel Rivals. This is going to be the build before that still. So the Thor change, Thor mains, you know what's up. Big revival of, or I would say even welcoming of Thor to Rivals with his new kit, with Awakening, Moon Knight, and all of his health bonuses and some of the team up changes. Those are going to stay the same on the old build for today.
Yeah, although, you know what, even if we're still playing on the same build that we had yesterday's last week's matches played out on, I'm still expecting a pretty big shakeup, you know, going into this week's matches of some of these teams maybe bringing something different on their side of things.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, if last week was the appetizer, it feels like we're making our way to the main course, right? We've got ourselves the schedule today. And guys, on the right side, these are all the teams that ended up losing in that first round. Left side, they won one, and they've gone down to the lower. We have Jobless Bums versus FlyQuest, Citadel Gaming versus Techie XD. And what do we got in the lower half, Vicky?
We got Ego Death versus Shikigami. That's going to be a good one. You don't want to miss it. And of course, to end the day, another banger here with Shroud X versus Nightmare. I believe that one's also going to be going on to the distance, maybe going on to a Game 3 situation.
Well, a fun fact, we got all the casters saying their predictions today, and Vicky, I've got 2-1 going to FlyQuest. I think they can, again, steer that ship right. You've got Jobless, though, taking the win here today. I like the bold claim. Dogman had 2-0 there for FlyQuest, and same as Shib. Tell me why you like Job here.
I need to give props to the underdogs here. FlyQuest, we were talking a little bit about it on your podcast. You know, this is kind of like my first time impression, even though I've been able to see them, but now being able to cast this team and now seeing what they have to the table, I haven't been able to cast them specifically. I've been able to watch them through the tournament. Hopefully, I'm not the factor here that gives them that bad luck, but falling behind against a team that you were expecting to really pop off against was not within my cards here. I also feel like Jobless has really shocked us, and it's really cool to be able to tell that underdog story. Regardless, though, I still think it's going to be able to be a Game 3 situation.
Yeah, for sure. With Jobless Bums and FlyQuest today, guys, I mean, this is going to be a good one. Again, Jobless, they've been kind of some new fan favorites. They're calm, cool, collected, earned their way here, while FlyQuest got their spot through the MRI. And FlyQuest, again, they've had the rougher ride. They were once considered a top team. We still think they've got it in them, but they were a bit surprised again by Ego Death and the Dive team, and then they kind of righted the ship a bit more there. And we're going to have to see if they got what it takes with this matchup. We've got great TPSs here, great strategists. I'm excited to see these guys match up.
Yeah, especially after their quick adjustments in their last series versus Solaris. So I think making sure that they've been able to study, I feel like Ego Death really surprising them, just completely threw them for a loop. But now being able to figure things out and quickly able to adjust as we first take a look at Jobless Bums will definitely set up FlyQuest for success.
Yeah, for sure. If we look at the roster here, guys, you know, it might have Thor on there, but British Tree was the Groot that we've seen in this tournament plenty of times. Very good play from him. The key players to watch for me, though, you know, on this team, they've got a lot of talent in both strategists and the duelist department. Checking out some of the old highlights. If you missed the a few days ago or the last weekend here, Olton's was awesome on Punisher, and I expect to see the Olton show once again. Great interviewer as well, and British Tree to kind of carry the torch.
Yeah, Olton's honestly was definitely one of my favorite highlights. Not only him being on that hit scan duelist, we saw the Punisher really coming out, but British Tree too. You talk about him being the Groot, it's living up to the name, but British Tree really helped set up not only space for the rest of the team, but there was a lot of good follow-ups. I would love to know how the comms work here for Jobless Bums, but aside from that too, Forky Dog also really impressed me.
For sure. Valk did a great job, too. I thought Valk played strong on Storm. You know, they struggled a bit against 100 Thieves when we had Delina on Hela, and there's the Psylocke play there. But looking the eyes towards FlyQuest, again, I have not casted them this tournament. I got the privilege of doing so MRI Grand Finals. They did try to compete to win the whole thing, got second place. Got a lot of talent on this team. I know right now Audios will be going in here for Light. Potentially, that's what we saw here from last week. But we've got Energy, who can kind of do it all. Great job from Energy. Young player, too. I believe he's like 16, 17. Just tremendous talent. Wolverine, Storm, Torch. He's your flex DPS duelist.
It's incredible how we have young talent out here too, still being able to showcase what they have for us. So we take a look at that last series that FlyQuest had played against Solaris. You talk about the Sharknado coming out, that really worked out for them in that second map. After they had lost the Ego Death 2-0, you have to imagine what that does to a team's mental. They were put here in that lower bracket after they weren't then able to win their first match 2-1, and they lost on that first map of domination. So wondering here if FlyQuest has been able to figure out what they need to do differently in these first map situations.
Yeah, and they've been here before. They've been on the big stage before, and we've seen that time after time come into impact into play. The thing I'm looking for is if Light is out, Light is typically a locked-in duelist, and we saw untraditional comps and less of the two duelist comps from them. Audio stepping in, can play a little bit of everything. He did take that duelist role a bit, but he played Jeff as well, so we might get, you know, a triple strategist. There's a couple comps that we'll run into. Spark Chief, though, can play pretty much anything from Vanguard, but Energy is going to have to really carry a lot of that DPS today.
And that's what's great, too, about Marvel Rivals, because if you need to make some adjustments, you need to have somebody else swap to maybe a different role here, or if you want to be able to bring something different for FlyQuest to figure out, whether it be maybe some ultimate resets here and just boosting that up for another hero that you're trying to focus on here and trying to save the point. You know, obviously with these Doctor Strange portals, too, that we've been able to see, that's been so fun across all different regions. That's what the game has here, and that's something that Spark Jeff could actually use to his own advantage.
Well, guys, we've had an awesome new pick ban system. You can ban for the enemy team, and it doesn't mean it's going to be banned for you, and you guys got used to it over day 1 through 4. But we have some cool stats. We can see who was banned the most over day 1 through 4 in America, and it should come to no surprise for many. But we actually got it broken down here by game mode. This is some cool stuff here. Obviously, Emma. Yeah, Emma's going to be the main ban that we see 23 times ban, but the top strategist, and I think the overall top ban, were right there next to Emma, was Loki.
That's impressive, but I'm not surprised. I mean, the fact that Loki just shuts down so many approaches when it comes to trying to harass that backline in general, and then coming back to back from Loki, the Luna Snow too, Cozy.
Yeah, funny enough, a lot of Luna Snow banned in there as well, so we're going to see a bunch of those core strategists get banned out, and people have to flex to different alternatives. And even with Invisible Woman, it's a whole strategy lineup there for domination. I mean, look at it's the whole, pretty much all the strategists on this graphic. Ultron also getting a lot of ban love as well. Triple Res Comp, we saw some bans towards that direction, and then Magneto's kind of getting that leftover of Emma. It's, again, once he's saved, it's the either or. So this is a cool picture, and I love how, you know, you've got Domination's purely strategist bans, and then as you edge these other ones, you've got a bit more, it's still mainly strategist, but a bit different.
I like how, though, taking this information from week 1 as we get set up now for our first day in week number 2, how that's going to change, though, right? Are we going to be seeing some similar bans here? I mean, with Emma Frost, I am expecting that. That's actually why we've been seeing more theme coming into play after Emma Frost gets banned specifically. But Luna, Loki, and Mag across regions, even here looking at the ban list here for the Americas, has just been the problem characters to look at.
Yeah, and honestly, it's not on this graphic, but Punisher, I believe, was the most banned duelist, 17 times banned. So Loki at 50, Emma at 49, and Punisher at 17. But speaking of bans, we have picks in the saves of the tournament. And oftentimes, these are in result to a bit of what was just banned, right? So Magneto's going to be very common because Emma was banned. Thus, Magneto picked a lot. But we saw so much Cloak and Dagger play day 1 through 4. A lot of people who kind of float the ladder, look at creator tier list, they might wonder, okay, Cloak and Dagger, wait, they were called not good. Well, here, you've got the Terror Cave to do so much damage amplification, and then the ult charge is extremely fast. So, Vicky, we're seeing a lot of that today.
It's funny, too, because when you take a look at the ban list and you have to think about Loki, Luna, Invisible Woman, what other option do you have other than Res Comp and then Cloak and Dagger coming in? Or let's say that it's not Invisible Woman that time around. It's Cloak and Dagger, Invisible Woman, and you got to make do, right? Because if you don't have a Loki, if you don't have the Luna Snow, and they didn't expend that third ban on maybe another strategist, you have to make do with what you got there, which is why seeing so much Cloak and Dagger, I'm not too surprised, but seeing it utilized to the extent that we did, even with different compositions, is always nice. It's about that flexible different comps that a lot of these teams have rolled out with.
Yeah, absolutely. And if you're just now stepping in, we saw a lot of Human Torch, Punisher over Hela. So we've got a good one, and it all starts right now. Stage 1 group. No Job versus FlyQuest. Will the top tier team move on, or will the unemployed make it to the next part of the lower bracket? And this is one game away to hit the playoffs guaranteed. Excited for this one as we jump into the pick and ban phase.
I'm excited here. Cozy, it's been a good time watching week number 1, kicking things off week number 2. I'm not surprised that the 2 simultaneous bans already off the rip is Emma Frost.
Yeah, followed that little glowing box there. And again, these are bans for the other team. They can still play it, and then obviously saves for their own team as well. We've got Emma off the rip, and we've got that Magneto save. Ultron, though, is going to be banned as well. We saw that in the most banned graphic under Domination. We saw a lot of strategists. Let's see if this continues to be after this. Luna, an Invisible Woman in the show we've seen before.
And on Krakoa too. Okay, it's going to be interesting. Yep, it looks like we're following that similar tradition here. Loki's going to be the next one banned. I wouldn't be surprised if that third one there is going to be Luna, as the safety for the Wolverine goes in favor for FlyQuest.
Yeah, strong ban there from Punisher, getting Ulton's off that character. Ulton's played a great Punisher, like I said, MVP multiple times, so they did their homework. They know what they're doing against that. And then towards the save for FlyQuest, Energy loves himself a little Logan action, so you see definitely him trying to save that for himself.
Now going on to the very final safe pick here, just to defend that Luna Snow. Okay, so their third ban had gone into that Adam Warlock. No res comps here for any shenanigans, and it's going to be the Human Torch finalizing everything here as we have our safety picks and the legend bans. Looking on the other side, though, Adam Warlock, Loki, and Ultron, 3 of the strategists actually banned from play here. While you look on the other side, the Punisher being the target here, too.
Yeah, they've got, it's like the duelist bands versus the strategists. They've got 2 of the, again, at least in Ignite, the most popular and honestly caring duelists that we've had with Human Torch and Punisher. And particularly here on Krakoa, guys. Krakoa, first map for Domination, and Human Torch does a great job on there. We've seen a lot of the movement and point takes all come at the hands of Final Judgment, mixed with the Coachella dance floor of Luna. Highly used combo right now. Again, Krakoa, it's always going to be Dom. First map, just a random map. And then the loser will pick the map in the mode between Convergence and Convoy.
Of course. Then you got for game number 2, aside from that Convoy Convergence, the team who did lose out on map number 1 does get to pick what side they want to start on for map number 2, as well as the ban side, which I always find interesting too. You know, even though you lost out on that first map, you have another way of trying to push your advantage here. If you feel like that red side with the triple ban back-to-back is a lot stronger for your team. I also love these little flybys here too, while we get set up for our very first game for our first series of the day.
Yes, and it is Audios over light as the teams are coming in. They're heading right for the point. We've got that Cape going to push the team forward. I like that we've got Oltons, it looks like, swapping over to a little Storm action instead of Punisher. And we saw a little bit of this, but not too much, as they're both meeting here in the middle ground, heading right for the point.
There we go. Your kitty, the Hulk and the Wolverine combo from FlyQuest to already start swiping and dicing here. Adios gets that very first pick onto bed. British Tree stunned just for a little bit here too, while Oltons just try to linger back. They have to wait out on that one Vanguard to rejoin with the rest of Jobless Buns. This gives favor to FlyQuest on this first point.
Yeah, I'm going to be honest. We have not seen much Namor at all in this tournament, especially the team up with the Gamma Squid. This might be the first that I've seen, at least in the tournament. And we've got the full Gamma. I like just going right in full throttle as Energy wants to try to get some elims off the bat here. Cooper getting a elim on Oltons there. And right now, Cooper showing Luna's insane ability to DPS alongside Energy. FlyQuest looking strong on this first fight.
They are immediately always able to get that first pick. Side by side, Cooper's in the right place here. And I love how you highlighted the Namor too, because we haven't been able to see that Namor here. Side by side with FlyQuest and the way that they've taken another second team fight. It looks like it's back to the drawing board for Jobless Bums, as they may be able to come out with some changes. And yes, they do. British Tree over to the group now.
Yes, we have Jobless Bums now recalibrating, trying to get all together here. They're trying to take this left flank. We have 61% free. The ult there. Forky can definitely open up with that Eternal Bond to get things rolling. But right away, you just see FlyQuest. They are not intimidated. We've got the Moby Dick coming off of Namor, trying to get that damage early. Look at this, Vicky. Just another great hit here from FlyQuest.
Look, even though British Tree got that pick, but after making that swap with Ben, after British Tree was originally, I believe, on the mag and Ben was on the thing, it still hasn't helped them out because FlyQuest are putting in so much damage output and they still have 3 ults available.
Yeah, I like Oltons here on Hela much more than Storm. You Punisher player, you know, Hela's going to be natural for you on the hit scan as they're going right in with the Telly. And right now, Vest is trying to back up a bit here as we do have me with the fate of both worlds, keeping them alive. Here comes the big meteor, though. Can Ben land to hit the connection, and Cooper is eliminated.
That is a huge pick here, too. They need to keep up with Ben being able to get that pick here on the other side. Meteor of M now coming in from Vest. Tries to yeet it, snake its way past the Doctor Strange shield to then get Valk. Lucky Dog is going to be, Forky Dog rather, is going to be able to be met back in the spawn, and Hela Ult coming in with the Goddess of Death. Oltons not giving up this job just yet, with Jobless Bumps just trickling in, staggering, and the more being a problem next there, too.
Oh, yeah, the Eye of Agamotto I didn't love, but I think they're trying to get a bit more picks here with Oltons in the top ground as the Omega Hurricane comes and tries to clean up here. Valk, though, trying to get that quick switch, but Spark Chief just completely doing what the Hulk does best, Vicky, and that is smash.
And that's lingering and stalling for as long as possible with the health reset here, too. Going berserk mode here, world breaking as FlyQuest still do not give up this point despite the fight that Jobless Bums just put up for that first round.
My gosh, I liked this team comp they have here. It was full aggression between Hulk and Wolverine going crazy. Again, Logan doesn't need the backup. He is the backup, and just complete, again, all gas, no brakes mentality. As we check out the stats here, and my goodness, FlyQuest just absolute tearing it up here. I mean, the Namor pick especially, and they've got that opening whale if they want to try to get a combo. We saw this a lot in the MRI. You get the the DPS boost there from Luna into the whale for some crazy Olymp potential.
It just burns you through anything. Even sometimes when you find yourself in having that strategist ult, just trying to power through a lot of damage output, just having that extra damage goes the distance. And Adios already with 7.6k damage on the board here as we get set up. Love our observers having some fun here. FlyQuest already planting their feet after that first round.
That little seat pod is left speechless. You can just see it in his face here. And so am I. Strong start from FlyQuest. This is why I still thought they were one of the teams to beat. You know, they got surprised, but they are they're vets. They've been here before, like I said. If you're Jobless, though, reset, you know, and figure this out. They've got Ultron now in the lineup to get a little aerial coverage and DPS here as they got the triple support.
Speechless here, but the little seeds too have to give some energy to British Tree because he gets taken out. The follow-up, Namor coming into with that ult from Audio. It's just completely shutting down me. Jobless Bums now only really left with Forky Dog and Valk, considering that they took out the Ultron and energy. Now finding Ben is going to send Jobless Bums just a reset once again here.
Man, Vest is just, you cannot spell clutch without Magneto. Don't check that. Magneto, though, definitely Vest there doing a great job at just cleaning up what is left from Whales flying and Energy clawing out. And again, I said Energy needs to go crazy here, and he's showing that.
Gotta do it again now, especially with Spark still being on that Hulk. Been putting on a performance. Vez also having that Meteor ready to go. Energy having that ult, as now British Tree with some help from Valk are going to be approaching from the back end of this point.
Absolutely nice little poke damage here, and right away the engagement. Zeus does get the pick on Ben. Main Vanguard going down early, and at this point, Mies is trying to keep the team alive, and here it is, Vest. Oh my god!
Oh my!
Three! My gosh, Metal Flies, enemy cry. Magneto's in full control of this map.
He came in charging. Just put the rest of Jobless Bums in a shish kebab. Couldn't do anything about that.
I had a feeling FlyQuest was going to come out here on fire. I mean, just, again, not only just from themselves, but everyone talking about, okay, this team lost. They don't deserve to be where they've been in power rankings and whatnot, but they are locked in right now. And if you're jobless, you guys got to get this going because right now we have all momentum for Fly.
Made a big fan here, too, but great Magneto shield while Energy is still terrorizing your backline, by the way. Now you have no strategist to help keep the sustainability. Forky Dog has gone down, I believe, now twice with that invisible barrier. Even with the Hella taken to the skies, Olsen's can't do much because the sustainability here now from FlyQuest as they reset get to still keep their feet planted on that point.
Yeah, we just have not seen any ultimates come together here for Jobless. It's just, I mean, one thing after the other. Me has to use the Fate of Both Worlds to even keep everybody alive in the chaos. They're going to TP onto point here. They've got to flip the script to see if they can even get a little tick on this point. But right now it's 99%, and that's yet again what we saw in the first map. This is all Fly.
Overtime now taking away with FlyQuest having the advantage this time, and they've already found two onto Valk and me. Here is the invisible boundary, but maybe too little too late. They can't even be able to push forward because Spark also having the staggering, the lingering Hulk ultimate just to keep them here and do enough damage. FlyQuest 0 to 100 situation as they kick Jobless Bums off of map 1.
My goodness, they completed their side quests on the off time. Now it's the main quest, it's a Fly quest, and they showed dominant performance there. And honestly, Vest, hello Vest, just going crazy on that map with E-Limbs as we look at the final stats and the MVP, and I knew it had to go to Vest, the Vanguard himself. Tremendous play from this guy.
Dude, the follow-ups between Vest and Energy, you know what, FlyQuest? I wasn't familiar with your game. You made a fan here. Time to fly for real. As we take a look, yeah, wow, Vest 15 final hits is crazy.
Yeah, all of Jobless together had 9, and he has 15 on his own. And he actually out-damaged the lead DPS in Ultons too. Honestly, I think they won a lot of that at the pick and bans. Getting rid of Punisher and Torch, just, I don't know if Jobless, they had their game plan around that, but again, all around the board, strategist play phenomenal. But when your Vanguards are playing on top, often the overlooked role can sometimes just go crazy. We saw that just now.
We also saw that from Cooper, right? Like Cooper being able to follow up specifically around Energy whenever Energy was trying to get put into position with some of these kidnaps, isolating Ben a few times, even with Jobless Bums, making that swap off the beginning. It was like British Street said, all right, no, this is not working out. Swaps off here. Ben then took over the Magneto. British Street had tried Groot, tried the Doctor Strange. Not really able to figure out what to do differently, though, by the end, even on the second round. And that beautiful triple and the boost, too, from Cooper having the Fate of Both Worlds. That's how you know you're just going to be able to mow down any attempt from Jobless Bumps on that second to last fight.
Yeah, Vest, I mean, my gosh, hang that quad limb on the fridge. Absolute insanity. And I love the Hulk play, too. We've not seen a lot of Hulk in this entire tournament. And like I just said, we didn't see any Namor. So now that you've got both of those heroes coming together on probably something they were not expecting. And it was just a complete aggro comp that they had to deal with. And Jobless, they've done well in their other matchups. I have not seen them struggle to this degree, but, you know, domination, it could go can kind of snowball and go crazy. We'll see if they can get things back together.
If anything, it looks like FlyQuest just went to the training room, just did not leave for like the last week and figured out what they had to figure out studying a lot of these matchups here because they are looking on fire.
Yeah, that's what makes good teams great. They go back, they know who they are, and every team is going to have a little bit of bad times. And in sports in general, as soon as you lose a game, everybody's quick to jump on you and say, yeah, honestly, just say, fall off, whatever you want to say. But right now, looking strong, but the job is not done. We've got another match to head into, guys. Don't go anywhere. Get some water, fuel up. We got match 2 coming right up after this short break.
trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight like the sun and moon, and I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls before the rift splinters again. We are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your minds, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will flash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls before the
The break ends and chaos begins yet again for match 2 with FlyQuest versus Jobless Bums. And I know they're unemployed and they don't have salaries, but it looks like it was a bit taxing for them out there against FlyQuest. And I got to say, listen, I've been thinking that one on the break. I like that one. But I was thinking, you look at the two Magnetos. Vess did not get eliminated once. And on the other side, Ben, 9 deaths. The same that all of the team together in Fly had.
And that's with Jobless Bums saving the Magneto and the Luna So, by the way. Like, for what? Someone needs to tell FlyQuest that it's not a speed run at the same time. But can you imagine? I know everyone understands this feeling when you're playing your own respective games. You know, you're a strategist, you're playing in the back line, and then imagine that you have to look at the opposition and its energy being Wolverine just mowing down your vanguards, and you're there like me and Forky Dog. Like, what do we do here in this situation? They try to cycle through their ults the best way that they can, but man, I know that was probably a jump scare. Looking at the way that energy had just isolated both Ben and British Tree.
Yeah, it's like a scene from Animal Planet where it's like, and then the Logan gently stalks its prey, and then it's just strategist trying to get out of there. I mean, listen, if you're jobless, reset. You lost Punisher and a Human Torch in the big ban phase. I think that's where a lot of struggles kind of happened. And maybe it's nerves. Again, I saw this team play much cleaner and tighter. Let's get back to it. Let's have fun. They're, like he said, you know, Oltons, we're grinders. We do this all the time. We play 10, 12 hours a day. Well, let's see it put together. But FlyQuest, my goodness, great performance on map 1.
Gotta keep it going here. Wondering where we're gonna be moving on to for map number 2. Okay, we got Convoy here for map number 2. So FlyQuest, which this is a team that we highlighted, you know, struggling just a little bit when it comes to these map 1 domination maps. Now moving over to map 2 for Convoy. They're already pretty good, already banning out the Emma Frost off the rip. No surprise there, and saving the Magneto here for Jobless Bums.
Absolutely. Yggdrasil's Path, great map, a lot of fun, always crazy back and forth. But we did see FlyQuest, I believe, play this map just the last time we were on air here, and they did a lot of Jeff NATO last time. So we'll see if they bring that back out. You know, I don't know if it's a break in case of emergency, which was obviously to be eliminated at that point in time. They needed to win 2 in a row. And look at that. We do have a change here. Wolverine, the energy monster that was just last match, has now been banned. I thought maybe they would go with a Hulk ban just in case, but it's a Wolf.
Yeah, because the Namor was also, you know, problematic at some points there too. From Avios, he was like 21-2 with like over 12.2k damage, and that was over like what, maybe less than 4 minutes or so. Going back and forth though, seeing Loki being banned here too. So it's the Wolverine, Loki, maybe the Adam Warlock to prevent a res comp from coming out of FlyQuest.
Yeah, most banned hero in the tournament, so a lot of Loki bans expected to be there today. We do have Luna being locked. Cooper plays a lot of Luna, so we will see plenty of that in action for them. As we just saw, Adam Warlock, the bans are staying about the same outside that Wolverine change-up. And for the last save, it looks like it's going to be Ultron, which they teased at the end there, but it did not do all that much of a difference. But again, new map, new possibilities, Vicky.
The fact that they're hovering over that Luna, though, and we see the Luna Protect from FlyQuest here, okay? Because now we're going to be able to see the Luna protecting here on the other side. So both teams will be able to have a Luna on their team here. And wondering what the last ban here coming in from the other side. Okay,
gotta get that Luna. Oh, yeah, it's the same bands there that they did last time. And Luna, again, guys, this is the old patch. This is not updated, so that Hawkeye Luna team up still crazy. And Luna is all that much more of a lethal strategist. The lock-ins, the tree is locking the tree. We got double group play. Very, obviously a great Vanguard on this map for many reasons.
Oh, British Tree struggled a good amount just in trying to find their footing. Rolled out of the spawn doors, like wearing, I believe it was the Magneto from British Tree's side, and then they had to swap later on from Ben. And even with these swaps, even going back over to the group, just did not help out Jobless Bums here.
Yeah, absolutely. This map has you can tell right away just the momentum and the feeling of the map here as we do a flyover. This is a little bit of a look of all of Asgard at the Royal Palace. This map not in the rotations today, but I do love me some Yggdrasil's Path. One of my favorite maps to play personally, and one that I'm always pulling for. Always just good, competitive, crazy fun. And listen, again, Jobless, play loose. Just do you. If you lose, you're out of the tournament, and if you win, you're one step closer to the playoffs.
This was the second map I ever played in the game, and I remember talking about how beautiful it was, like the statues here too. Such a nice map aesthetically. Music is pretty banger here, and holding that fat first choke by that corner is always so important too. As we get started for map number 2, FlyQuest up an entire game.
Yeah, FlyQuest here with the triple Vanguard to start things off. We got Thing, Magneto, and Groot just putting the full aggression on early, but Valk getting the best of it, getting that early pick on Spark Chief. Love the opening there from the Flyers, but quickly Energy now switching from Wolverine over to the Vanguard role. And that's what I love about Rivals. You're not locked in. You can switch it up, change it up, and we're seeing that from Energy and Vest right now.
And even with Spark going down first and making that swap now to the Strangest of Portal right back in, Jobless Bums are getting deleted here with the damage output that we're currently seeing between Vez and these Groot walls.
Yeah, Vest already has that ult ready to go, and we're getting there for British Tree. This is always one of the most demoralizing spawns to stay in because they're just right there in front of you. As we do have Vest with the Groot ult, he gets a little bit of something there, but no, in turn, British Tree instead going to get Spark Chief. That's a huge flip.
Spark Chief going down first again. Now you have the retaliation from British Tree, and everybody here from Jobless Bums gets to stand on this point finally after sending FlyQuest back to the spawn.
Yes, the group hug they didn't ask for. I mean, that was beautiful from Ben, really making up for what was a bit of a struggle of performance from Magneto on the Dom map. And again, just great performance from Jobless here and a response. We'll see FlyQuest switch things up. They're going away from the triple Vanguard. Spark is going to Captain America. Steve Rogers, he can do it all day, and they did that a couple of days ago, so he's back.
See here, making these different swap-ups. Energy being on that torch too, taking a good amount of damage here, but with some help from Zelos being on that Invisible Woman, keeps him in this fight here too. Beta both worlds forcibly activated from me here. Their Adios goes down from FlyQuest. Jobless Bums want to keep up their pressure, want to keep up having the advantage, and answering that back is going to be Cooper too. But with Forky Dog being on that Jeff, trying to take everybody together. Vez isolates Forky Dog. The strat doesn't work. Jobless Bums now sent all the way back.
That was actually crazy because Adios got picked. He was using his ult, and Val got the pick there. So I thought there was going to be some real momentum. And then unfortunately, Forky Dog, yeah, you know, sometimes, what do they say? That Jeff needs to chew his food before he eats, even though I think folks don't chew their food. But yeah, he definitely didn't get anything out of that one. Invested a quick follow-up. Let's see if they can get things together here for the next one.
And that's even here, right? Playing on that last week's build. Not an update here at the same time as Supernova now coming in from FlyQuest here. Energy holding forward, focusing now on the poor Luna Snow. Me manages to back away towards the spawn room gates, and Cooper gets that pick onto Oltens, the sniper on the ground here from the Luna Snow action.
Yeah, just keeping that momentum forward. And what's tough is they use that ban on Wolverine, but having now Invisible Woman and Luna as your core 2 strategists in the back, like, good luck. That's just so much healing output. Great ults, and honestly, the 2 best strategists next to Loki within Rivals. So it's going to be tough to beat that, but they do have the Groot ult. They've got Valk, little Omega Hurricane. They could do the Jeff NATO. FlyQuest, they did that last time on this map. We'll see if we get a little crazy team-up action.
At least with Valk having the Omega Hurricane before they come right back up. Here is that Strangling Prison. Now Invisible Boundary, not going to be able to find its mark because the Groot wall there blocking him at the same time too, hiding, trying behind it. And FlyQuest now just come out on top once again. A few trades though going out, at least from Oltens being able to find Energy.
Yeah, they had a lot of things blocking it from, I mean, just the barriers, and Invis did a great job there too. Now look we're just going full aggression though, and they've got to change something up. Ben is going to Captain America. We'll see if 2 Steve Rogers can get the job done. We saw that action in the MCU. It's here now, and Rivals, here comes the Omega Hurricane with the Jeff NATO. They need to make this matter as we've got the Luna ult in response, the pickups, the swoop ups. Are they going to get what they want here? No! Vest takes down Valk!
Vez needs to be studied. Vez's impact here with FlyQuest has just been unmatched against what Jobless Bums keeps trying to throw at them. And then you have to worry about Cooper having that fate of both worlds, just healing everybody else. Ultron ult coming in here too from Oltens, just trying to keep the rest of Jobless Bums alive, flying close to the ground here. Energy with the Supernova, and no counter just yet from Jobless Bums means that they have nothing to heal through this. Instead, it's just all damage output from FlyQuest to send Jobless Bums back before they can even reach that first checkpoint.
And my gosh, FlyQuest is just playing again. They've completed, they've gotten rid of those side quests. They saw the memes, they're making the dream come alive as Energy scoops up the finishes, and just a dominant defense there. Fireworks show disguised as a team fight. Fantastic job, and hold.
FlyQuest are looking on fire. They're upset. They're here to prove why they're here in the first place. You know, hearing that side quest thing, not only that, just noticing they're playing objective. Sometimes you have to play objective to boost up your rest of your stats before you try to target that last boss, and that's something that FlyQuest are doing within this lower bracket now. But if you're jobless bums, they didn't really have strategy ults to deal with the supernova at the very end. They tried so many different things, the Sharknado at one point there too, but wasn't able to isolate the backline that is as strong as it is from FlyQuest.
Yeah, you banned the Wolverine, but at what cost? I'm telling you, FlyQuest, they're just cooking in the kitchen right now, closed for jobless bums, unfortunately. But looking at the stats here, I mean, again, we're seeing Vest go crazy. Vest did amazing map 1, 7 final hits, 11k damage. Great job there. And then just Cooper with just plenty of healing to go around. It is a beautiful team effort here.
11.8k damage. Vez, I don't know what you ate for breakfast this morning, but definitely some winning cereal out here. FlyQuest looking great. I'm trying to change something here, looking on the side for jobless bums and maybe what they want to bring out to the table.
Yeah, I saw Olten's float to Psylocke. Obviously, he's getting the armor out there, but we'll see if they end up changing something up here. Wow, okay. So we're going to be locking in these teams, ready to roll. Energy taking this side route, doing a little flank action as Johnny Storm, and he's going to get the heat going right away. Find your extinguisher, get Luna Snow's ice on it. It's going right for them, and they're going to force that cloak bubble out right away.
I'll try to cook in the kitchen with Avios too, helping them out as Forky Dog is the first victim to fall here. Elvis Bum's having to back away, but at least here having Oltens on that rocket will be able to get Forky Dog right back into the action, hopefully. FlyQuest still having to be the problem that they are in the skies. Cooper then following up, splitting the attention from Jobless Bum's front line to be able to get Ben. As Spark follows up here from the back line. Still, the back line is in so much trouble from Jobless Bum's. No chance of reset, even between the rocket and the cloak and dagger.
I mean, you got 5 in front of you, and you've got Energy constantly throwing flames behind you. What are you supposed to do here? I mean, it's like this is a full new and fresh team ready to go. Absolute flame on, game on. Energy's going off. Now they're forced to do tally, but oh my gosh, did he just get pulled out? Oh, it's right now. This is rough.
Oh, they're crying. They're crying when they got to deal with Energy in the air. I mean, he didn't even need a supernova. It was like 5% away. What a dominating takeover for map number 2. I believe that whole series, Cozy, must have been like, what, like 10 minutes or so? FlyQuest, they were on their way to speed quest their way through that first match.
I was going to say they're speedrunning the lower bracket. I mean, that was like half the time as the countdown clock. Insane job from them. And that's what happens sometimes. You get surprised, you get pushed into the lower bracket, and then someone else has to deal with it. And I'm not shocked. I'm not. We talked about them in the green room and before, and we ranked them as one of the top teams for a reason. Energy, again, it can be land, it can be air. Wolverine, Human Torch, he gets the job done. Across the board, though, everybody played a dang near perfect game there for Fly.
Yeah, not only looking at Energy, Vaz obviously having their own pop-off moments here. Cooper with the snipes too, coming in on that Luna snuff. They had protected the Luna too. Having a lot of that impact, 16.9k support here. Looking on the other side, me trying their hardest to stay alive. 15k healing, but it's so hard when you got to deal with the onslaught of damage being put out by FlyQuest.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't even just map control. It was map ownership with the mortgage, the title, the whole kit and caboodle there. Tough run there. But I do want to say, first, congrats to FlyQuest for the win, and just a thank you to Jobless Bums for a great logo, a great team name, and honestly, great job making it this far. A team just pushing it together. But FlyQuest, they got the job done.
Be moving on here too. We take a look at some of the highlights to pinpoint what FlyQuest did that was nice. There was a good amount of clips out here too, following up between Fez and Energy, but also being able to have Aldios on that Ultron just to follow Energy around so that way they could try to pull a lot of that attention away from Jobless Stone's backline.
Yeah, I mean, really, that was the name of the game on the offensive push here. There was just nothing to be done. I mean, we had Cooper taking out Vanguards in the thing, and it was just a constant pushback. One, team was pressing W, the other S the whole time, and it was just rough from start to finish there. I didn't think it could get any more dangerous out there than what we saw in Domination, but that was not the case. unfortunately. And again, we needed energy to play lights out, and he did just that. He played and did a great job, but the Vanguard stepped it up. And I like that they adjusted their comp mid-match. They had the triple Vanguard. Okay, that didn't work quite well for the first hold. Let's switch it up and go to what we did. And listen, energy, I like him on Vanguard, but it's too fun watching him on Duelist.
It's cool to also see what energy was able to provide being on the Torch. Seeing Torch just in general being utilized as much as we have seen thus far, and now going into the second week, further also highlights how, you know, kind of sticking on brand with FlyQuest, right? Hashtag time to fly, and you're flying around with the Ultron and the Torch.
Yeah, I mean, listen, we saw Vest go crazy. We've got a special interview lined up for you guys joining us after that wild win. One step away now from getting into the playoffs. Vest, my goodness, absolute insane cinema from Magneto there, man. First of all, congrats.
Thank you very much.
Hey, listen, what adjustments, I gotta know, what adjustments did you guys feel like made the difference today from what you gotta learn in the upper bracket? I know you guys were a bit shocked from the Ego Death dive stuff, but yeah, this team looked polished like I'm used to casting you guys from the MRI and the MRC.
Yeah. Well, you know, we went in at the start. I think we were a little cocky, and then Ego Death, they lived up to their name. They killed our egos, and we just had to, you know, lock in, make sure that we were playing our best.
I like that because the Ego Death logo also kind of goes hand in hand with that, and I'm sure you guys want, you know, that revenge going forward here too. But looking at the way that you guys just played too within your first series of Solars, I noticed between that and then your match versus Ego Death kind of set up the tone. You guys lost that first map. Is there something about domination that you guys have been able to figure out that you have to work around a little bit better?
Yeah, a little bit. We've been scrimming a lot more, like domination and stuff, and then I think it's also just Hell's Heaven. Like that comp is just our kryptonite, or that map rather.
I mean, well, you turned it around pretty quickly, Krakoa. I know different map, but same game mode. And my goodness, that looked like again a different team. And the Magneto play was just something to watch. And I really respect your answer, Vess. A humble answer at that. Can you help me understand a little bit behind the scenes here as you guys practiced, scrimmed, and got ready for what this matchup was? Did you guys change anything? And obviously you don't have to share what, but strategy-wise, I felt like just everybody knew what they were playing. I know you've had sub-ins and everything, so just that extra couple days just give you guys that time to lock things in?
Yeah, so we just kind of had to like revert to how we were scrimming before. You know, we got a little too cocky, and like we just played our best. We just locked in. We made sure that our comms were good, and you know, that brought it together.
Good stuff.
Yeah, honestly, moving forward from that, though, I like how you guys have recognized the mental aspect of having to make the comeback. Do you have any advice to any players that find themselves in the slumps? You know, they're on a losing streak. They don't really know what to fix. Sometimes they like to push the blame on the team. It's never them. It's always the team. Do you have any advice for players that may feel like that sometimes when they're having a pretty rough rank day?
Yeah, if you're having a rough day, you know, sometimes you just gotta take a break. You gotta step back, and then you come back centered, and you just lock in and you play well, and that's all you can really do.
Well, buddy, listen, great teams, you know, they're going to bend, but they don't break. They come back. You guys just showed that. You're now one win away to get into the playoffs. And hey, I saw it. The MRI, you guys went and just carried that all the way and all that momentum as you guys head here into the lower bracket semifinals, either playing Ego Death or Shikigami. I mean, I know it'd probably feel pretty good to go back up against Ego Death and reclaim that victory. Do you want that, or do you want Shikigami?
Oh, absolutely. We want to play Ego Death again. We want to show that we're locked in and we're ready to go this time.
Yeah, I knew that was going to be the answer from this team. I totally had a feeling you guys get yourself right back there. But hey, Vess, I just want to say thank you so much for coming here, going crazy on performance-wise. You didn't get eliminated once, buddy. So I don't even know if you're sweating over there. You can enjoy the rest of the day, and we appreciate you coming on.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for having me.
Absolutely, bud. Good luck out there versus Ego Death or Shikigami. And that was Vess, the Magneto himself. And honestly, Vicky, I love that. You know, I love when you can say, hey, we had the death to our egos. They did exactly what the name is, and we came in a little bit overconfident. And that's easy to do. We see that across sports. If you're the top team, it's easy to go in and be like, we're the best. We're going to roll this team. And then, you get humbled.
Yeah, you gotta always like check yourselves there too. And I do love, just not only admitting to them feeling already confident off the gates, like, yeah, we're gonna sleep on everybody that isn't the tier 1 team that we're used to playing off against. And then noticing how there's those hidden gems, those one-off different compositions that you may not expect coming out of left field and will completely throw off your game if you didn't do enough research. And especially with the current advanced tournament ban system that we have in place, where we've already witnessed a multitude of series get lost before the game even starts. So recognizing that and making the comeback, I always love being able to tell those stories.
Well, and you've got that loss, in front of everybody. You've got to sub in, and even though we've seen audios come in, you've got to get that team, going. You have the culture, and honestly, just talking amongst each other and saying, hey, this isn't who we are, figuring all of that out at once, and then coming together with the performance today. Great job. I like that they won Ego Death too. Guys, we have another great matchup, Techie XD versus Citadel Gaming, and this one, I think, is going to be razor thin close. Don't go anywhere. We're going to take a quick break, and we'll see you in a second.
This is my unnatural selection. Extermination!
Double KO!
한껏 높이 날아올라 내 누워진 밤하늘을 가로질러 Oh yeah, oh yeah 필요할 때 내가 널 지켜줄게 간절히 바라면 이루어지는 마법인 거야 운명의 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으며 달빛이 날 비춰와 시작해야 let's go 어둡고 흘러는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸는 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야 좀 더 기다려 I'll be there 쓰러지지 마 끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 작품을 쳐봐 어둠이 떠날 때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명 어둠이 떠날 무너지지 마 끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 작품을 쳐봐 어둠이 떠 내래까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 세게 울며 눈이 부신 모든 순간들 지켜내야 해 내가 좋아지려면 꿈꿨던 너와 나 그대들의 승리 완명해 The weight of the both the world is in our hands 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 작품을 쳐봐 어둠이 떠 내래까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 더 세게 울며 어둠이 떠 내래까지
Welcome back to day 5 of Ignite. And if you thought things were crazy and on fire that last match, well, things are just now heating up as we head into our second with Citadel Gaming versus Tacky XD, Vicky. And I think this one's going to be a lot closer. I know people have got their favorites, their picks. What do you think we're going to see here today?
I got Citadel, but I also feel like this could go the distance. I would be happy to see a game 3 situation, but I feel like Citadel is going to be able to take it versus Techie, which I believe actually it's the first time that you and I are able to cover Techie throughout the course of this event thus far.
Yeah, for sure. And I think Citadel probably has not played Techie a lot. You know, Boom Crew, former before Citadel Gaming, they have done scrims with a lot of the top teams. I don't know if they've had the privilege to go against Techie, and sometimes that goes, in advantage of lower seed teams, and maybe we will see that today. Citadel, they fell to the Sentinels, and Sentinels did a pretty strong job there, and again, they're one of the tournament favorites. And then Techie, they ended up going to that lower bracket, but doing much better than they did up there at the upper.
Yeah, they lost versus Shroud X in the upper bracket in a clean 2-0, actually. And then they were able to eliminate, though, Dark Zero 2-0 in the process through that lower bracket, which Dark Zero, despite them not being here, are still a very great team. So the fact that Techie were still able to beat them in that 2-0, I think that's also a statement.
Yeah, absolutely. They did. I mean, Dark Zero is a squad when they're playing lights out, so they definitely did a good job there. But guys, if you are tuning in here on Twitch, we want to shout out, if you're watching Marvel Rivals Ignite, well, we've got custom drops and this new magic skin heading your way. All you got to do is be watching the chaos and the action. That's going to be from now all the way to July, and you get yourself not only the magic skin, but a whole lot more, Vicky.
Oh, this is fresh. I love this. I also just love being able to add more aesthetics to my own Marvel Rivals account here, too. I definitely want that nameplate specifically. That's very nice here. And you get an emote at the same time. Definitely don't want to miss out on your opportunity to pick up some of this fresh Ignite Twitch drops.
And we'll see if Season 3 comes with potentially maybe a Magic buff to rock the skin. Magic's got some pretty good skins in this game, I've got to say. I think Magic... especially I'm a sucker for the X-Men uniforms. I mean, 90s kid. I love it. And I hope most heroes get those, to be honest. But getting distracted looking at this match right here, I think Mace is one of the key guys behind this team. But there's supports. We saw Valentina doing an incredible job there. Velocity did solid, but Yusher has been dangerous in the duelist position for Citadel Gaming.
Yeah, I definitely agree. Yusher and even Mace, I would say, like, just in terms of the way that Mace has been able to help enable Yusher has been very enjoyable to watch, looking at the lineup here for Citadel Gaming. And just the fact that they had gotten 2-0'd by Sentinels made it very difficult for me to see how they would do going into this lower bracket, because obviously, like, Sentinels being in a tier of their own here, Citadel having a lot more homework to work off of just to look back on what they have to do differently.
And not to mention, Citadel, they had a firm 2-0 win over Nightmare in the upper bracket. And so, and Nightmare just went on to advance. They beat Alani Wind, right? So you're looking at a team that we've seen kind of two tails from them. And it's a lot of great players. Can they lock in all together? That's what we got to wait and see here as we look at Citadel and their highlights. Yusha going off as that Punisher and going crazy at that. Mace with a little Emma action on this particular map. But yeah, altogether, I think this is going to be a lot closer. Techie, again, we kind of said was a fun team that named themselves after the player, and what are we going to see from them? And then I think they even solved for themselves, like, hey, we could do this thing after they got the win there in the lower against Dark Zero.
Bro, the Emma Frost ult into then the Punisher ult immediately back to back. It's like the combo going in here too. So something else that Techie XD are going to have to look out for as we take a look at their team introduction.
Yeah, looking at Techie XD here, I know from them, listen, Tap there, Punisher, Psylocke can do a great job, but Ad was the MVP on Cloak. Crazy healing. I'm talking 40, 50K easy, and we'll have to see if the strategist can be the backbone of this kind of Cinderella team that is in the making. If they win this, it would be a massive W for them as a squad. I mean, I would love a good old upset. We've only had a couple in this tournament. I would think Citadel is definitely the favorite right now.
Yeah, that's why we always keep harping on just really close matchups that could possibly happen. But I also feel like just with the ban system in place that we currently have, it's made things so exciting because it's also forced a lot of the teams to play outside their comfort zone, maybe even forced to play certain compositions that they haven't been really able to nail down in scrims themselves.
Yeah, it's funny. There's every team has like one dedicated flyer now, and Avery, we're seeing that Storm action, play a little Iron Man, play some Winter Soldier though, and has that flex role. But when it looks at, when you look at this team, it's always how consistent can that hit scan DPS be and what is going to be Tap and working together there with Avery. But with Techie, I think Techie's got plenty of surprises up their sleeve. They played a lot of different heroes, and I think that they're out there just loose and having fun. Sometimes as that favorite, you put that pressure on yourselves. We've seen that before.
And then you can also see here Aver being on the Iron Man, something that we literally didn't really get to see at all. So seeing that combined together, even with no Ultron on the table, also just further highlights how strong Avery is being on that flyer role.
Yeah, no, without question here, and just utilizing what's working right now in that patch. Again, we're on the old patch, so looking at, not the new Thor, not the new Moon Knight up there with a little bit of HP love. Star-Lord got some love as well, all now live in the server, but these guys looking towards the old build to keep things consistent, as at least for now, Vicky. But the big fan phase is where things matter, Vicky, and where all the changes happen. And looking at that pick ban phase, I want to show you guys, if you're new to this, we got this great graphic here. Shout out to the team behind the scenes here. But Vicky, this is what we are seeing. So you can follow the number there, but both teams are going to be banning at the exact same time for that first ban. And then you can follow that red line down to 2, up to 3, and get a little bit of a better picture here.
Yeah, the only other time where both teams get to ban at the same time again is for that 6th pick. It's very easy to miss, with considering it's by like seconds here, that you go 1-2, 1-2 after you get through that first initial ban. But then moving forward to something else to consider, and you can see the colored line underneath the portraits where the bans only affect the enemy team here. So hitting save here for these other teams get to save that pick, and those bans will go forward for the opposing team that's either on the other side of the team that's currently picking.
Yeah, and first thing I got to say is that top team, I don't know what they're banning against. I don't know who they're playing. Got a Black Panther ban in there, a little Spider-Man. That's quite the team comp. The save on Scarlet, you love that. But you know what? This is so cool, is now doing multiple casts. Looking at MRI, MRC, we had the Hella show, but then it was the Bucky Barnes, the Winter Soldier show. But this time, I'm telling you, these team comps have been vastly diverse, and that's what's leading to a lot of just the fun, never mind the competition, but the fun here in Ignite.
It keeps things fresh. It also keeps our pros on their toes with the way that they have to adjust. You got to talk to Aramori actually just a few days ago, talking about what to expect from the Americas region going into week number 2. Maybe even expecting a different shakeup in the meta after seeing the action that we witnessed already for week number 1.
Yeah, in fact, this is where it all begins right now. Hell's Heaven. We just heard it mentioned from Vest in the interview. He's like, I don't like that map. Well, we'll see who likes it out of these two teams, as Techie and Citadel are going to be banning Magneto first and elect to have Emma, which I think Mace is going to be happy with.
Okay, saving the Emma. We didn't see Emma go through once in game number 1, our first series. We saw the Magnetos instead. After the Magnetos were the first to go here, Emma save on the other side. Not surprised here too. Wondering though, after the Loki gone here, where are we going to follow up? Could it be the Luna perhaps?
Yeah, it's looking like they're going to go with the Luna. Again, looking at what Techie played before, as it is going to be locking in that Luna. Looking at what Techie played before, they had no one previously playing too much Luna. A lot of Cloak, a lot of Invis. But looking their direction, Techie now is going to go Luna as well in the response and the Invis. You got to get both those core, strong strategists out with that triple ban down below. We'll see who they elect to save up top here. It's going to be that Cloak. And again, what did I say? The MVP was going to be Ad there with 40k consistent healing. That's why they got that locked up.
That's a good save here. And now we get to see the triple ban back-to-back from the red team being on the Luna, Invisible Woman, and that Loki. So being able to save that Cloak, you know you have that ready to go here too. And now being able to save the Invisible Woman as that last save here too for Citadel.
Yeah, Valentina loves Invisible Woman. We're going to see her play that role. Look for her to have some clutch gameplay. Invisible Woman, the Jill of all trades, can do a little bit of everything there. And often the unsung hero. There's pushaways that you don't see. I love really just top tier Sue play. And all the strategist bands, all of them for Techie there. So they have to kind of think about what else to pull together. We got Rocket Raccoon. We haven't seen a lot of Rocket this time around. Ultron also going to get some play. And shall we see some Penny, who, if you're on the ladder, and he's been making up quite the stir.
Always gets me excited because, you know, sometimes after seeing the action that you witness within your own respective games and then seeing the changes play out here, what the pros could do to push a lot of these heroes to their limits. Of course, Penny being able to have that power up together with Rocket allows Penny to have more of those armors comparatively to what Rocket's armors give you. I believe it's like 35 extra there too, but in general, just being able to have that available to you controls so much space. And as we get started for our very first map of domination here, let's see what we'll be moving on to.
Yeah, we'll see what these teams have their final locks for. We've got Techie versus Citadel Gaming. Match 2 on day 5. It's going to be a big one. Let's head into the domination. Again, first cap is important as we have Cap, Blur playing Cap on this one.
And we do have a change-up, by the way. Techie made the swap out of the Rock after giving the initial shields over to the Mantis. So the Mantis here together with the Cloak and Dagger and the Ultron.
Yeah, it's surprising because Ad played a lot of Cloak last time, but going to be going to that Mantis, maybe a bit more flexibility as Wolfos is going to the Cloak and Dagger. And right now, right away, High Ground's going to be going to Techie. Citadel there on the low with the Groot on Monster. And Mace Im a great time to be able to push people off with that kick on this map.
Already starting here. Tap putting in a good amount of pressure before trying to take a much more roundabout approach here in terms of positioning to split some of that attention as Usher being on that Punisher that we saw have so much success here for Citadel. Able to get set up here just before following up with Groot being the first to go here. Love the side-by-side comparison that we currently have between Fraud and Usher.
Yeah, Usher is relentless. We saw a lot of that whenever we casted them on the last few days. And Fraud with that follow-up. Great opening from Citadel, gaming the one they're exactly looking for consistent DPS and push now as Monster and Mace. They don't want them to have any space. Look at that. Using the Thorn Last Walls to block off the corridors and just push towards the spawn. And this is what you want to see out of this team.
Love the side-by-side, too, from our observers. Being able to catch the action and the pressure from Techie side. Blur taking a good amount of pressure, backing away. And does have that Mantis ult, though, to help Techie push.
And back cap a little bit. Techie trying to get cheeky there on the back, trying to force them to get out of there. But Fraud gets the elimination on Brute. That's going to keep the momentum up. The unbelievable coming from Mantis and that ult. Right now, they're just trying to make this a fair fight as Avery's going to be using Extermination to keep everything healed, but the damage. But Usher is making that job easy for Citadel as they continue to push.
The final judge here, nail in the coffin. Citadel Gaming take control over another fight and keep up their progress, already plus 50% at this point. And Techie will maybe have to rely on Wolfos having that Cloak and Dagger ultimate from the Eternal Bond to close in that gap. Well, here goes the back cap.
Yeah, we saw a lot. Yeah, there's that back cap there from Tap. Great little great little Psylocke as she goes into the dance, and the butterflies trying to lock up an elimination. But Avery going to be traded with Frost, so this could be their window to get that gap. It's followed by Monster's group hug, getting everybody together, and they're storming in there, taking down the support. Blur trying to get some pressure on these strategists, going for Valentina, but there's Invisible Woman doing what she does best. Vicky getting out of danger.
Gotta jump away, hide if you can here now with Techie being able to plant their feet on that point. Push back Citadel Gaming. They're gonna be able to wait for Mace though, and after Mace comes back, they will have that psionic seduction.
They're not responding. They're just recovering over there. It's like it's just absolute carnage. Just trying to put the pressure forward. We've got the turret now putting the pressure on, trying to get some early poke damage and pick. This neutral fire always so important, and Citadel does a great job at it without those ultimates. We've got the Eternal Bond ready to go. It is fired away. Mason's also got Emma's ultimate. We'll see if they use it and combine.
Tap though getting that first pick onto Fraud will just delay the Omega Hurricane for another fight now. Citadel Gaming down to a 5-man as Techie over on the other side and just utilized the Psionic Seduction. We also saw the Soul Resurgence. Mantis being able to get that ult just as quickly. Now on the other side though, you have the Psionic Seduction coming out from Mace after finally coming back, and the positioning from Tap to be able another pick onto Mace, not going to be able to out heal the pressure that Techie was putting out.
The flip of the script, and it's coming in the form of Tap. Tapping that shotgun with Psylocke, getting those ever so crucial flank picks on the strategist, on Valentina in particular. Great job there from Tap, not only putting pressure on the strategist, but doing the back caps, doing a little bit of everything. Right now, that's the player that's getting it done.
Tap, a little bit of a slow start before that first initial swap up from Citadel being able to take that point here now as Techie come in. Tap specifically getting that pick onto Yusher before the invisible boundary came out. Talk about timing from Tap. They were not ready from the other side. Omega Hurricane now unleashed between Citadel just to desperately try to take the point. But you gotta deal with the Mantis Soul Resurgence first. Tap, the MVP thus far within this first round.
Tap is going crazy. Just perfect poetry in motion. They had that set up for the final judgment. You had Punisher about to go in the ultimate with Invisible Woman. Instead, they burnt it. Now, Baru also putting the pressure on Velocity going down. This was all Citadel Gaming at first, Vicky, and now Techie XD making things fun.
Oh, and that was off of the initial back cap too, together with Tap and the Captain America. They overtake it, split their attention, but specifically, the Mantis Soul Resurgence really coming in clutch, even to burst out the Omega Hurricane that attempted to try to harass their backline.
Yeah, look at this Mystery Heroes comp. You got Captain America, Mantis. Like, it doesn't matter. Great job on the 3 subs. And Tap just, I mean, those 70 limbs can't be said enough. Not only that, though, see that big O, that big 0 next to the desk for Tap? That's massive as a Psylocke. You just have so much consistent pressure, and that's with her invisibility going from 3 seconds down to 2, so you have even less time to be stealthy.
That's even without, by the way, the Magneto power-up together. Saying, being able to see what Magneto could bring to the table in a lineup where Emma Frost comes into play because Magneto gets banned. Emma Frost together with the Psylocke comes in clutch with the damage output that you find in Tap. Absolutely putting on that performance already with the speed bubble coming in from Techie just to get to the point faster.
A devastating team up indeed as we have the Eternal Bond to open up at least in the side of Techie as well as Extermination. Going to be rough because all you have is Yusher with nothing to combo it up with, so a little bit of a risky potential ult because they're going to look to dive him. Tap probably knows their assignment and they're going to go right for Yusher right away. We've got Steve Rogers showing he can do it all day as the point collapses.
Taking a good amount of pressure though off the rip, forcing them off the high ground here too, with Avery having that Ultron ult though just to start things off, trying to get Citadel off, and with Velocity going down first, this is going to be Techie taking over the point first here for round number 2.
I mean, right now, Techie, it's like they had their first little rough patch, and then it's been the Tap show going crazy with the Dance of the Butterflies, getting the double there in the full elim. The whole group was together down there underground, and that's exactly where Tap wanted them.
Man, you look at what Citadel Gaming's got coming forward. I mean, a few ultimates already ready to go. Make it 3. Monster about to have that strangling prison. But Techie, also, the way that they've staggered their own ults on purpose, are also about to have that Soul Resurgence from the Mantis.
Yeah, absolutely. Here, somebody's got to change up this momentum, and it's going to be at the hands of Yusher. They do have that Groot ult to combine with. We're going to see if we get that combined with Valentina. They tried to do this earlier, but Tap put an end to that. As Citadel now trying to get that pressure on, using this little faux wall as long as they can. Monster now trying to get everybody together so he can get that imprisonment. We'll see if he got the window that he likes, but no, it turned blur. Gets the pick.
Literally looked blurry the way they came out of left field. Monster could not look in his direction. No ability, no chance to use a strangling prison. Yes, you have the soul resurgence. Yusher now just putting in the pressure. Valentina follow up onto Ad and Avery. This forces out the eternal bond now from both sides, just keeping the survivability here. Techie are just trying to hold their progress for as long as possible to get even more percentage there on the point and before having to reset.
We typically see this Psylocke v Psylocke whenever one's going off, and Tap is definitely doing so. Fraud, though, nice job there as they got together. We got two eternal bonds coming out, but Citadel came on top. 70% for Techie with only a Captain America ult to show for it, but Tap also has that dance ready, that ult for Psylocke, and we've seen some massive advantage pulled from it.
Approach with Monster having that strangling prison, though, first. Still feeling a good amount of pressure right from the front line between Blur, Avery, they're right there too, having that Ultron ult as Blur is the first one to initiate. Citadel having to back away just for now, waiting for them to go right into their line of sight. Mace now with the Psionic Seduction though for Mace.
Just pure pressure as Tap goes 1-2, make it 3, he wants 4, and there's the 4th and make it 5 with the dash through and the finish period to cap that point back.
Ironic with Fraud also being on the Psylocke and then having no impact from the dance of the butterflies in comparison to Tap. I mean, even the tentacles are going crazy here. Just looking at the way that Tap is literally 24-0, has not died yet.
Currently only one Fraud on Psylocke, unfortunately, here. But right now, each team has nothing in their ultimate charge. This can be a pure neutral fight. These usually really tell the story of these matches. And I just love Techie. They're just going from these underdogs. Nobody really knew them to absolutely playing out of their mind. And there it is. There's the echoes for the double pop from the Psylocke shotgun.
The echoes coming in to put in so much damage pressure when you're least expecting it in a side room where everyone is grouped up together. Valentina with the invisible boundary here too, with the eternal bond to be answered back. Now both sides utilizing the cloak and dagger ultimate. The survivability keeping everyone alive for now, but it is Fraud to go out first once again.
Yeah, and Yusher is getting out there. That's going to be tough for them to make up from this. And right now, it's 99%. Techie looking to take map 1. We've got a little bit of dance going on. We've seen it plenty before from Tap and Brute now finishing the job. And this just looks like a team that is completely different than what we saw in the uppers. They're lower bracket kings right now, and we're seeing it live.
We are seeing every team go through such insane changes after just a few days from playing last week into now. Techie looking insane on that first map.
Everything landed like it was scripted, and unfortunately, Citadel Gaming didn't get the rewrite. Techie there looking strong. If we look at the stats screen, wow, look at Tap there, 31-0. Pretty sure you can be proud of that stat line, no matter what happens in this tournament.
17.6 thousand damage output, no deaths coming in. Tap was going crazy here. The survivability too from the triple strategist really helped them out, because you also know that Mantis being able to get that ultimate pretty quick with the soul resurgence really helps just keep everyone to play aggressive. But Tap together with the AMER Frost just looked great, especially with that team up, the burst output that you saw, and then the Captain America too coming from Techie just allowed them to get right back to the objective just as quick.
Yeah, and it's about doing your job, right? If you want to simplify the hero shooter here with Techie, everybody did their job. Obviously, Tap showing and executing their job tremendously here on Psylocke. But they all just did what was needed for them to get this win. And the best thing is they did not panic when things were definitely not looking their way to start things out. And from that initial push into spawn, it was lights out.
Wonder here another situation where the first pick was taken out by Tap, and then you still had Valentina having the invisible boundary, not worth putting down there in that second interaction. But the first time we saw the invisible boundary come out, kind of catching Valentina off guard, where Tap was able to get that first pick onto Yusher could be difficult. Just trying to find these ult tracking opportunities just to make sure the Dance of the Butterflies was to be expected in certain rooms like that.
I mean, this was the Tap highlight reel. If we just check out what we just saw, and that's the 0 limbs, right? We saw 0 deaths. We saw Psylocke just always in the shadows, and they just could not seem to have an eye on that. And then Tap would get rid of Yusher, the biggest threat, right? Understood the assignment, and from there was just no momentum able to be had. Citadel, though, they're an experienced crew. You can get things back together. Sometimes map 1 doesn't show the story. We saw that with Envy. They came back and won over Solaris, and then, you know, the rest was kind of history up there in the upper bracket. So can Citadel Gaming do the same? What do they need to change up?
That's a good question. I'm wondering here, looking at what we have in store for us. Map number 2, though, on the other side of this break. Don't go anywhere. It could be either Convoy or Convergence.
Nowhere to hide. Woo! I never miss.
Today, the age of Ultron begins. Termination. Challenge me, you animals. Emperor's perfection. You would have failed without me. The virus takes hold. Extermination! All targets eliminated.
trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come fight me.
Welcome back, guys, to Marvel Rivals Ignite Day 5, and we're just coming off a crazy potential Cinderella story in the making, Vicky. We'll see if they can get the job done, or will the clock strike midnight? Listen, I've seen Captain America's, Vicky. I've seen them, I could do this all day. A lot of the time, I should have logged off yesterday, but they got the job done. Blur was going crazy as well.
Dude, I'm looking at Techie, and if this is that Cinderella story, they'll do whatever it takes to possibly play against Sentinels if they could possibly ever find themselves pushing that way through the grand finals. That would be an insane run, actually, but that would highlight how motivated they are to even get there.
Yeah, I mean, this is what I wanted to see from a lower seed team, just like playing and having fun, having a good time, knowing that you are here on the biggest stage for Marvel Rivals, and we're seeing them rise up to the occasion, going head-to-head with Citadel and taking map 1 over them. As we head into map 2, Citadel did get to pick the map and the mode, and it is, once again, Yggdrasil's Path. Convoy, here comes a big band phase. We'll see if they change things up.
Citadel said, enough with the mental projection. We must stop tap. This is a problem. Emma Frost off the table there. But then on the opposite end, the Magneto taken out from Citadel.
Yeah, I mean, she's got diamond form for a reason. She can hard carry. Definitely just insane way to shut them down without going directly for Psylocke. Obviously not going to let them have access to the best Vanguard right now in Rivals. Now flip the script. We do have Mag save and the EMF save we always see. And this was Luna last time. They're going to go with the same thing here.
Okay. On both sides here too. Wondering, after watching some of Techie's games, if this was a similar case here. Maybe that's why we saw tap on that Punisher previously here. So we get to see the ban from the Cloak and Dagger, and then on the opposite end, the Luna Snow.
Yeah, this is what I thought we were going to see, because Ad played a lot of Cloak and Dagger, but then he was able to flex out, and then they were able to trade roles there for strategists. Tap had a 50% accuracy on Psylocke. I mean, that's crazy for Psylocke, and how much, just bolus that she could fly out. So I'm curious if without that Emma, are they going to lock into that? Yeah, do we see that Punisher? We have an Invis save up above there for Techie, and I know that they definitely like their Invis, and so good to have that locked in for them.
Okay, here for Citadel, though, they decide to protect the Cloak and Dagger. That sustainability that we kept seeing while they had banned it from the opposite end here for Techie. See which, all right, the Torch here coming out. Very similar to what we had seen beforehand, too, within our very first map phase for the ban.
And one great thing about that Cloak and Dagger save, what is Cloak and Dagger's, or at least one of the biggest weakness, is Magneto. And yes, the save is there, but we have not seen the other weakness, which is Hawkeye, a lot at this moment. I do know that Wolfos does like to play a lot of Cloak and Dagger, and so that's going to be interesting. We've got the Invis now going, so we'll see what they end up doing. I like the Groot, though, from Blur.
Thinking here, we're going to witness from Tap 2 with the Punisher. Not surprised there, looking at the fact that Citadel trying to utilize those flyers. Map number 2 on Convoy. I like that it's staying pretty consistent with the different maps that we've seen thus far. Even though it's just been that one series, going into the second one, just as exciting here.
Yeah, without question. And Tap now going over to the Punisher. We're going to get a different look from what we saw, at least last game. But again, a lot there previously. And map pool wise, I'm taking the pools that we currently have. They made that rotation. What was that, about a full season ago now, if you count half seasons? And we've got ourselves a pretty strong one. Would love to see more maps come into it. But about all of them are pretty good. We've seen a good rotation of them in every map being played.
I also just keep learning new positions to play off of that I think is very interesting. Ready coming in swinging, though, from the gates here. It's about that next corner that I was highlighting in our last series. Strong it is here, just being able to have that high ground advantage, but also with Avery still sticking on the Storm, as we keep mentioning just the flying technique here from Techie now. Looking to see how that's going to work with Tap being on that Punisher, too. To look behind him from Citadel Gaming, trying to utilize the Punisher through the portal.
Now, we saw Solaris do this a lot. Love the old Punisher and the turret on the portal. Great way to get Punisher and portal together here for the back and get that pressure. We saw Energy do pressure with Human Torch. Now they're doing the same thing, forcing Tap and friends to back up. And look at this aggression. This is what you want to see out of Citadel after what just happened. Usher getting in there on the Ultron from the skies. And they're doing a great job here, and lots of momentum right now for Citadel. Great response.
This is so smart because it was the quick burst damage through the portal to then buyer spawn swap over. Then you go into the triple strategist, and now Techie trying to do something similar. Come in from Blur's portal instead, and Tap is just going to spray away being on that Punisher turret.
Yeah, taking pages from each other's playbook, seeing if they can get a pick, but Usher instead getting that extermination on as Ultron takes out the other villain in Loki. We've got Monster trading with Zap, Fraud, Monster, Citadel, all working together in harmony here, and it's looking perfect for the course.
Man being able to wipe out Techie once again to get this first checkpoint. Citadel now are looking way better than what we saw between that very first map.
My goodness, could we actually have a 1-1? Would love to see that open up. This is two teams again. Techie playing here as the underdog. Citadel heavy favorites from most fans out there as they're pushing in this first corner. Very tough push here, and this is one of the key moments of this map. If you can get around this corner, you can usually get the job done.
Well, Techie's about to have 4 of those ultimates online. Citadel have the answers for it, though. Dropping in from the sky before getting pushed back. The force back is crazy here. Forcing Mesa back away, trying to negate the eye of Agamotto on top of it. So Resurgence, the invisible boundary here, too. Citadel now just trying to play on the edge of that invisible boundary, but having to be careful with those Groot walls from Blur.
That's what separates the good versus the great Invis woman players, and we just saw one doing a fine job there, but they didn't even need it. They're able to still get that pressure on early as they got the pick, and they still have plenty of ult in terms of resources. You've got Fraud with Psylocks, Monsters to combine that, so a lot going here for Citadel still.
Wolf was about to get the invisible boundary once again. Here comes that Psylocke ult though from the back from Fraud, just trying his tap, just unfazed, just keeps spurring through that one choke. There's the invisible boundary now from Wolfos, just trying to close in the gap from the psionic seduction that Monster puts down. They did lose out on Valentina though in the process, and now Citadel Gaming backing away over to the other side, still trying to boost up some more of that damage, looking at Techie specifically, and as they're going to be able to try to push in once again, just trying to stop at them, but the Eye of Agamotto getting shut down from tap.
Yeah, 2 Agamottos out and 2 nothing burgers coming from it, unfortunately. And a lot of resources used there from Citadel. They used it all. I mean, they had Immas, they had Psylocks, and everything's now charged back up as Avery finishes the job up and they're able to reset momentum. But here we go. We're going to get that same thing. We're going to get that Punisher turret immediately with the pressure. They're going in, and it's going to be a hot one as they both collide.
Oh, moving it together, too. Together with the Soul Resurgence, is going to be able to hold forward, trying to harass that backline. They've already found Avery, but they lose out on velocity here. Fraud also has the Dance of Butterflies, and now the Eternal Bond is going to just keep them and their feet planted on that point. Citadel Gaming in a nice retake approach to try to get that second checkpoint.
Great portal placement to block off that other half. Great awareness from Techie backing out of that. And then they got a little bit of a back cap and they finished off the job. And they are not, in fact, they're getting rid of the brakes. It's all gas. This is what we did see in Domination. They're very aggressive in terms of how they like to play. Techie now, they've got tap. They've got the final judgment that they can combine here with Wolfos. We'll see if they end up doing that or if they end up holding it for the later half.
Ad being on this Loki here too, slowly approaching, getting that ult. Brute's about to have that meteor. Here comes Tap though with that judgment. Wolf's still holding on to that invisible boundary. We answer that with Citadel. Don't even need it after they're able to find a meltdown maze. Velocity's gonna meet him right back in the spawn, and it's gonna be another takeover here from Techie.
I always hate when that happens. Yusha has 1 HP left. Like, whenever you just almost get the elimination, but not quite, Yusha was able to escape that. They didn't need to combine anything. That was a strong final judgment there. Again, not using it on the last half of this part of the map here. Now, Brute, and they're keeping up the momentum. We've got the clouds opening up from the sky. An Omega Hurricane landing down. Vicky, let's see how many elims they can get from this, if any.
Not anything. At least just buying into space and even more time before backing away, forcing Citadel back, but also didn't force out any ultimates either. Here comes Yusher now with the Ultron ult. The Dance of the Butterflies is immediately countered with the invisible boundary. Great timing from Wolfos, and the meteor over to the other side, trying to find its mark. Doesn't land onto anything from the back of the cart.
That fight had more flashes than a paparazzi runaway. That was everything was used, and not one elim outside of, I guess. We had just one player go down, but Blur finishing off the job there at Velocity. That was chaos with not a lot of result.
Well, now they can do the catwalk over to the Walk of Shame through the spawn room doors, because currently losing out on those first initial players was detrimental, but they will have those 3 ultimates coming into the next fight.
Just crazy. I mean, I just aged 5 years watching that unfold. I don't know how anyone survived, but Avery trying to get some pressure on the early Ultron Usher. They want to see who can gain the airspace here. And there's Final Judgment. Mace putting up that aggression early. Has that Agamotto. 2 have not succeeded. Can they make it 3, though? Hitting. All it matters is 3 times the charm as Fraud now trying to get that pressure. Monster trading, and it's looking like this offensive push is going to be good to go.
Oh, the Eye of Agamotto here in the safety of the invisible boundary, too. Looking at Techie and looking at Tap making the quick swap, by the way, over to the Psylocke after dying there on the Punisher. Techie just retake the point. They trickle in. They send Citadel back, and that was with Citadel giving everything that they had.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Go from the Punisher back over to what was working well. Actually, back down to the Punisher as Tap is playing a little bit of ping pong with the heroes. But yeah, Punisher has great sustain and poke here. So after they got the wipe, why not? But yeah, looking towards it, Fraud does have that dance to open things up. Ad's got the support ult that they can use at any point in time. And it looks like, yeah, they're going to have to do a lot of build up here. Still a minute on the clock, though, Vicky.
See, time is ticking away, though, now. Trying to get around this next corner. These Groot walls being the problem that they are. Just controlling not only space, too, but also support output. Now, currently, with the Soul Resurgence, Mantis moves up here. Here's that Meteor trying to find it. Great save there, too. Huge coming in. Citadel, Mace, just looking like, get down, Mr. President, and trying to protect velocity in all of that. But then gets melted right through the other side as Tap comes in a flanking angle here over to the other side, combined hand in hand with Blur. They force Citadel all the way back, essentially almost getting sandwiched as they were trying to find their exit.
Great awareness from Tap there, because you have Mace getting the save and saving the team from the Meteor. It breaks the shield. He has nothing left to keep the team alive. And then Tap just holds W, mows down Doctor Strange, making him flee. And then that was the story that was wrote there.
Least here looking at Techie. They have 4 ultimates to match out of the 4 ultimates available. About to be 5, by the way, with Mace about to have the Agamotto, the Omega Hurricane. At least forces out the Eternal Bond. It was forced here from Valentina. And now you have to worry about the Strangling Prison, the follow-up, as Tap activates the Judgment here, the Dance of the Butterflies, but with no team to hold on the point. It's just all for nothing, dancing with nobody but Ghost as Techie gets a plant their feet on this defense.
Not a single button wasted. That was an ult dump for the ages. I mean, just everything came out at once in the madness, and Techie was able to hold strong. And honestly, great job to him, because Citadel, again, was having all the momentum, all the pressure when they were kind of looking to get back in their bearings. Now, that was a good push. I think definitely what we've seen from this map so far. I mean, heck, FlyQuest just held it in the first centimeter. So we'll see if they can do the same here on defense, and we'll see if they change anything up as they flip the roles.
Yeah, not a speed run here. If anything, I really want to put highlight onto Tap and the way that Tap has made the adjustments, whether it be trying to get to the point with the rest of the team just as quickly to defend here on that Solid before swapping right back over to the Punisher. But it just really helped them out in terms of the amount of damage output, especially against flyers that Citadel was trying to roll out with.
Yeah, without question. I mean, the favorites are sweating, Vicky, and the underdogs are playing like they'd never heard the word. This was definitely supposed to be, what we would see formality out of Citadel. They've been here, done that. But proud to see this Techie team kind of hold strong there on the point as they lock in what they're going with here. Now, looking on the defensive side, Citadel and their stats, I mean, everyone's playing a good game. Let me just say that. I think everyone's actually doing phenomenal as far as what they're pulling together. But Tap is definitely the shining star at the moment.
If anything changes beyond that, I definitely agree. Everyone is doing their best to not only trickle in together with their ultimates, holding it down here. Even the answer against Avery's Omega Hurricane into the Eternal Bond was essentially forced out here, but maybe a different look from Citadel now that they're the ones on the defense.
Yeah, like you should hear on Ultron, has played tremendous in the past. Definitely, again, a lot of the team's performance is how he does. It's a 6-person team, but he definitely does a lot of heavy lifting. Now, Blur pushing forward with Groot. Great Groot spot here. You can really separate those vanguards and cut off not only them from their team, but the healing, most importantly, which we just saw.
Oh my god, cutting him off with another Groot wall. I'm just looking at the damage output being put out by Blur, and it's making my eyes just tear up just a little bit. Brute being on that Magneto just to close in that gap before backing away. Future putting a good amount of pressure in from the skies too. Feeling that just a bit, just to recharge on that shield before pushing up here. Trying to get around this next quarter could be so difficult, but they're waiting out some of these ults, looking at Wolfwolves, who's about to have that invisible boundary to help out Tap, who's about to have that judgment.
Yeah, you get the triple support though, so you're gonna have to. Oh, beautiful pick there. Triple support has a lot of ultimates to keep him alive. The strat just ready to go with Yusha and Valentina locked in live. Valentina getting the trade on tap. That's massive, and that's gonna reset. That's definitely gonna win the fight there, as Teki is gonna have to get back together.
More time now wasted here as Citadel with Ultron and cycling through the two other support ultimates that they're about to have is going to allow them to have that sustainability through all the ultimates that Teki have coming in next.
Yeah, only using extermination there. Now they've got the eternal bond, or they can go with invisible boundary. But here it is. We've got Storm coming from the skies. Omega to Hurricane going down. And do they get anything from it? Oh, man. Mace with the trade. That's a bummer.
Avery going down, though, in the middle of that Omega Hurricane here, too. Saw the attempt, even velocity with the eternal bond that was used up earlier on. But this just forces Teki right back to the spawn room doors. They still have those three ultimates, at least, that they're still holding on to.
Yeah, it's been sunny skies over there for Citadel. They haven't really worried about Avery, and unfortunately, we've seen that just not connect now a couple of times. So we'll see if they're able to build that up. They did play that before on previous matches here, as Brute now getting that poke damage, that pressure, building everything up. Citadel, though, fully loaded. Can Mace land the Agamotto that he's been waiting for? Not in his Strategist ult, and not getting pushed away, as Tap has that pressure there with the final judgment.
Thing is, he's got only one meteor, and now the invisible boundary's been brought up. Another push on the Eye of Agamotto. Here comes the meteor trying to find its mark through the doorway. Doesn't find anyone being able to reposition. Tap still finds Monster, though. Monster going down first sometimes here with this approach, and Yusha actually having the extermination just as quickly as we saw it used up for the first fight. Coming back, forcing back Teki just for now, but Whipples does have that invisible boundary.
Got Fraud here with the all-powerful Emma ult, and right now it is all momentum for Citadel. They're going to see if Tap can maybe get the pick as Monster makes his way back here. Brood now trying to go on the back line, get these strategists out of there. There's three of them. There's so much to deal with at once, as Brood now does get the pick on Mace, getting rid of one of those Vanguards, but there is Monster back from the spawn with clobbering time.
Oh, the clobbering time found 3 stuns, but then Avery with the Omega Hurricane, the follow-up from Brew. It is just a shish kebab here as Teki finally clear out Citadel.
Finally, there's that ultimate Omega Hurricane. She called the weather warning. Nobody listened, and they didn't need to the last 2 times, but that time they got the best.
We'll say it's hurricane season, but they don't want to give it up just yet, even playing off the ledge of the car as Tap is forced to unleash the judgment. Even through the invisible boundary, though, they have to back away. That just allowed them to recontest just as quickly off of Mace's portal.
That's why Ultron's ult is just so powerful in this triple support lineup. You can have that pressure, and all it takes is that to get this team pushed back. There's only 17 seconds on the clock, and Brute going down as well. They're going to have to figure something out, or this is going to go into a 3rd match.
I'm here for it, Cozy. We've been waiting for this moment, but there's going to be another portal play first that they have to get through. A Teki Tap off to the side. Avery getting stunned. The Eye of Agamotto coming out. Wolfos having it available, though. Citadel now with velocity, having that eternal bond. They lose out on Valentina early from Avery in the skies, and the clobbering time now from Monster. Citadel Gaming just trying to play this out for as long as possible, but Teki aren't giving this just yet.
Yeah, unfortunately, he called that one whiff NATO there. It was whiff NATO. That was not a good meteor that you wanted to connect there. But either way, Tap is doing what he does best. And it looks like they don't need it, as they're going to maybe get this point. The overtime. The overtime is just barely hanging on, but they do it. Teki is able to get it done and get this first point with no time left.
By a crumb, they hold their breath. They can breathe now. They get to that first checkpoint. They get that limited time back now. 2 minutes, 20 seconds on the clock, but they have to clear that space around the next 2 corners.
And that's not a lot of time for this part of the map, if I'm being honest. But right now, at least Citadel, the only thing they have is that extermination. You've got plenty. You got another Hurricane. You've got Final Judgment. So just spacing these out, making sure you get the best of them. If they can get Yusha away from there, this is going to be big. Will he open up with the extermination into this Omega Hurricane? Yes, he does.
That's the immediate counter. Although you do get shielded by your own Magneto, you're forced to back away. You literally poked your head out once with the Omega Hurricane. Now you're forced back. And here comes Tap, though. The insurance policy to keep that pressure up. Once that Omega Hurricane was done, Aber then follows up. Finish off Valentina, and Citadel Gaming now down 3 members, it looks like here. Make it 3 at that point with Fraud going down, as the rest of Teki could still close in this gap.
Yeah, showing why that extra speed boost they gave to Punisher in this new patch was so imperative. I mean, just able to really fly through there with the big guns. As now Mace trying to get some space, trying to get in there. They have the Eternal Bond to push in. You've got Magneto going up route. Will it be another whiff, Nito? Oh, unfortunately it was, but they may not need it just like last time, Vicky, as they push in for the last potential. Yeah, we got maybe one more fight in here, but this is a big one.
Oh, the whip Nito, the cry Nito here. It always hurts physically, but Avery's right there to still keep harassing Valentina. Tap now gets the other strategist, and the only one on the other side from Usher and Citadel Gaming, though, having only that ultra persistent ability is not going to be enough. Even when it's last minute, less than a minute on the clock, Techie still get the job done.
Yeah, skies open and the scoreboard to follow. Great job from Avery stepping it up. And great ultimate from Ruffles there, keeping everybody alive because Mace did get the connection there, but unfortunately was not able to get enough damage through that invisible boundary. Now we have another 2 minutes on the clock. And again, Citadel did not get the full push. So Techie could win it right here, right now in advance.
See a little bit more here. Brute controlling that space, looking to the side though. They ignore what they're waiting for them with the Captain America here too. Here comes Usher now with the extermination. The Omega Hurricane now trying to find its mark over to the other side. Straight down the middle as it clears up the space here. No combination here in general as Tap still holding on to that judgment just for that next push.
A good pressure there. They used the cloak bubble to keep everybody up. Broad trying to get that quick damage, but final judgment coming. We just saw this wombo combo. It was the storm ult into the final judgment. He's chasing. He's hunting. We got 1, 2. It's a cat 2 at the moment, and they have all the pressure. Not a lot of time or space left. Can Techie do this?
Oh, they're right there, just approaching slowly. Avery gets another KO into Velocity. Tap and Avery together have woken up. Techie right now looking at the spawn room doors of Citadel Gaming. Citadel, they thought they had a chance. They thought they could hold back Techie, but they can't. Techie, take it home.
Call the odd makers. This Cinderella team just found the glass slipper, and they are advancing in the lower bracket. They are 1 game now away to secure their spot in the playoffs. They qualified into this thing. Nobody gave Techie a chance, and this is what you want to see in Ignite, man. I'm gassed.
Dude, this is crazy, Techie now. I mean, honestly, I'm happy it was a 2-0 right there, but I was waiting for it to go the distance because I wanted to see Techie play out more. Just the fact that they were able to reset, even with Avery going down first a few times there on that second round, but still being able to push through together with Tap, and then finding that momentum, Avery had everything to pop off there.
I mean, just incredible performance. I mean, there was no time, 0 time left on that, and on top of that, they also had ultimates pushing through their portal. Tap had to go out of the turret and then kind of hop into the portal when they could. Everything was kind of leaning towards Citadel Gaming there, and a goodbye to them. A great team, unfortunately, though, did not do enough against this. There was nothing stopping. This was fate right here for Techie to advance, and I gotta say, I'm excited to see them because they've got a lot of heat and potential. They just seem locked in, and Avery, I want to just shout out. We've said a lot about Tap, but Avery did a great job there.
Absolutely. Avery at the very end between the Omega Hurricanes just to put down the damage, but also something else that isn't thought about. You're trying to force out strategist ults there too to enable Tap to then use that wombo combo that you mentioned, Cozy, with that judgment. We saw it both on the defense, we saw it on the attack, and that's what allowed them to really clear the end of that second point specifically too.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you know, sometimes you look and like, oh, you whiffed, you didn't get the Omega Hurricane off. And it's like, no, they did exactly what they wanted to, whether it was an ultimate or just a cooldown. We saw the cloak, you know, bubble have to be used to keep everybody alive. But then, yeah, Tap is just running after them and hunting and doing what Frank Castle does best there. So again, just a great job of coordination. Wolfels did not have Invisible Woman, I believe, last map. That is what they play so well, and so good job for them locking in and really coming up with some clutch ultimates. Mace, really solid Vanguard, but unfortunately, those Agamottos, they were not in sync today.
No, they weren't too. And even though you and I were having fun talking about Brute with these meteors in general, it's the fact that when you look at Citadel and they've used up that Magneto shield like you talked about, they've used up that Eternal Bond because they have to think about Avery, then you have to consider Tap coming in from the back line too. And that's kind of the answer that you need when you're a team going up against, where you look at Citadel, they're triple strategists. So you kind of have to be able to force these and cycle through these strategy ults on purpose.
Yeah, without question, they had so much they had to line through, and they didn't have like a flank hero to get the early strategist pick before they could do the ultimate much. Usher was alive plenty, but they were just on point with the strategy, and I've just got it. I'm blown away. I really am. I think this was our first time watching Techie, and I'm a believer. I'm in. I'm all in. I think I gave it 2-0 to Citadel, I think. Yeah, consider me completely wrong. But great job. I think, yeah, everybody, we highlighted this last time, but everybody did their job on their team well, and you can tell a lot of this is on tap. I'm wondering if we do get the privilege of interviewing him, because I want to see who these guys are.
Yeah, I'm curious too. And I want to know what the synergy is like between Tap and Avery. You know, Blur also putting out a performance in terms of buying a lot of space there, making some quick swap ups if we needed to see that portal contest too. And against triple support, it could be so difficult sometimes as well.
Yeah, Wolfels too. I mean, I feel like this team, sometimes whenever you are, you know, the underseed, you're just able to do what you do best. And we, you know, again, haven't had the privilege to get to know them much, but these guys typically just put in so much hours of just fun, ladder, competitive play. And Techie, they showed up on all cylinders today, looking like a completely different team than what was up there in the upper bracket.
Makes you wonder what's changed. I've said this already before, but it makes you wonder what's changed within week number 1. Now we're in week number 2, day 1 of week number 2, but specifically to highlight that slight little break there are in between these match days made a difference for a team like this.
Yeah, without question. And I think really, I mean, we saw this, and you made a great point earlier. You know, sometimes you don't have to have the flashy Doom feed, the Elim feed of just, you know, constant, you know, one person getting 3-4 eliminations. It's a team effort, and I love the strategy that they used there against that triple support comp that they had. And Yusha, I mean, Yusha was doing crazy stuff on Duelist in the past couple of days, and to really make him almost a non-factor outside of a couple exterminations. And I've got to say, Ultron's ult is actually, extermination is great to counter Storm, because you've got the damage on Storm and the healing with everybody in that Cat 5, right? So a great job there from them. But guys, we have an interview ready for you right now, as Blur is here to join us. Blur, how you doing, buddy?
Hiya, I'm good. How are you?
Oh, dude, we're electric over here, man. Congrats on a huge win. I mean, I've got to know, is this, you know, proof of growth of you guys, or is it proof that you guys have just been slept on the whole time? How are you feeling?
I mean, I think the fact that we were like underdogs versus Citadel is kind of like illegal. Like, they're really not that good. Like, it's more of them being hyped up than, and also us being downplayed, especially after a loss to Shroud X, where we did play like pretty poor. So it's like understandable, but like the fact that we was underdogs the past 2 matches doesn't really make sense, especially like today. Like, they have Mace on the team. It's kind of expected win for us. But yeah, I mean, we all feel good. Obviously, going into the match, we wasn't sure if it was going to be a 2-0, but we were pretty confident that it would be.
Wow, I was gonna say, like, you sound like you're out of breath, and then you came in swinging. I love this energy. I love it right here, man. I love this. I need more from you guys too. Actually, you know what? Riding off of your comment, what is some things you want to say to the people who doubted you guys? Some things that, you know, you guys were able to figure out going into today's match. It's just be like, everyone needs to like keep their eyes on us because we're good for a reason.
It's more of just the fact, like, I feel like we were like overly doubted just off the one loss to Shroud X, right? Which is like, I think it's kind of fair, but at the same time, it's like, I don't think it should really just nullify us to that point where we're just expected to lose our next matches, especially like the past 2 days. Like, I think we've definitely grown as a team. Like, obviously, like, we figured stuff out, but I wouldn't really say that it's like, I don't think that we're underrated. I think it's just people overrating Citadel. But yeah, I respect like their team, right? Like, apart from like maybe like one player who's like really bad, but the rest of them like are really good. Like Fraud and Velocity, like they're both really good. Like the team is like solid, but I think it's just the fact they're overrated.
Well, listen, buddy, again, the confidence is immense, and people, yeah, they didn't know you guys. I can tell you now, you're not going to be underdogs for long. I mean, now that now that the world, the Morpho Rivals audience has seen you guys, I can tell you confidently from my angle, man, I'm excited, and I'm going to watch you guys with great interest. I got to ask, you're one match away from sealing in the playoffs. Tell me what that would mean for you to make it there, your team. I mean, the journey you guys have gone on.
I mean, I think we'd be obviously like really happy that we'd make playoffs. I think it's only us, like in our group at least, who's made it to this stage, who's like not being paid to play the game. You know, like we're doing like 1 scrim a day. Like it's, I don't know. Like obviously it would mean a lot and we'd all be very happy, but I think our eyes are mainly on like making like the mid-season event. That would be pretty cool. So yeah.
I mean, absolutely. You guys are the story. I mean, you guys are the dream of what a lot of people look up to. They're like, hey, anybody can sign up and get this thing done. Hey, man, I gotta say, Blur, you played some cap. You showed you could do it all day, man. I was a fan, and I'm even more so now after watching that. I want to say, go celebrate, enjoy the team win. You've got a big one coming up potentially, you know, tomorrow in the following bracket here, and I'm just excited to watch this team, man. Congrats again on the big win.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you too, buddy. Good luck out there. Oh man, Vicky. We came into that interview and I was like, oh, he's sweating like he just got off the game of his life. Nothing but pure aura, man. That guy had all the confidence. My God. What was that?
I'm not gonna lie, that's one of my favorite things about interviews, being able to talk to the players fresh out of playing an intense match like that. Like usually, you know, when you feel like you're having a close game, GG's, you're shaking a little bit, you know, feeling like your heart's gonna come out of your chest. Nah, he came in, was like, they're terrible, we were underrated. Like, I respect it, and they proved it though, winning that series. Now Techie, being the team that they are, making the little note that I have for them, you know, like big fan of, you know, Sentinels, Techie in general. Like maybe that's just the angle. The angle is to be able to get there in the first place and to prove all the naysayers. But I need to keep that energy from Blur specifically. I need him to keep that energy.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes, like, I would way rather that. I love the passion. You know what we don't get to see is the little match chat in this point of view. I bet you there's SYB, and they're like there's like just nonstop. Like, I love the rivalship too between some of these people that have seen each other in ladder, Altan, or, you know, whatever it might be. And he said best, they don't scrim a lot. And so, like, they just don't get that opportunity to get these practice reps in and script blocks. Some people go 5 teams a day. But my gosh, Decky, we know you now. All right, I can confidently tell you, you're not going to be the underdogs in every match anymore. But guys, we have another great match heading your way. That one might have been 2-0, but it was a good one at that. And we're going to take a quick break, and then we come to a heater with some consider the best or most fun team in the tournament, Ego Death. We'll be back in just a second.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come fight me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. on those memories, and yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn, we can still fight like the wind and fire, and wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers, no one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time. Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. Ready to unleash it. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters yet again, we are rivals to the end. And rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers, no one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time.
Hope you grab the snacks because we are back and we've got a lot more bangers coming your way. And it all starts right here with what is called one of the most fun teams to watch in the tournament, Ego Death versus Shikigami. Vicky, this is bound to be a good one. I know we've been waiting to see some chaos from Ego Death. Shikigami making up that comeback story from what was in the upper bracket. This is going to be cinema.
It's exciting for both teams around, right? Ego Death because everyone wants to see what they do with Self being on the Black Panther, you know, Sambo on the Venom. Will it work again? Or was that just like a day one strat that the Ego Death could get away with? But Shikigami, I think, is the perfect team to see where they stand, to see how they needed to make the adjustments from that first week now against a team that other teams have already kind of nailed down what they're going to bring out to the table.
Yeah, and listen, Ego Death, they had a tough assignment to go against Envy, and I talked to Sambo after their match, and he said, hey, look, you know, I wasn't exactly, I'm not happy with the results, but I'm promising you we're going to put on a show again, is what he said. And so I think they didn't get some looks they were looking for in that matchup with Envy, and it was just a tough matchup overall. What I want to see from them is, yes, they're the flashy, really fun dive team, but bring it, you know, get a little basics in there. Don't, you know, maybe don't open up with the Black Panther. I don't know. Self is him. I'll let him do, you know, what he needs to do. And in terms of Shiki, just ride that momentum that you've had thus far.
I definitely agree. One player from Shiki that really stood out to me personally was Madara, specifically being on that Vanguard role and seeing how maybe Shiki could bring it together with that. And I believe you and I had talked about Lawrence too at one point. So Lawrence and Madara being those two players that Shiki together, making those adjustments could really bring everybody else on the same level.
Yeah, and their supports. They've got some really solid supports constantly getting. I think Wicca got the MVP twice on Invisible Woman. We just saw Wolfels do a great job as well on Sue. So looking to see some of that if we get some target bans. I think this is going to be some specific target bans between these two. And again, Ego Death, if you don't know, they do ready comms. So instead of everybody, you know, saying, hey, Emma's here, they say ready, set, go. And they believe everybody's going to do their job as they dive into enemy teams here. And we've got quite the cast with Self being known as one of the best, if not the best, Black Panther in the business. And then we've got Zatex, who's, you know, Self is so crazy that Zatex sometimes gets lost there. I think tremendous DPS.
Yeah, if the Emma Frost sneaks by, you could expect Zatex to probably be on that Psylocke. We saw some great Psylocke plays together with Zatex, and then Self also just being the harasser as we get to take a look at some of those highlights here. Yeah, they lost against the series, but man, we got to see some pretty nice flashing moments from Self.
Yeah, and FlyQuest even said in their interview, they were like, what got us was the Black Panther. We don't scrim against that. Like, we're just not used to that level of the Jala, and they showed it there as Zatex is the Punisher King over here. And what I love is Somble kind of complements Self a lot. So if Self doesn't go Panther, he does an incredible Wolverine, and then Somble goes to Thing, and they got the fastball special lined up perfectly. You're going to see some chaos. If this is your first time watching Ego Death, enjoy, because they put on an absolute fire show as we see Human Torch there for Self.
Yeah, literally buckle up and get ready for a ride. And again, I do think it's a perfect testament to see where they stand against a team like Shikigami. Shikigami also understanding and being able to do their homework on what to expect. Further highlights what they themselves needed to do to really fix things here. As you get to see that Wolverine play, it's a bird play. Nope, I'm about to kidnap. Like, that was insane, by the way. When we had to reflect on that, literally.
What ability? I guess I did not read the entire kit with Wolverine, because one of them is just pure flying throughout the map. Absolutely insane here. As we continue on with what is going to be a great matchup against Shikigami and their roster. And as you highlighted, Madara and Wicca, I think, are the two to point out here. Lawrence, though, incredible duelist.
Yeah, you mentioned also, Wicca, Kinetic Flower being another one of the players that I definitely had my eye on. You talked about the backline specifically from Shikigami that were really popping off here, but it's about having that space too to be built up between Madara and then Pride too. Wondering, seeing that they are against Ego Death, will Ego Death be able to get away with rocking some of those compositions that other teams do not utilize because they're easily counterable, especially in our advanced tournament ban system, or is Shikigami going to be able to get ahead of that before the game even starts?
Yeah, for sure. We saw Kuna play a really good Wolf there, not listed, but that in with Storm as well. And they just look at Kuna, perfect timing, just an incredible Wolverine as well. So we have some a little bit more mirror matches. As we said, there isn't as many in Ignite, but right here, Lawrence really showing why we were gassing him up a ton. And they just brought the heat immediately. This was the Shiki game where just right off the bat, they brought the fight to him.
That was so funny here, too. Just being able to see some of these sneaky portal plays as well. Shiki, before they were able to clear out that point against Illuminosity. But it's also a good testament to see where Shiki stands here after seeing their previous matchups and the way that they've been able to run through the bracket thus far here, too. Even Brady, just the fact that you have to think about the Wolverines in general in this double matchup, too. Brady from LG, just looking at the way that he was able to put on a performance versus Shiki, that's something that Shiki have been able to note, though, because they came back and then were able to retake there, despite the Wolverine being a problem earlier on from LG, and then Shiki in the end were able to answer it back to be able to reclaim that second point, even with the Eye of Agamotto. I feel like their ultimate utility, the way that they staggered through, really helped them create this pathing on how to get through certain checkpoints once we get to that second map room.
One thing I want to highlight too is we talk a lot about Ego, but Shikigami, this is a fresh new roster. Yes, it's a popular org, you might know, but they got their spot through the MRI, and then a new team came up here, and they're having to really showcase. And in the interview that Shiv and Dog did, they just said, we're glad we didn't go 0-2, and then we're able to put on a show. Well, they're doing more than that, just like we saw with Techie. I think, again, there's favorites on both sides, but this is bound to be a good one as you have one team showcasing their raw new talent and the other going all in with the dive as we head into the pick and ban phase. I doubt there's going to be any Panther bans, but we'll see if there's any other targets.
AMER Frost off the rip this time around. Again, not too surprising here, which means that Zatek will probably be on that Punisher, not the Salak that we had seen earlier on, before being able to see the protection for the Magneto for Ego Death.
Yeah, absolutely. Here again, one or the other. Oh my gosh, they're looking towards it. They don't want any of the smoke. They got a Black Panther ban. They're shutting down the King of Wakanda. Is this the comp? What? This is crazy. Wow, we saw the self ban.
Dude, the fact that they immediately were like, nah, we're good on that. And Madara even keep paying a little bit of homage, hovering over that Black Panther themselves. But I'm not surprised. Shikigami already seeing what Self could do, being on that Black Panther, and what everybody else has talked about surrounding Self as a topic. They just rather play it safe, especially for this first map.
Yeah, and as funny as that is, but that does use one of their bans up, and those bans are crucial to shut down the full team. Again, Self does play Wolverine, Human Torch. He can flux a lot, but I think Shiki said if we're going to go down, we're not going to lose to the chaos. I mean, did you see that Storm highlight? The guy can go crazy, and they want to play dive. They want to play this. I mean, we just saw Energy play very dive-focused. Logan doesn't need backup. He is the backup approach, so we'll see if we do get that. As Zatex is going to look to play Punisher. But on the top there, ban of Luna and save of Luna for Shiki.
allowing Shiki to be able to take advantage of that Luna, while on the other side, we see the bans on Ultron, now Adam Warlock, and the Torch here too. So no flyers here to harass him from the skies, aside from maybe a Storm.
Yeah, and Ego's going to have their pick of the litter for strategists, really. I mean, maybe they save Invis here. You've got a lot kind of going for you. They can go with a Loki save as well. Again, this is why the Black Panther ban is fun, but you're leaving one of the better... Oh, they're going to go Cloak over Loki. That's going to be surprising. Yeah, they're going Cloak, okay.
Wow, okay. I mean, for momentum, right? Because I feel like Ego Death, in general, having momentum on Cloak and Dagger also really helped them out, just navigating through those ultimates and when to take advantage of that eternal bond. But let's get this started. We got our save and bans.
Yeah, that Terror Cape too, everybody with the ready ghost strat where everybody dives on one person can work well with Terror Cape when you have that damage amplified as everybody's locking in. Again, Wicca, 2 times MVP last time, played a lot of Invis this time on the Luna show. And downtown, we've got Wolverine, the self. Oh, Spider-Man, is he getting... There's no way. I think he's just trying to get us here. But either way, he's going to put on a good time. I mean, it could be. That team up is gone, but look at the Penny Venom Spider-Man callback.
Don't get me excited. Don't get my hopes up. Flipping it on me after day number 1 here, you know, after my experience and taking all the action here in the Ignite series. It's been fun to watch these swap-ups in the spawn room door 2 as we take a look at our very first map.
Yeah, honestly, I wouldn't doubt them running something like this too. Like, they do want to put on a show. Once you get a little taste of the limelight, it's like, oh man, I want to do some more. And Panther not going to be that option, which I'm sure is what a lot of their game plan was around. They haven't seen that Black Panther target ban. Really, we haven't seen a ton of target bans because there is no one trick. Self is not a one trick. Obviously, he specializes in Black Panther, but the guy can play mini. As Krakoa is the stage, and it is our 3rd matchup of today, Vicky. This is going to be a good time.
I love how you highlighted that because Envy did not ban the Black Panther whatsoever. They didn't need to at that point, while Shikigami maybe feeling like they don't want to run that risk as we already get to see some portal plays being utilized with the Punisher turret.
Oh my god!
911, I just witnessed a murder. The way he just even witnessed that.
We saw Shiki do just that last time we saw them. The portal to start. They want the aggression. They want the smoke as Lawrence is showing that from the AR of Punisher. Oh my gosh, what a way to open.
It was the way that their backs were turned to the portal, like waiting for them to just walk up and feeling a little safe before they were able to just unleash the pressure, allowing Shikigami just to plant their feet on this point first.
Oh, we did it. I knew it. I knew they were going to put on a show here. Friendly neighborhood Spider-Man. Peter Parker fans, we have Self going for the dive and the quick combo. And oh my god, I don't feel so good, Mr. Stark.
Yeah, he looked at Luna once and Kuna once and just immediately got deleted. Now Shikigami having man advantage here just in terms of heads taking over the point right now, just cycling around before Self just flies in from the heavens off that web.
Yeah, the thing about Spider-Man is he can come back so quickly, but my gosh, I missed that connection, unfortunately, and that's kind of how they lost against Envy. They took care of the back dive, and then it was a numbers game from there. Lawrence, though, Shiki is looking unshaken. They don't care about the crazy dive that we've been tuned up here. They're doing a great job showing that the stable meta show is doing the job.
You got the rest here with Lauren just putting in even more damage, getting up on the higher ground. Got the turret available to you here too. Don't even need her, gonna back away. Following up from the rest of Shikigami, and they got a plethora of ultimates here. Basically full ultimates on board for Shiki.
Yeah, I mean, they've got everything that they need. This is, again, about to be a light show. The Michael Bay special, as we like to call it, over here as casters. Here is the fastball special, though. I said this is what they like to do. The Thing and Wolverine, they play a lot of the same comps together. And look at Self, he's flying. Peter Pan up, ready to go for that back pick.
Oh, just getting into position, though. Not going to be finding anything just yet. Just waiting for the rest of the team to move up as they have some ultimates themselves. But they're keeping an eye on Self, specifically Kuna, who has just been a problem. But at least with the Luna Snow having the fate of both worlds is going to help you out. Magneto, although the Meteor, Kuna just putting themselves in the middle is going to be the one to take out.
We got great ult there from Soko, but Lawrence doesn't care. He was alive. Unfortunately, the storm there, Kuna was caught in the crossfire. Agamotto, though, coming out from Madara. We've highlighted him a lot. Can he showcase what he can do as the Sorcerer Supreme? And it's a lot of pressure early, but it looks like Ego Death could get them out. There it is. So, with the one-man show of Wolverine.
Wolverine ult coming in, but Kuna still, even after getting taken out first of that fight, still finds 2. That's fine. They're at 99%, still lingered for as long as possible for the flip happen from Ego.
Yeah, both teams using everything in the gas tank to get that fight. Obviously, you know, Shikigami trying to just get the win. Ego Death trying to get the point for the first time. Look at, they're back. First TP out. Second one ready to go. They've got the turrets online. And my gosh. Oh, it's both. There it is. Look at this. Outer portal.
A portal in a portal.
That was insane.
What? They were ready for it too. They were ready just to wait for it to happen.
Yeah, after that first one, I mean, they were like, we're not going to get caught in whatever that mess was again, as Pride is leading the charge on Loki. If he gets his Loki pick early, this would be massive. Forcing out the Lanterns, that's a huge cooldown, especially just for that one elimination prevention here as Sumble diving into the thing, Self trying to get that pick early, but Kuna gets that lock on Soko. That's a big pick early.
Kuna has been able to get all of these entry picks first, these crucial ones at that. Madara backs away in time. Self now just keeps slicing and dicing, but Kuna, once again, the nail in the coffin, preventing Self from getting any sort of momentum. Then you got to deal with the judgment now coming in from Lawrence just to clear out the rest of this point before they end up flipping it in overtime now in their favor.
Yeah, those Punisher ults, they don't ask questions, they end the conversations. And then we just saw it right there as they end the map, get the point, 100% for Shikigami. Ego Death, it was a little bit of trying to figure out their comp. They lost not only the first fight within milliseconds, but then the first point cap, and then they had a chance. There's just no momentum or chance for them. They've got to tighten it up here.
Kuna the popping off out here, not only with the 8 final hits, but following up from Lawrence. It's been these Punisher Storm duos that we keep seeing even from our last series, Cozy.
Yeah, Kuna Matata over here for Storm. I mean, just the 8 final hits, perfect job. No worries for the duelist. As Lawrence, the other shout out that we gave, just showcasing why Punisher is so crazy in this badge. Absolute monster. Again, there's just been no Hella. It's all Frank. You'll love to see it. They have the Omega Hurricane to open things up there. Shikigami probably looking to do that portal right away. Sumble going to cap, though. I've seen Sumble on cap. He does a great job. Again, a lot of pressure. And we do have the internal bond. So we're going to see how they respond after what was not a map 1 they wanted.
That's a good point here. Coming into the second round to see the ult economies and how they stand thus far, having that eternal ball like you mentioned, Soko too with that meteor. Shikigami though, Kuna being on fire with Wicca, being on that Luna Snow just to give that support here temporarily while Kuna now wraps around and has that Omega Hurricane.
Yeah, let's see if they end up using that to open up the fight. They've got everything else now ready to go too. Maybe Eternal Bond into Omega Hurricane action as we have the Eternal Bond coming out from far to open things up. Some pressure on early. Out of can there. Great job there. But we'll see if Soko is going to use this Meteorium now to shut down this dance from Wicca. And here's the eye, Vicky. And it gets a full connection. And oh my gosh, it's the Cat 5. Cat 6.
Oh, clean up on aisle 3. Maybe just wipe the shells off with that. The Eye of Agamotto, the Omega Hurricane. I mean, they're already dead, literally. And Shikigami just let it unleash.
Yeah, shelter in place. I mean, that was a lot thrown at them at one. Shikigami using everything but Pride. They didn't even need to use that at that point. Soko had no chance to even counter Wicca's ult. I mean, that was just all poetry. And Ego really's got to get things going here if they want to continue and move on and keep the dream alive. Let's see if Soko opens up. Or are they going to save this here for Lawrence? Most likely final judgment as the defense.
That was a big first pick from Zatex to get Kuna, being that problem right now too. But then you have to consider the Magneto Soko, the answer to counter the judgment. Ego Death with the clap back finally get to twist this and allow themselves to take the point.
Yeah, not only that, the Control Alt Delete though. They got the Meteor double elim, and then every other person just vanished like right after that. Really good job and patience from him. And Soko, great job just getting the team back sturdy. Self here on Iron Fist. Okay, we might see some Dragon Fury, Cheaper Town Hall. Let's see what we got.
He was on that Iron Fist too from the beginning. It looked like for the second round here. Ego Death now having to cycle through these ultimates with momentum. Gonna be able to get the copy of the God of Mischief onto the Cloak and Dagger in lieu of that Eternal Bond here. Sabo though being able to take that teleporter, just trying to keep splitting up the attention from Shikigami before going right back to the rest of his team.
And this is a Sabo that we know. He's doing a lot better job of staying alive, not completely, getting complete focus, but getting that distraction, making that pressure, and most importantly, getting that space as the Pro is going to be going in here immediately with that Eternal Bond, and Lawrence with the cleanup, now making it 3, and it's going to go right back over to Shiki.
No more cheaper time. I'll put that away here. Self gets immediately answered back here. Ego Death get wiped as Shikigami move right back without spending a lot of ultimates too. They're even about to have the Luna Snow Fade of both worlds here. They have the Eye of Agamotto, Pride 2 with the Magneto Meteor.
Yeah, they got plenty to combo here, and Far is going to have to really look out whenever they've got the Meteor M coming down. Zatex also a final judgment, but again, if Pride can connect this Meteor M, it's going to be the curtain call, at least in Krakoa here. 56, now 60%. Both were locked up as the fight commences, Vicky. Both teams won it. Who's going to get it?
And Far's got the Eternal Blonde. It's going to start off everything here for Ego Death. They lost out also from the beginning before the gap is close. Wow, talk about a save here too. Just allowing Cytix to keep it up, but the Eye of Agamotto has found 3 right after the Eternal Bond has gone down. And now the answer back from Shikigami, giving Ego Death a taste of their own medicine. Self makes a desperate swap over to the Spider-Man, but Lawrence is already done with momentum. Momentum is off the table even after using that God of Mischief, and now dancing around, playing Ring Around the Rosie to avoid that meteor. Not going to find anybody here is Soko, and now Lawrence not only finishes him off, but finishes off Sombo.
Now, Madara there with perfection, able to not only get the insane Agamotto, because they did, Ego did everything right there, but unfortunately, they didn't account for Madara with a huge Agamotto, the big shield, and the finish. And this could be it for Krakoa, as Shikigami looks to hold on and eliminate Ego Death.
Oh, it's just a matter of time, overtime ticking away, and no heads left to touch from Ego Death. Shikigami looking on top here for game number 1.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many storylines going on here. Again, Shikigami, new roster. They just didn't want to go 0-2. They're looking now to make it 1 game away from the playoffs if they can seal this match against Ego Death. And Ego Death, we said one-hit wonder potentially, and we saw the dive. They got a lot of the clips and the Twitter and the excitement, dopamine, but is it going to last? I'm wondering if with the lost shows of sides, if they can choose their side, if they're going to go with a Panther save to start out. But Self was on a lot of characters there, Vic.
Yeah, you also talked about it when we saw that initial ban immediately, that it does take up that extra slot, but then even trying to save, the Black Panther, you have to consider, you won't be able to have a strategist to save then instead here. So you have to consider your backline in that moment. What is enough to give? What should you take away here? But it's a lot of these adjustments that Shiki did their homework. They knew what to expect. Self was also just shut down consistently from Kuna.
Yeah, again, hashtag Kuna Matata is going to be my kind of sign call here for Shikigami. I feel like Self is all the Panthers I run into ladder. You see him with the Lord Panther icon. Panther gets banned, and then it's always Iron Fist, Spider-Man. These heroes that just have high skill ceilings, and Self wants to flex it. That map was just tough, though, to get that done. But I want to say solid play by everybody. Lawrence, though, consistent damage and pressure while you have to deal with Kuna in the sky. That's just a 1-2 punch.
And we're missing the magic too, by the way. Self, adding that to the arsenal probably in their own respective games here. But I definitely agree. Even that meteor that we saw from Soko, and everyone just gets deleted right afterwards. It was a nice retake there, but Shiki answered back in such a great way.
Yeah, that's a great point. That team fight, Ego Death did everything right, and then the Agamotto happened, Madara, and then the shield block, and it kind of unfolded from there, unfortunately. And so they've got what it takes. We've seen these teams now a couple of times. The Shikigami looking to make it now to the next match as we have Ego Death picking the mode and the map. Do we see Panther? Do we have more dive coming? Oh, we're going to have to find out.
I'm excited because they also get to pick what side of the band they want to be on too. If they want to be able to have those triple bands back to back, if they're on the red team instead, is another consideration. Some teams like it. Some teams actually are fine without the triple band back to back. It's usually converse whether which team likes one or the other. But we're gonna have to find out what map we're moving on to for game number 2. Don't go anywhere. We got some more action here for Ignite.
Go, my children. Make yourself useful.
The Eye of Agamotto! Tremble before us! Maximum pulse!
가깝던 높이 날아올라 내 누워진 방바늘을 가로질러 Oh yeah, oh yeah. 필요할 때 내가 널 지켜줄게 간절히 바라면 이루어지는 마법인 거야 운명의 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으면 달빛이 날 비춰와 시작해야 let's go 어둡고 흘러는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸나 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야 좀 더 기다려 I'll be there 쓰러지지 마 끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 결정을 쳐봐 어둠이 떠 날 때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 새기우며 어둠이 떠 날 때까지 새기우며 오랜 시간 간직해온 열망 까만 밤의 빛처럼 빛나 네 눈앞에 바로 어떤 나라 탑을 딱 봐도 superstar 딱 보면 모르나 널 지킬 나란 걸 더 지켜볼수록 점점 빠져들어 카리스마 넘쳐 흘러 oh yeah 운명의 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으면 달빛이 날 비춰와 시작이야 let's go 어둡고 흘러는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸나 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야 좀 더 기다려 I'll be there 쓰러지지 마 끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 결정을 쳐봐 어둠이 떠 날 때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 새기우며 눈이 부신 모든 순간들 지켜내야 해 내게 주어지는 꿈꿨던 너와 나 그래들의 승리와 명예 The fate of it both the world is in our hands 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 결정을 쳐봐 어둠이 떠 날 때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 새기우며
Welcome back, guys, to day 5 of Ignite here in America, and everybody's refreshed, recharged, and I hope you are thirsty for more because we've got another matchup between Shikigami and Ego Death and Vicky. I mean, there's a lot that we saw there, and I'm just thinking Shiki is playing fast and loose.
Man, Shiki is looking great. They've made some adjustments. You talk about building up that roster in real time, and they've also been able to nail down how to isolate maybe the strength, the win conditions that we have seen Ego Death put out before, even with a first-time Black Panther band that we have not seen in Ignite yet.
Yeah, and we're seeing, I mean, this Shikigami roster is being formed in real time. Like, Proda was not playing, they had somebody else, and now that had subbed in. Kuna was not on their starting roster, subbed in as well, I believe. And so we've got a lot of changes happening, but it is working. And for, you know, Ego Death, let's see what they end up doing. They did go with the double ban up top slot again to choose defense. And we have Arako, the newest map, Vicky. Love this one.
I love the music on this map too. I've had a lot of fun on this map. I really like the low to high ground disparity between all points, actually, especially that low hilltop one. But we get to see the save onto the Emma Frost here, looking at Shikigami.
They go Panther here. Hold on.
Wait.
Do they save the Panther? This is there's no way they would use this on Panther. You wouldn't think. He's got Hulk locked in. No, it's Mag. Okay, good. I'm glad we didn't get it away. I'm glad we and who knows, they might go with the back-to-back ban so to keep the, you know, it worked before. Why not do it again?
Oh yeah, they're hovering over it. I wouldn't be surprised. Okay, this makes it the second time we've ever seen Black Panther banned now for a match.
Yeah, you got to take it as a, you know, tip of the cap to your performance and what they've seen. And again, it's just something that teams have not dealt with a ton, and they know that. And this would have been an insane Panther map, by the way. There's so many like corridors and halls. And in fact, when we saw Shroud X versus Nemesis on this was probably my match of the day. It's just there's so much chaos that can happen in this, and chances to retake right before, you know, overtime. But we see a Human Torch save, which is what Self is probably going to lock into.
Yeah, not only do you see a lot of flanking hallways that allow a lot of, you know, this harassment onto the backline to come out, but also that verticality that I mentioned also really enable out the Flyers to have a good amount of cover to weave around too.
Yeah, absolutely here. And they've got the Luna save to end things out. So quite... I love these pick and bans. Much different than what we've seen here from other teams. As we've got our last ban, and it looks like they're going to, you know, get rid of another support, but also strategist, but also shut down what could be the triple res potentially here as we lock in our teams for Rako.
Okay, let's get this set up here. Shiki been putting on a performance thus far. Ego Death, though, this is a team with unorthodox compositions that have definitely left things exciting here too.
Yeah, and I like the approach here. I like the defense first for Ego Death. Again, loser gets to pick the map and the side, and so this is definitely just, you got to know what you got to do, right? If you can hold them, you know the bar you have to beat as we head into map 2. I know Ego Death does not want to lose the Shikigami. Stay calm, cool, collected. You guys are doing great, and we've got a good one heading your way. We'll see if we get the same rolls for everybody. I know that the Magneto last time wasn't really the Master of Magnetism, it was Tragnetism, and we're going to hope we get a different result.
Tragnetism is crazy. Looking at
it is pretty crazy.
From the Magneto and what could be different here too. I really, really like the aesthetics of this map as well, being introduced alongside with Ultron with some jamming music here. I also feel like it's a great position when you're on the defense. You can play a lot more aggressively, working around the angles when you take a look at the spawn room doors for the attacking side.
Yeah, absolutely here. And Zaytek, I love the Iron Man play here. Iron Man, definitely haven't seen a lot of them in this tournament, but good to see them together now. And Self on that torch, so they're going to master the skies. Kuna using that hunting of the animal, what Wolverine has in store for them. And we've got the Hulk again. We've seen some Hulk on this map. We did the other day, Vic.
Yeah, we have. It's great because then you just get to reposition immediately afterwards, whether it be to that high ground too, where a lot of other members here can't really give you that support unless you get jumped there. With Self being able to find that focus onto Madara, though, is going to already set up Ego Death to take control and be a lot more aggressive around that next angle and that bridge. Also have to keep their wits about them and look to their 6, because you know what's prowling about. And Kuna being the problem that Kuna was on that Storm originally, and now being on that Wolverine, it's going to be something that Ego Death have to consider.
Yeah, Zaytex is going to have to be their focus because Iron Man can do a lot, but he also doesn't have a ton of survivability. And so if Self and him are not on the same targets locked in, we've seen it before. And oh my gosh, just like that Kuna from the skies, kidnaps Iron Man, takes them down and gone before I can finish my statement as Lauren seals the deal.
Lawrence is ready. Frame 1 follows right there too, because they didn't even have enough time to call in the Amber Alert to report it in, and then we get to try to witness it again. Kuna then goes right back to the rest of the team just to be able to reset here too. Self still being the problem though. The torch is up in the sky just to help keep up more of that aggression.
You can't do too much of this Gamma Beam because it just leaves you so ready for open fire, but they do have that maximum pulse, which is a great counter to Wicca's ultimate, and Zaytech getting that good payback on Kuna from kidnapping him from the sky earlier, now just putting the overdrive to use and the maximum Gamma Beam, and we're not Gamma Beam, the maximum beam here though, as they put the pressure back on and push Shikigami back.
I mean, the way that they're just pushing them back with all that damage up, but you would think it is, right? Because now Lawrence is going to be able to come out with the rest of Shikigami with that Omega Hurricane, I was about to say, just to cut them off and give Shiki the space. But then you got to think about the pulse. Nice way to kite away to avoid getting hit by that, because that would have been instant KO.
Really good escape, and I like the potential there, but now they don't have it for Wicca's ult. That was great use for Lawrence. Even though they didn't get anything done with it, they did waste the Iron Man ult. Obviously, you can get it back pretty quickly here, but both teams pretty locked in on how much ult they can use here in terms of economy. Ego Death has everything they have at their disposal ready for this fight.
Even better, though, for Shiki, because now Porta doesn't have to worry about that maximum pulse to really utilize that eternal bond with. Now, this is going to help enable Shikigami once they use it, but it's Ego Death for momentum that uses it first here. Shiki will have Wicca and that Luna Snow ultimate here with the fate of both worlds, and at the same time the Psionic Seduction and the meteor coming in. Soko is going to be able to get restabilized with the invisible boundary. Does it land in first here too, as Kuna makes the swap up after getting taken out.
Bummer for Soko. They're unable to get that connection, and Shiki's just playing all gas here. Just so much aggression as they push in here with the Monster Hulk. You never want to see this coming at you when your strategist might be more scary than what we saw in Energy earlier with the Wolverine hunting, as now the DPS are cleaning up, and Lawrence getting that Cat 2, now 3, to push this point and get the first checkpoint here.
Just clearing everybody out as Ego Death now finally back to the drawing board to see if they have to make any swaps. So that was with Kuna, as I mentioned, making the swap over to the Hela, and was immediately able to get a pick off of Sambo.
Yeah, absolutely. Huge clutch switch when the time is right. We see this from a lot of teams. They'll quickly go to a hero just for a quick counter, or they'll stay and might as well use what you get and ult charge up, as Kuna is going to stay there locked on Hela, and it's going to help with Zatex, obviously, in what he's been doing in the sky. Both teams set down to just about 0, with Wicca getting close to that fate of both worlds to set them up in this team fight versus potentially momentum, getting that internal bond as quickly as possible.
Wicca being able to get Data both worlds rather quickly here. Sambo up on high ground, still looking behind. Pride being right there too. Right around the corner though is Kuna, looking for the run back though. Forcing Sambo to just navigate away, but not only that's that, just trying to find an opening here before getting that dive. Lawrence gets that first pick onto Zatex, and then the freeze, trying to get away. Sambo gets deleted in the progress, and they're just staggering through, just looking at the progress here, right here from Ego Death.
Yeah, we kind of seen this, right? This has been stagger from this team that happens when you play dive, and Sambo playing a lot cleaner and great map awareness, but unfortunately a little too late, as we now have the Eternal Bond setting things up. Lawrence going in from the sky, the Omega Hurricane coming down, and we get a limb, but no, here comes Soko. Can he redeem himself? It does not connect, Vicky.
The fact that Lawrence has gotten away twice now away from that meteor too, and now then the attempt from the Iron Man ultimate earlier on before the swap we saw up. It's clean up here once again for Shikigami. Kuna being on this Hela though is the nail in the coffin.
Yeah, God, Hela just doesn't team fight. She hosts funerals. I mean, just fantastic play. And Zatex now swapping, getting that Hela v Hela. This is a callback to MRI a little bit. We haven't had a lot of Hela action outside of the Lina 100 Thieves and a couple other play. But this will be fun as we see the Goddess of Death at her work here.
Literally on brand right here too. If she's attending your funeral, I'll be honored out here. Especially with the way that Kuna is playing that Hela into his positioning. Looking at Ego Death though, taking onto the high ground. Also a good spot to hold just for right now, considering that Self does have that supernova.
Yeah, the supernova is going to be huge here for not only the pressure and the space, but should be able to clean up a lot because they're going to kind of be stuck under this bridge. They know that, though. They're spaced out accordingly. Love the way Lawrence is kind of playing protector over the two strategists in the back line. Far, he's staying tight there and trying to get something going as we have Monster Hulk, though, Bride jumping in and going for some elite limbs, but they immediately just get him down. Self, great job there.
Yeah, Self being able to target that too. Zatex also having that Goddess of Death, but it's about clearing out, being on the bottom end of this bridge first. Nice way for Ego Death to take these different positionings here. Pride is on the way back too with the rest of Shikigami, but they lose out on Kuna just to wait it out.
Sambo trying to hide Venom's giant body behind that little pillar. Gotta love it. Gotta do what you can do there. As you know, sometimes all it takes is one team fight to get everything back in on track. We'll see if this was it for Ego Death. But look at this. We've got Sambo the Venom trying to get chased down, but he flips the script on Kuna, taking her down. That was huge.
That was a great 1v1 to take here, too. And the follow-up as well, being able to be found from Momentum onto Lawrence this time, too. So it's a trade from both angles. Lawrence coming back with that Omega Hurricane, too, as well as Proto with that Cloak and Dagger ultimate, just to be able to close in that gap here. But Sambo's still holding on to that ultimate, just waiting for that opportunity.
Yeah, just about every Q is about to be ready for this fight. And again, it's going to be like a Marvel crossover event. We're going to see if every ultimate gets dropped at the same time here as Pride going on the point, trying to get that space over early. Self still has that Supernova. He can use it, get that pressure. But there we go. We got the Goddess of Death going up. Zatex trying to get an all-important pick in the whole team. Shiki just playing a little hide and seek.
That was a great call out from Shiki, because tracking those ultimates, knowing that the Goddess of Death was available for Ego Death to utilize before, now transitioning through the building. Omega Hurricane, the invisible boundary, the meteor now coming in, finds Kuna instead. No need to deal with an Omega Hurricane if you're Soko, being able to wrap around with Momentum, who had put down that eternal bond in the form of Cloak and Dagger. Now Madara with the Psionic Seduction, just trying to force Ego Death off from that high ground, but they're playing so split up. It's kind of sad and Shiki to really realize here.
Yeah, the time has just dissipated here. And Soko, great job with that connection. It's like Curry from the three-point line. You get one, you can start getting them all as he gets that connection going. Now, Madara is going to get two, though. This should give him enough to get that space. 8 seconds right in time. But this is going to go into overtime. And it's going to be the first team wipe to have it. This is a tough corner, and they should have even potentially 2 fights that they can take if you are going to be Ego Death. Can they do it, Vicky?
Depends on this whole economy here. I'm thinking Lawrence, who was trying to get that Omega Hurricane, but is caught out first from Soko. Then you have to think about the Emma Frost here from Madara, who's just trying to hold the front line together. With Wicca going down, though, losing both of your strategies. Shikigami are losing heads faster than Ego Death, rolling out to put a stop to everything here as they hold their defense.
Luna Snow, more like the losing show with Self there. Great job and a good pick there. I mean, that was really what had the momentum going. They got both strategists and they stopped him right there. That's what I'm saying. Sometimes it takes that one win of the team fight to kind of get momentum back in your direction, and they did just that.
It's even better when the first pick you get is onto the one player that is closest to that ult, and I don't believe Ego Death had any strategist ult to deal with that in that moment of that run. So, and you know how quickly Storm gets that Omega Hurricane, especially when you have that Goddess booth really helping you out and finding those marks. So even better first pick right there too for Ego Death to isolate.
Great point. Crucial fight in the neutral right there. Nobody having anything really, to be able to work up ult-wise. They just both extinguish all of them. And then you've got Self into the snowball from there. Those neutral fights can do so much for aiding the results. And we see Self here coming back to form, 17K on Torch with 5. And if you look across the board, everybody doing a fantastic job on the side of Ego Death, but also Shiki. I mean, look at Lawrence on Thing. I mean, obviously switch around to some characters, but great job there in damage.
Yeah, we saw Lawrence doing a really good job making the swaps that they needed to do. We saw the hell out 1.2. Seeing what we're going to roll out, though, look at Ego Death. You want to be able to ride out with this momentum, especially after letting Sambo rock on that Venom.
Yeah, the triple Vanguard into triple Strategist for Shikigami here on defense. Locked in, and look at them right next to the store. Look at Madara right there, ready for a quick, diamond form kick to the face. We're going to get it right away. We'll have to see as Soko is being kind of pushed back. They were not. Shiki is so aggressive, Vicky. I love it.
Literally, like, throwing hands in the spawn room doors, and then you have to worry about getting command grab from Madara into Pride, having those brute walls available just to help follow up and deal even more damage that you got to think about. That's also blocking out the strategists and their own line of sight and preventing you from getting reset here too. Ego Death now coming out, though, and with Self being on this torch, still putting in a good amount of that pressure, trying to negate that from Madara, who is still holding in the front line.
Huge pick there on the Groot. They did use that rocket respawn there. Again, they've got the triple Vanguard into all this support. So they're trying to get these ults up, and then they can hold the line. But Self looking to get that pressure on early. We do have a rocket ult, and look at that hiding behind the box. Great job to prevent them from being able to burn it down. Love the placement there.
I really like Arako for reasons like this too. You know how aggressive it could be right out of the gates, but you have so much to just kite around as well. Just trying to negate that Sia here. Ego Death gonna be able to come out. Momentum having that God of Mischief, Sambo 2 with the clobbering time, as well as Far now coming in with the invisible boundary.
Yeah, now Ego Death has everything they need. They use a clobber time to slam down, and that's going to force out the Luna. And right now we've got the momentum having, okay, this is a stalemate at the spawn room. Chaos unfolds as we have Madara now with the Immo ult.
The fact that everyone's fighting for their life, and then you have both Luna Snows doing beta both worlds. They're having their own dance off here, and now the other ults follow. They trickle in together. The difference is Ego Death having momentum, having that Loki. They've used up those lamps. They've helped up the sustainability, and self-following up is able to get 2 crucial picks here. Ego Death finally have maybe a little bit of room to breathe.
No more Dragonism, right? As I said, I mean, I think that once you hit one, you get the confidence. Like I said, I think Soko did a good job there getting that rocket out of there, and Self did exactly what they did last time, just followed up on it. Fantastic job there. Again, Kuna, though, going over to Hella now. Keep the switch, and Lawrence on Iron Man for the swap up from the triple Vanguard and strategist to this.
Really, Sambo, who really felt himself after that clobbering time. He's slowly approaching again before he made the swap now over to the Venom, at least to get to this second, or rather this first checkpoint, but getting around that second corner, rather. Lawrence as well in disguise being on this Iron Man. This is a great position to hold too. You have that low to high ground that you could play very split.
Yeah, we have Zatex now with the Punisher trying to counter that Iron Man, and there's the Supernova. Someone's got to get that fire extinguisher, and there it comes right on time as Wicca is able to keep the team alive, copying Pros, Luna, and getting that bid. Both worlds has Coachella out there, but once again, we have Ego Death matching the dance show, and it's just 12 seconds of invincibility.
And Lawrence was out of the range of the fate of both worlds once it was used up for Shiki, so they also lose out on Pride, who was about to have that strangling prison here too. Then you have Self that just keeps holding forward and finding even more of these picks together with Zatex.
Only 1 minute left, and that's all they will need as they claim this point. This is a tough one to get to. We've seen Portals come in last second and win it in terms of Nemesis, so great job. Ego Death looking like they're playing aggressive. A little bit angry, Vicky, after that first loss.
I don't blame them. It's about making a statement here. You know, talking to Ego Death, unsigned team looking to make a statement. Self already up on this high ground with some help. Together here with Soko. To be able to fight for this high ground is important too, because you get to split their attention without giving up too much positioning when you still have that convoy moving forward.
Yeah, again, I really like Torch on this map. He can really just maneuver and use the whole terrain to his advantage. We have ults ready for all of them outside of momentum, and a couple on Wicca using those Luna Snow ults earlier. Oh, can they get the pick? And barely surviving is Lawrence, and here comes the Berserker. But Kuna instead gets traded momentum with the finish, Vicky.
Momentum being on this Loki has made a lot of difference here for Ego Death, I feel like. Not only being able to shut down the attempt from Kuna right there being on the Wolverine, but now making space. Zatex to follow up afterwards. Self is being enabled. Soko having that meteor also to go, as well as Sambo in case Sambo needs to reset their health.
Yeah, and Zatex really just heating up as well. I mean, honestly, when they are on it, Self and him together can go crazy. We're seeing that right now with Frank as he pumps out the shotgun, creating that pressure in space. 2 minutes on the clock. They already got up the hill. That's the hardest part, Vicky. And there's not a lot left in the tank. They're going into immediate invisible boundaries here. Lawrence does have that ult. Will he use it right here?
Frank with the shotgun just backing away. No maximum pulse. You get shut down by Sambo. The meteor then coming up next, and Zatex finding Madara. That's 2 off the table for Shiki. Pride, though, just stalling for as long as possible, and then immediately got booted out. No longer the Bruce Banner standing on top of the field. Currently, this is just all momentum in favor for Ego Death.
They're playing angry, and again, just the ult tracking for both these teams have been phenomenal. I mean, Soko was ready to do that meteor in the moment he even heard Tony Stark whisper a word. Great job there as they're able to clean up a tough part of the point, and this is it. They can get it 1-1. They're playing angry. Let's see if it pays off for them. They've got to win this first bit, and they've got the ults to do so in terms of economy.
They're already moving up here too on the high ground. They're trying to deny this space from Shikigami here, and looking at ult economy, Proto being able to have that fate of both worlds is going to come in clutch, because then you have to worry about Zatex having that final judgment here, as well as Self with the Supernova. But who do you prioritize here, as Supernova is the first to come out? Proto then activates the fate of both worlds, which means they have to really rely on Wicca to get this invisible boundary here to just deal with Zatex and the judgment.
The Supernova just does so much on its. Oh my gosh! He sets up the splash It just does so much on its own. You have to respond to it. He used the ultimate. I mean, right now, Ego Death is looking lights out as they get the clear once again. Only so much time. They got 2 minutes left for the push. Sombo playing on point. Zatex Self, they're locked in.
They're looking so good. And you know, from Shikigami's side, Wicca was so close to the invisible boundary too. Just looking at what Ego Death had came out with that supernova. And Ego Death has so much to answer to. Omega Hurricane now coming in from Kuna, but the final judgment coming into from Zatex. Can't really even show your face. You'll get burned almost immediately here too. Got a mission of that. Looked like we were trying to follow up here from that as momentum now coming in lieu of the invisible and with the invisible boundary. One by one, Zatex and Sabo together find more Shikigami's heads.
Just absolute perfect play from about a minute after the spawn room from Ego Death. And I'm saying Self with Human Torch taking Marvel Rivals Ignite to the literal sense. Insane job from Ego Death to now make this a 1-1.
Dude, that was crazy looking here for Ego Death, man. That was crazy here. Ego Death, wow. The way that they were able to turn that around while Shikigami being able to have a lot more of that momentum on their side after their domination for Krakoa to then turn that around here, looking back around to immediately when you come up of winning that first map, you go in to that second map, you know, trying to ride out that momentum. It was just put a stop to it.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like I could see them all with scowls on their face while they're playing too, just like angry playing. Like it felt like they were ready. They know who they are and what they could do. And again, Sambo promised me a show. They just put one on Arako. Now, 42,000 damage, 14 elims for Self. Yeah, enemies are getting barbecued. That's medium rare.
You can try to ban the Black Panther, but Human Torch on Arako goes crazy here as displayed too. Even with some quick swap ups from Shikigami, their attack looking a little, you know, shaky. They definitely had their moments of momentum. It was really that second point that they had to fight through, truly. But then once they were the ones on the defense, it was so difficult to even hold the second checkpoint. Whereas Ego Death, on the other hand, they held it really nicely when they were on the defense. They held that much more split positioning that forced Shikigami to look like chameleons looking at two different angles at the same time.
Yeah, absolutely. And we see a lot of teams push with those triple Vanguard comps at the spawn room because you get, you know, so many more times to be able to hold that first point, but they really only got that second time and the staggers happen and their team swapping and the character switching. They went, in fact, I think Shiki switched 3-4 times at one point. And so they kind of felt like Ego on the Dom map where they just didn't have an identity for what they wanted to do on defense after what was the locked in triple Vanguard and strategist play.
It's like a really good point. It did look like just not only being able to find out what they wanted to stick to here, but then not able to take care of the problems, man. That dive from Self, even right there, once the end of the Fate of Both Worlds was activated, was insane. Not only the damage output coming out of Ego Death on their attack was fantastic, but even on their defense, holding the position that they did was great.
Yeah, I mean, listen, if control was an art, I think Soko with Magneto just made a masterpiece with what he was able to do defensively. And again, the patience that he was able to have across the board. Really, the big separation there was, I think, the duelists stepped it up massively. I mean, I'm not saying they were non-existent map one, but it almost felt like that. And then that was the Self and Zatex show. And they kind of bounce off each other. Don't you see that? Like, it's one does well and the other one just folds with it. And of course, Rivals, obviously, if your team's getting wiped, you can't solo or anything. But they kind of this deadly duo together. And with that, guys, we have a lot coming. It's 1-1. It's been 2-0 show. 1-1. We have a huge matchup coming between the two. Winner is going to move on. Don't go anywhere. We're going to take a quick break.
Look who just showed up.
burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire, and wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls before the rift splinters again.
What's going on, guys? Welcome back. This is what you come here for in Marvel Rivals Ignite. Our two teams with a dream, and you've got Shikigami and what they did in Domination and Ego Death with the response. And they must have heard the one track wonder, because they've got multiple tracks. They are absolutely showcasing that. But I know, Vicky, I know the viewers out there, they want to see T'Challa. They want to see some Black Panther.
I mean, I want to see some Black Panther, you know, but is it even going to snake by? I feel like Chiki's not going to let that, especially now that we finally have a map 3 on our hands, Cozy. Sambal told you that he was going to make things entertaining. Well, they are definitely making things entertaining for us. We were waiting for this moment, a 1-1 situation now taking us all the distance for a game 3. I feel like now with Shiki seeing that it's not just the Black Panther, it's the torch. Also, I would like to highlight that map dependent too. I feel like we were talking about it before going into Arako, but I feel like that's a really good map for flyers in general. But then you could say the same thing about Kuna being on the storm.
Oh, and another good flyer map, Central Park. This is going to be huge. Usually a lot of Johnny Storm bands here. And I got to shout out, by the way, the whole Fantastic Four. Far had 15k near damage on Invisible Woman and 36k healing. I mean, that was more almost than Kuna had in damage. So just great job from Far. We'll see if we get the same play. By the way, there it is, the Black Panther band. We can get that out of the way. No Wakanda today.
Boo. No, I'm joking. I understand here. Yeah, I know everybody was hyped behind it, but it's completely understandable. From Shikigami's point of view, this is that win condition that Ego Death likes to lean on. That's how they were able to get that first big win within the first week of the Ignite bracket. And now, not going to make sure it's going to sneak by this time around. And looking on the other side, though, the triple ban on the side of Ego Death, getting rid of that Doctor Strange and that Torch.
Look at them both highlighting Torch at the same time. They know, I know this on ladder. I'm like, I'm not having no Torch. And he could just go off, and it was kind of made for him. It launched when he came out, right? So definitely a solid hero. Love the Strange ban here from Ego Death. Definitely a tough hero to play with portal-wise in this. And we know Shikigami, my gosh, do they like their portals, right? So they're just going to shut that down right away. The first Strange ban that I have seen, at least right now in Ignite, I believe. So cool to see some things swap up here as Luna is saved from Shiki.
It's interesting. I think actually it's like, well, like the third one officially, if anything, but still barely anything compared to what we see between Loki, Magneto, Emma Frost. The save, though, onto the Luna Snow inside of Ego Death, and on the other side to match that from Shiki, we saw that too for their save on that Luna. Wondering what that last band's gonna be as they highlight Loki.
Yeah, no triple res, no at least Torch flying up there. Kuna definitely gonna be probably locking in the storm on this one, although showing Squirrel Girl, who can go crazy on this map. I don't think we're going to see her, but can honestly just go wild as both teams are ready to go. We've got the saves of Luna, the saves of him, and the mirrors, and then that ban on Loki to end it. Momentum doing a great job on Loki last time, and I think they respect that now as Momentum is switching over to Cloak.
It's about catching them off guard. When off the rip, Self comes in with that Black Panther band, having to flex over to Iron Fist. I saw at one point the Spider-Man, and then coming out playing for real with that Torch as we get set up here. Shikigami too to reflect that, looking like they were hovering over that Punisher.
And listen, guys, again, this is the old build, not the new build, and so we do see Self showcasing Hawkeye, and maybe we get that Luna and Hawkeye team up that has not been changed in this patch. Now Zaytek's very good Psylocke. We saw Tap go off earlier. We saw that on day 2, I believe, with them. So I'm excited to see if Zaytek does end up playing Psylocke. Great map for that as well, and good little dive that you can use. I think this is actually such a good dive map. Obviously, it gets Envy, didn't work out for them, but you know, they're not playing Envy. It's a little bit different.
Yeah, different strategy here before we get set up at the same time. And I'm gonna be able to see the Wolverine and the Thing coming in from Ego Death.
Yeah, we've got farther on Luna. Self now going to Wolverine. We're going to have that fastball special. See if Sambo throws him in. Try to get Kuna from the sky. Again, I was saying Kuna Matata. There's definitely worries now with Self on Wolverine. Zatex trying to get an opening picking. Taking the side route that could be lethal.
I mean, not for the rest of their days, but at least for this map specifically, they have to wonder if they want to stay here in the tournament now. Both these teams just staying to give another chance in this Elim bracket. Currently, Zatex, well, with the follow-up and the power, by the way, with the mental projection that Emma Frost has, to allow him to try to get even more pressure in. Zatex being able to get away. Ego Death already fighting these two picks onto Shikigami.
Yeah, this is looking like a much different story that we saw against Envy, as now Ego Death has a very clean cap. I mean, that is beautiful. And guess what? They got rid of Doctor Strange. Shiki can portal back. So this is going to be their point. And look at them just put the aggression on. If you're an Ego Death fan, that's exactly what you want to see. And great job highlighting the Emma Frost, getting that team up over to Zatex, letting him do what he does best.
It's about just dealing with all this onslaught of extra damage if you could even get away. In terms of what Kuda could do, can't even fly away. Zatex just keeps up this pressure here, side by side with Self, and they have a bunch of ultimates now coming up too.
Here comes the ult right here. Yep. I mean, they don't have anything to defend this. They do have Wicca. Is Wicca going to use it at the last second? Now all their ults are coming online. So just a little, just seconds too late.
The Hail Mary coming in the very last second, the fate of both worlds, just to enable Lawrence to activate that final judgment. Where are you? Salak hiding in the corner. Just a pixel. They got them out. Zatex can't get away. Literally, if you look at Zatex's direction, just blew up in an instant.
Peekaboo. Yeah, I mean, that was on the millisecond that all their ults came online. Whenever the Psylocke ult hit, I mean, you could not have scripted that more like a Marvel movie. We've got Infinity War unfolding before our eyes. Love this top shot here. This is great to see where everyone's going. You can see Sample there on the top as Venom trying to get that hit, and there is the team up. We've got the Self through the walls of the Ice Arrow.
I'm waiting for it. I'm waiting for the opportunity, especially around this next corner together. See if we can find anyone. Gets a one on Takuna, gets away. The Omega Hurricane online for Shiki. Gonna be able to back away with momentum, just trying to help enable the rest of Ego Death with this Eternal Bond. Here comes a Psionic Seduction here before you try to turn around immediately afterwards. And then Kuna gets taken out. Zatex has just been constantly there to shut down Kuna. Wicca goes down next. The backlines is getting torn apart, while the rest of Shiki are gonna meet them back in the spawn.
Yeah, Madara was doing great, just pushing them with the ult, but in the backline, Sambo and friends just going off. I mean, that was a great performance from Shiki until the backline, obviously, is what you're going to need to stay up. That folded out, and it looks like Ego Death is looking strong, but here comes the Hurricane.
Oh, nice shot right there, too, before the Omega Hurricane comes in to stop what? Because there's nobody left to contest there on the convoy. Shikigami, it's going to have to be another reset here for Kuna to jump off the map.
Yo, one hit wonder. Self's got multi-platinum albums. I mean, he's playing every hero in the game. He's got Hawkeye now locked in, loaded. Zatex has yet another Dance of the Butterflies. Here it comes. We're going to get that back line. There's no strategist ult to defend this. This is going to be a momentum changer. If he can land this on the strategist, they've got to be aware. Both teams very good with the ult tracking, and Zatex just looking for his opportunity.
Oh, no. Oh, we've all been there. Wicca was like, I just showed up right now, and Zatex is not letting loose. Dance of the Butterflies ready to go, trying to get into position right here while holding that mental projection available, just trying to isolate the Loki. Wicca about to have the God of Mischief, and Proto then follows up to shut down Zatex, leave my other support alone. Ego Death, though, Far is about to have that fate of both worlds.
I don't think Zatex was expecting Lawrence to grab him with a grapple hook. He was trying to get out of there. It didn't work out. There's the through the payload and the freeze and the jump and the finish with Self on Hawkeye. Oh, and there's a grapple. Huge to shut down a Hawkeye ultimate, Vicky.
Lawrence can only do so much, though, when the rest of the team is pushing forward and Shikigami are getting torn apart. Yes, you get that one big pick, and now we get a quick swap up because Ego Death, they could run the Doctor Strange.
Oh my gosh, at this point, it's 0.39 meters. They make it barely with the Luna ult. And now we have Self trying to come back with the Strange portal, as you just said. Coming in far, though, finishing off the job on Kuna. And right now, Shiki's just trying to do whatever they can to stop what would be a collapse of a defense. So 3 minutes left on the clock.
But the clobbering time have found 3, and Momentum now finally just got the Eternal Bond. Yes, they lost out on Far earlier on in that fight here, but they have the sustainability to match that. Shikigami now coming out, just trying to stay alive with Ego Death, though. They have wiped them out to take this combo to the finish line.
You could not have gotten what a flip of the story. Like I just said when we opened up, Envy showcased that earlier in the tournament that if you lose map 1, it's fine. You can show what you have with the rest. And we have just seen a lights out performance from Ego Death. In the story, Vicky, has been the backline. These poor strategists of Shikigami. They're getting one big play, but then the team folds.
Dude, it's so hard when you have to worry about Zatex too, and then Self making these swap ups, whether it be the Doctor Strange at the very end there, the Hawkeye from what we've seen. It's already giving the impression that Self probably has every duelist already as a Lord icon.
Yeah, right. No, Self is straight up has played every hero that I've spectated phenomenally. And that's what happens. You know, you get the Panther block, you know, you block it from the people, but then you've got Self going off on Hawkeye. And again, this was the pre-build, so you're getting that crazy team up that has been nerfed pretty heavily, actually. The spell field damage, everything about it. And they're using it to the fullest degree right here, right now. Zatex, too, I think you called it out great. They've got those Echoes. They've got the Emma Frost team up to use just extra damage and to power up Zatex, who's already insane on Psylocke.
About that burst damage there. And I really like the positioning I want to highlight from Sambo and Soko together is allowing them to get these crucial picks off the backline, whether it be Wicca being forced out to use those lanterns, which I think is also really important to highlight here because then that enables the front line of Ego Death to get even more aggressive.
Yeah, without question. And right now, Shikigami has to put on an offense of the ages if they want to keep the dream alive. Again, they didn't want to go 0-2. They won a match. Now they're looking for more, looking for a spot in the playoffs. The winner will get to go to the game to prove that and make that Cinderella story like we've seen happen with Techie happen. We'll see if Shiki can do it.
Oh, look at this position. Zatex just backing away. Did not find an opportunity right there, so called it off, understanding that that just would have been a pickoff onto Zatex instead. Madara down closing in the distance. Pride right there being on the thing, just trying to make the magic happen alongside Madara.
Yeah, I just love watching Sabo run on the walls. It's like just the best visual possible. As Self now is trying to get that poke damage early, trying to get that freeze hit. Ooh, does get that nice slash, and there's trades with Zatex on the strat. And this is the story. We've seen this over and over. Every fight starts with a scream and ends with a backline funeral.
Just pushing them all the way forward with Ego Death now planting their feet, just shoving Shikigami back in the spawn.
I mean, it's a horror movie for the backline. They don't peel, they pounce, and it's just so much to deal with all at once. Even without Panther, they can bounce with Zatex. Self putting on that pressure early with the one-shot potential. This is exactly what you want for Ego Death. You're a fan.
And when you're looking at Zatex right now, too, currently see the Dance of the Butterflies almost active here, and Ego Death have a bunch of ultimates to also try to negate through that damage, but Wicca getting picked out first. Ego Death just keep dwindling Shikigami's time bank away to get to the first point.
In the neutral, too, so lethal. I mean, that's going to be a massive momentum changer as now they only have Bros ult. Obviously, Wicca going to make the way back here. Just a moment. Who's going to use the ults first? It's the practice of patience. It's the neutral fight. Self does great in these. Does he get the freeze down low? I think he popped it off just right. And we've got everything ready for that Michael Bay special.
Ooh, and then they're circling around them. Look on the other side of the corridor. Ego Death are trying to go in for a sandwich, but even right there, through the fate of both worlds, it's not going to be enough to keep Cheeky alive here. He still finds that huge pick too, right through it all here. Self is a problem, and they're trying to isolate it.
Don't forget Robin Hood. He gets some freeze through the pillar with the headshot. That was just absolute beauty. What the hell? That was great. Self. Insane job there. Again, and both teams have their ultimates ready to go. A lot of that was just in the neutral with the abilities. And you know what? You might as well call that team up an ultimate, though. That's insane.
The 1-2 Scooby-Doo with the way that they're approaching this right now. Literally, partners in crimes, the way that Ego Death is now side by side here. They have a bunch of ultimates here. Same thing for Shikigami, though. I'm looking at Lawrence now with that judgment.
Absolutely insane. No scope, no mercy here as Lawrence is now putting on Final Judgment. You've got that combo they look for. You've got to get the win here if you're Shikigami. Self, though, getting that pick on Proda is going to slow things down massively, but 2 for Shikigami, Vicky, as it looks like that a Hurricane is going to come down from Kuna.
Oh, the Omega Hurricane. It's going to be the nail in the coffin, but I like the way Ego Death are just trying to kite away before maybe trying to see if they could re-engage, because Self is the problem, looking to see if they could get an angle here alongside Far. He's going to back up. They're going to be able to give it to them just for right now. The group wall is being put up by Pride.
Zatex went to Strange. I was going to call out the portal, but it was too little too late. Unfortunately, here comes the portal, but there it goes. I like the swap, and definitely a good attempt here, but Shikigami does get the point, and maybe that does turn momentum. Look at Self, just like the limb feed is insane.
Dude, if I was Proto or Wicca, it is lights out. Momentum boomed, mental boomed with the way that even in these neutral fights, Self is still finding these insane pickoffs because it also just slightly staggers that ultimate chart too. You have to consider.
Yeah, every shot just feels personal, I'm telling you, after that first map loss here. But hey, they're doing a good job pushing right now. 2 minutes and 42 on the clock, and you've got a full ego death gather up here. They're going to see if they can chase things. Stumble up top. It was found by Lawrence. Get that damage out fast. I like the swap for Lawrence to Psylocke, and they do have Pride to open things up with the group hug of Groot.
Nice note here, too, with Everfrost being available from both sides. Mental projection being able to be utilized from both sides. Soko first uses the Psionic Seduction here first, but the group walls from Pride does help alleviate more of that pressure away from Shikigami, as now together in the fate of both worlds, they move all the way up to get aggressive.
Yeah, it's the Luna show right now, and Soko is just riding the dance floor with Zaytech all the way up to the spawn. Very good flip there, and not using everything. They still have Self now, who has swapped over to Wolverine, and all you need sometimes is just a Wolf ult to get the entire job done. Zaytech's also about to get there for the Dance of the Butterflies. They have what they need to hold a little longer. Shikigami has just about everything
to try to counter it, but sometimes it just has not worked out for them. You can hear the Psylocke though try to go invisible. Zaytech would just meet up, or it's just up on the high ground here. Looking at Sambo too, who's also just trying to run around on top of these walls before diving right back in. And Momentum with the Eternal Bond can keep them in this fight here. It's activated first, and Self finds that first pick onto Pride.
Yeah, Pride has now had that Groot ult now for 3 different battles, and unfortunately just a good swap there from Self, switching and look at Momentum with the Terror Cape double Elim. I mean, it's just the perfect counter show, and everybody playing their part to perfection right now. Ego Death has a minute to advance and completely wipe clean, and they promise to show we're getting it right now, Vicky.
I love this from Ego Death, and that was after they had lost out on that first map. And look at this complete shift of momentum now as Madara just comes out. It's a diamond immediately. Self gets the kidnap over to the back end here too. Activates the Enrage here, just trying to swipe around, deal enough of that damage, and still trying to isolate. Fate of both worlds now activated too here as the Omega Hurricane comes out. It's the insurance policy just to enable this to have even more of an impact from Kuna.
Yeah, big Elim on Zaytech there before they could ult. That was huge. And the pick early to clean things up with Kuna Matata over there, finishing up, getting the limbs on the supports in the back. And now they're able, this is what we just saw in point 1. It was a struggle, and then they got things together. But there's going to be one more fight. Ego Death could end it all right here. Shikigami, though, Bindo break. They got 3 ults to get the job. Never saw the Groot ult. Now it's Thing. We'll see if Clobbering Time setup can get something going.
You have time here. Far's also about to get the fate of both worlds here. Zaytech just tries to find an opportunity through the back. They know Wicca does have that God of Missile that he just used up right now too. Trying to isolate and fight where Zaytech is. It's a fate of both worlds that is activated now. Far too. It's a dance off from both sides here, and that's the Loki that's completely concealed with that fate of both worlds. Sambo comes in though, gets the double of the Venom ultimate, and then Zaytech is the nail in the coffin, the finishing blow to sub any chance Shikigami has at life in this bracket.
Right, literally the Luna show. I can't believe the Luna Snow to the Lucent show. The Delusion show. Double Luna Elim right there from Sambo. Just munching up with the symbiote. And welcome to the jungle. Ego Death, who hunt and dive their prey, got it done, and they are advancing. Vicky, what just happened?
The best counter that Sambo could have done in a moment like that where it mattered, where the countdown was all the way going down here, was perfect. Up the Venom and the Tether, and then the follow-up through the dance party. Fate of both worlds put a stop to it. But even better, man, Ego Death is such a crazy, entertaining team to see. Completely unorthodox comp, and they're able to make those adjustments. Whereas last week, everyone was looking at them, all right, the Black Panther from Self, etc. But we saw the Torch. We saw that Wolverine again coming in from Self, and we saw a performance from Zaytech.
Yeah, I mean, Sambo only had 2 deaths there. We saw Sambo die twice within a millisecond against Envy. So what a cleanup job on this map. By the way, is where they lost against Envy in match 2. Just a phenomenal cleanup job there. Zaytech too, just completely putting on a show as well with Self. Again, this duo plays together. Every single chord was striking for the perfect harmony, and Far and Momentum carried great momentum. Even without Loki, was able to get the job done easily with Cloak. There was just nothing they did wrong.
And welcome to the Americas region. Like, are you not entertained? Like, how many of these Venoms have you seen being able to put on a performance to follow up with the synergy that they have with their duelists together? It's just been crazy to see, even with Zatex being in a very aggressive position, to constantly harass Shikigami's backline.
Yeah, I mean, America, welcome to Self. One of the new, just hot rising players who seem to play just about anything. And it's crazy because Zatex did such an insane job too. But I saw every hero that Self played under his wing. And great job. It just seemed like Shikigami could never get all their ultimates together. I mean, the Groot ult was like 3 team fights, and then they swapped a thing, and it was done.
It was that Luna shish kebab. It was like the god of mischief that was dancing together, and then your Luna just completely obliterated. Like, no one was able to help each other out once Samba was pushing on there. I feel like it's great to also highlight, like what you just said too, aside from Self being able to swap into these different duelists, that quick swap and awareness probably communicated between this team to go to the Doctor Strange and make that portal at the time that they did, just help them re-engage perfectly, and then help the players that were still left on the cart at the very end to kind of way to disengage and then re-engage together with the rest of the team.
Yeah, and the quick swaps, you know, Self is going crazy on Hawkeye, but goes to Wolf quickly to counter completely the Groot on the other side, like just giving them no chance. And then how poetic to obviously have, you know, Somble in things with a triple followed by Zatex triple. And that was it. That was the dive masterpiece finish as we see Ego Death move on. And this is not just like America's team that they like watching. I mean, I've talked to streamers, I've talked to other pros, casters, players in the tournament. They love Ego Death. They're a fun squad.
They are. And, you know, another player I want to highlight, I mean, we could highlight all of them in general, but specifically Soko was putting in so much damage on that Emma Frost. And yes, of course, it helped out with Zatex too, being on the Psylocke and being able to get the illusion, but Soko was a problem.
Yeah, and this team has had nothing but momentum after that first map loss. And speaking of momentum, we've got momentum here for an interview. And I've got to say, right off the bat, absolute huge congratulations, Momentum.
Thank you.
I mean, talk to me about how you're feeling as you advance now just one game to the playoffs. You guys, you know, put on a show day 1 and then you go, or day 2, and then you lose to Envy, and people are saying, okay, was it a one-trick wonder? Was there a surprise? Like, tell me about the identity of this team and what is going on behind the scenes there.
Yeah, so when it comes to FlyQuest, we knew we were going to beat them. Envy, we just we didn't really play well, but today and like all our matches moving forward, we can basically play really anything, and we will win as long as we don't lose ourselves in these matches. And we're just a really, really strong core and a really strong unit. And so I think people will keep doubting. That's fair, but we'll keep winning.
Beautiful said.
I like that a lot. I like the energy too, you know, just being able to let everyone know, like, you know, we have multiple compositions that people aren't expecting, which means that you guys moving on after beating Shiki will put you guys in the run back against FlyQuest. And you said that you feel very confident you guys could take FlyQuest. We actually talked to one of the members of FlyQuest earlier on, and they're looking to get the run back. How does that make you feel?
Let's see. I don't know. Honestly, we're prepared for it. We're prepared. We can let them think what they want. We'll win anyways.
You opened it. You said we knew we were going to beat FlyQuest. Well, you know, that confidence is what you're going to need. Again, if you can beat FlyQuest one more time, you guys are advancing to the playoffs. And we just talked to Techie, but you guys as well. Just so cool to see this team gather up and do what y'all are doing in a completely different way by putting on a show. And, you know, tell me about, you guys haven't been in the big lights per se for Marvel Rivals Ignite, but when you're down one map, how do you keep everybody calm? Who's on the comms keeping, you know, saying, hey, we know who we are? How do you do that with everything on the line?
It really just comes down to, if we know we didn't play well one map or the first map, then it's like, okay, we need to just mentally readjust, focus up, and we know what we need to do, and we kind of like mentally rehearse and even talk about like, hey, this is what we're gonna do, guys, this is what we need to do. And once you start getting the little bit of flow going at the beginning of a second map, and you start to realize, oh yeah, we remember exactly what we need to do, and then it starts from there, and we kind of roll them.
I really like the trust that you guys have within one another. Like you guys letting Sambo rock what he does best, you know, being on the Venom. Can you talk about a little bit on how to trust your teammates here? Like whether you know that they're cooking up something. I know there's communications for you guys too, but having that trust that this could work even if other teams are not running it, that's what makes you guys stand out across every other team that we've had thus far. What advice would you give to somebody who's looking to find that trust to somebody who may not be playing something that's meta?
When it comes to stuff that's not quote unquote considered meta, it really comes down to just you as a whole team has to be in full agreement that this can work, and you have to see to it that y'all practice with it and don't immediately pivot off into random comps if it doesn't work for a day or for a few scrims and so on. Because no matter what, wins or losses in scrims doesn't matter. It all comes down to match day and when you're prepared to play the quote unquote off meta stuff.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, listen, meta's just a fancy word for opinion, and you guys are showing that you can. Rivals is beautiful because you can play so many different comps. There's so many duelists to get the job done. I have to ask because the people, they're like, we want to see the Wakanda King. When Panther's getting banned, is Self on the comms like, visit? Can you hear his anger, or is he like, that's fine? You know what? We have our backup plan.
Nah. I mean, if they ban Black Panther, they've lost. That's just what the whole comms like. The moment the enemy team bans it, we won.
Yeah, I was saying that too. I told Vicky, I was like, they got rid of Self's Panther, but in return, there's so many other picks and bans that you could go at that position. All I've got to say is we're so excited to watch you guys have that matchup again versus FlyQuest, a team that you've already beat if you're just now checking in. And during this off time here, as you guys gather yourself up, what are you going to do as a team? Are you going to scrim? Are you going to watch? How do you prep for such a big matchup to get into the playoffs?
Let's see. We'll probably do a VOD or two, and depending on when our next match is with them, a scrim. Yeah, absolutely. Nicely
done. Well, hey, Momentum, enjoy the momentum your team showed and enjoy the win and tell everyone good job over there. We appreciate you coming on. And again, congrats.
Thank you. Y'all have a good one.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Love it. Vicky, that was quite different from the techie interview and the way that, but the confidence was still there. I got to say the confidence was still there against FlyQuest at least.
I like the insight though, because not only like following up, this is literally a team that's carrying the definition of high-level Marvel Rivals dive composition. Like they're still sticking to what feels good for them, trusting if you're not playing something that's quote-unquote meta, what do you need to pick up or what do you need to play differently around the different hero compositions that your team is bringing out. If you know Sambo is on the Venom and you know Sambo is doing Sambo things to follow up, split attention from the backline, you're gonna need to help out Sambo so that way there's impact there. And Momentum understanding that and giving their own advice, if you banned Black Panther already, you've already lost is crazy. That's literally starts at the ban phase. It's all about mental game.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they showcased it right there. It's easy to say dive is not great right now. Dive is dead in this meta, but listen, it comes down to a practice team comp and what you can pull off here at the biggest stage. We're seeing it done on this stage. We're seeing consistent play from Sambo, Venom, and Captain America. We're seeing crazy plays from the duelist. Momentum showing what he could do on Loki, but Cloak as well, and a great job with that interview. But we're not done yet, guys. If you thought that match was crazy, we've got one more today. We've got Shroud X, who just narrowly lost to Nemesis versus Nightmare. Guys, don't go anywhere. We're going to be right back.
Oh yeah, 필요할 때 내가 널 지켜줄게. 간절히 바라면 이루어지는 마법인 거야. 분명한 소리 들려. 여기서 저기서 날 찾으면 달빛이 날 비춰와. 시작해야 let's go. 어둡고 흘러는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸는 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야. 좀 더 기다려. 쓰러지지만 끝까지 일어나야 해. 어딜 가든지 극복해. 힘은 너에게 있는 채워지려면 꿈꿔왔던 너와 나 그리들의 승리와 명예 The weight of it both the words is in our hands 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 작품을 쳐봐 나도 믿어 나래까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 오면 어둠 있다 나래까지 세계 오면
Remember the dusk, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Blink and open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift winters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise.
What's going on, guys? Welcome back to day 5 of Marvel Rivals Ignite, living up to the name as we just had a fire matchup between Ego Death and Shikigami, and we go to our last match of today, and it's a good one. We have Shroud X versus Nightmare. And Vicky, we've seen both these teams play. I'm excited to watch them again go head to head.
Dude, they've also made a few adjustments themselves, right? I got to hear the Hydron interview, looking at Dogman and Shiv, take that over here. But Hydron flexing to that Vanguard, really popping off stat-wise, even though he's the duelist. And being able to flex right there, too, Hydron himself was like, this is what's great about this game. Being able to swap whenever I need to help out the rest of the team, give them what they need. So I feel like Nightmare has definitely been able to study and figure out what they need to do better here.
And this will be a big test for them because Shroud X definitely a team that is very well. They've got a lot of synergy together. Again, if you missed that game against Nemesis, it was back and forth on every map, on every point. It was so tight that it could have been either one advancing. Shroud X finds himself right now facing elimination versus Nightmare. Now, Nightmare, again, they've got this new team ready, and I think you highlight that perfectly. What's great about Rivals, you don't have that roll lock, so you can adjust on the fly. We saw him do that. His Doctor Strange was crazy the other day. I watched him, honestly, just put insane numbers up there.
It was funny because you and I, when we first, I think it was our first series ever for week number 1, and we were talking about Nightmare, we were hyping this up. That was before we saw different role swaps from the independent players on Nightmare. And we were talking about Hydron, then we see Hydron again later on in that same week, popping off on the Doctor Strange, making that quick swap off was fantastic.
Yeah, absolutely, guys. And hey, listen, we saw a little bit of Iron Fist in the match before with Ego Death. And hey, we've got some Iron Fist skins ready to go alongside Moon Knight with the fire that represents Ignite with Iron Fist, Binary Fist. And Vicky, we have a Moon Knight, Phoenix, Knight. Both of these fire skins.
Oof, I love it. Rising from the ashes, embracing the chi out here too. I really like that Iron Fist skin. I'm probably going to have to get that Moon Knight skin first though, right beforehand, just because I want to feel the fire in my veins when I put down that Moon Knight ult.
This is going to be available on June 20th. I believe this is going to be in just later tonight if you stay very late. But we've got, and with Moon Knight, the guy just oozes aura. And so all of his skins are great. But this one, This one I might have to cope up and play a little bit. And hey, you just got a health buff too, so you can flex to Khonshu and show him what's up. Either way, though, we are going to jump into Shroud X Nightmare. And if you look, watching both these teams, Vicky, we've seen them both. What do you think is going to be the key to success for both?
I feel like not only those slight adjustments we're talking about from Nightmare, because I feel like this is going to definitely be harder for Nightmare. Shroud X being the more consistent team, especially with that insane series they had versus Nemesis that even put them in the lower bracket in the first place. But some players specifically on my mind when I was watching them, Fidel was the one strategist that had, I think it was like, what, 82k or so on the Luna Snow, one of the games that we saw Impunity too as well, putting in a good amount of space when they were on the group few times, but there's a lot of standout players here for Shroud X.
Yeah, we talked about it in a show we had off air of our players of the week. I had Impunity as my player of the week. An absolute crazy job on Strange, but also Vision was popping off as Hella. We said we didn't see a lot of Hella play this tournament here at Ignite. Well, we definitely did from Vision. Their 1-2 combo with Doomed is just something to see.
Yeah, the only thing I'm worried about, we look at Dogman right now, and Dogman on Arako was a really big miss on that mag ult. Learning from their mistakes here, just approaching to see which maps we'll be playing on first here. Obviously, domination for map number 1, but learning from those mistakes just so that way you can try to iron out, be a little bit more cleaner on your targets.
Yeah, and Doomed, who also plays Duelist, flexed over to Strange for that fight and did insane on that map. We're seeing kind of a page out of Hydron's book as well there. And so both these teams have the talent to win individually for sure. Can they put it all together? We're going to have to find out in just a moment here. But the entire team doesn't have a weak link, and that's what you love to see if you're Shroud X. And we're seeing it with these clips. This is the Adam pick. Loved it. These are chaotic matches. If you have not seen it, you got to go back and watch the live feed.
So it's good. So many good moments. Great action coming out here for that first week as we get to take a look at those highlights, but also take a look at Nightmare here. And Nightmare, we talked about Hydron just a little bit here too, but just being able to find out where you need more help in terms of what position you want to play on the team has helped them be that flexibility that they needed.
Juker is a fan favorite too. I know people love Juker. He was going off on Human Torch and really did a good job showcasing that he can do not only a little Adam Warlock in the triple res, but also turn up the heat with the Torch, and definitely has been great for this team, alongside Hydron.
Aside from that too, you see Juker being on that Adam Warlock as well, that res comp that we're probably going to be seeing here, I'm thinking. Sleep A being on that Mantis too. Nightmare have a lot they could take out here. Aurora having their own pop-off moments too on the Magneto, and then this is the Juker clip that you were also highlighting being on that Torch.
Yeah, Aurora and Hydron, their Vanguard numbers were absolute insane. Yes, whenever they played last, looking at just the comparative stats, but also the performance out there on the field, as we're seeing a little bit of a hint right here. These Augmotos were absolute perfect on point. If you're looking for some insane Augos, you're about to get it.
Oh, I can't wait to see how that's going to play out together. It's like a wombo combo perhaps here for Nightmare, but it also depends on what we're going to be seeing in terms of the bans. That first map too, really influencing what these teams want to play first.
Yeah, and listen, Shroud X, some of the story, the chatter, if you will, the gossip has been they can win, but they can't win the big ones, right? And this is a pretty big one to advance to what would be a clutch spot in the lower bracket to punch in your spot for the playoffs. I know they want it. I know Shroud wants it for sure too for his team. Shroud is still a sub. Maybe, just maybe, he'll flex in. But right now, we've got our matchup, Shroud X versus Nightmare.
Imagine, that would be crazy out here. It's going to be great after Shroud X put on a performance within their last series once again. And Nightmare looking to make the run right now after they were sent down to the lower bracket after just the first match.
And once you know, it's Krakoa. Everybody, welcome to the Hellfire Gala. We've got a full show today as the Mag and Emma band trade-off is happening as we speak. Not mixing up too much here from the huge.
Okay, going forward though, Shroud X looking to protect. I'm wondering maybe one of the strategies. Oh, it's gonna be the Magneto. Yeah, Magneto obviously coming out from the gates immediately here. Gonna be understandable considering that they won't be able to have Emma Frost. Same thing from the other side here. Loki's gonna be that next band though, looking at Nightmare.
Yeah, Loki's always good to get rid of. I know Nuck has played a great Loki, as well as both Fidel and him can play a mean Loki. But I like that they did shut down the Mag. Aurora did a great job, but Aurora also played Emma, so they can do both too. They don't need one or the other, and so you're gonna get one of those two with this new system.
And you know that once the AMER is active too, you have to consider the mental projection that we've already seen within 3 series today alone. Torch is going to be the next one banned, though. Some homework being done on the side of Shroud X.
Juker fans are in shambles. They wanted their Juker playing Human Torch. I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry, but maybe we'll get it on the next map. We do have Wolf being banned. Doomed plays a disgusting Wolverine, so that's obviously a bit of a target there. Vision can play him as well, but we definitely see a little bit of target banning going on right now. These teams have done their homework.
All right, this is what to expect going into the second week. Everybody's played their matches respectfully. What to see and what to study here is the Invisible Woman is the 3rd ban for Red Team.
Yeah, Micah's going to be playing Cloak. We've seen that now time after time. Great Cloak and Dagger player and very solid at what they do. Invisible Woman getting banned and the save themselves for Cloak, which once again we saw Fidel play Cloak and just completely pop off.
You get an Eternal Bond. You get an Eternal Bond. Everyone will be safe in the Eternal Bond. That is to say, the team, though, that is able to rock the Magneto looking at Shroud X will be able to have a little bit more of that tip of aggression when it comes to these meteors against the Cloak and Dagger.
Yeah, no Juker Nova for now, but he did play a pretty mean Adam Warlock, and I think Shroud X knew they were going to go up against a res comp. Funny enough, history finds a way to repeat itself. Nemesis played the res comp against them in the first Dom, and they had to eliminate them twice. Again, they get that free revive, Adam, Mantis, and Star-Lord, and so it's kind of the same story they saw up in the upper bracket.
And luckily for them, though, they have gotten a good amount of practice against that res comp, seeing how that's going to play out. First map, of course, starts off on Domination 2, as once again, we are making our way to Krakoa to start off our last series of the day.
Absolutely. Again, first map always Dom. Second map is Loser's Choice as we enjoy the sunset here on the final match of today. Looking just at the fireworks that are going to be for one of these teams, while the other go home and send. Oh, you get a little friend joined up too, ready for the action. The show's about to start.
Getting his little buddy out here to witness the fireworks, the performance that's already about to be put onto your screens here. It's been a fantastic day of matches. Nightmare versus Shroud X to end the day here.
Yeah, W to all the observers and spectators. Just a shout out to them. Great job behind the scenes as we start things off. Hydron on that Strange. He's excited. He's bringing the fight to them with that triple res comp. Here comes the action.
Oh, opening things before letting everyone jump through, before looking behind them here. Just trying to find an angle up on the high ground instead.
Yeah, and if you play Groot, I want you to watch Impunity. I'm telling you guys, this man is a lethal tree. It just completely dominates damage. Matches what those of Duelists can pump out. Now we do have Vision here on the turret. Right away sees the Vision to get the E-limbs to open up that point. Can they open and get a strong start? Again, they do have to deal with the reses, so they've got to win twice, Vic.
And they dealt with the turret at the very least here, and also understanding what they need to do to cycle through those ultimates once they have to deal with the second wave of res comp shenanigans. Nightmare just kind of caught away here. Aurora putting in the damage, boosting up that beam to 100. Have to worry about it as C4 was already first picked, already comes back, and currently Vision, being that MVP player that we keep highlighting here, just keeps putting in the pressure here for Shroud X.
We're seeing right here, Vision's getting those picks, but then they revive, and then Juker did get the elimination to trade. Doom, though, is going to take out Juker. Juker revives, but it's Shroud X doing what they did last time against Nemesis on Dom. They're able to get multiple elimination after elimination. The point is almost Nightmares, but here comes the Agamotto from Hydron, and he's able to kind of change it up a bit, but Doom finishes off Sleep.
Agamotto is crazy. Off of that there too, they immediately try to retake the point. Nightmare single-handedly off that combo, off the contest here from Hydron, allows him to take that point first.
Hydron has put out some of the craziest magic we've seen. In magic, I mean through Doctor Strange and the Agamottos that he's pumped out. I gotta say, the entire Avengers cast gotta be proud of him at that point, because that fight was about to be lost and he was able to flip that insane job. We do have Final Judgment, though, with the entanglement from Groot, and we've got the support to follow. This is about to be a lot of ults here, Vic, for the team fight.
Get ready here. They start off with the prison and the psionic seduction right afterwards, but with nothing to help them out here. Juker's trying to hide in the corner with the res. It's found 3. They're half health here too, but they try to look for the re-engage. Hydron is backing away just a little bit. This gives more time to Shroud X just to keep their feet here on the point, but now they have to worry about the legendary.
Yeah, good res there, keeping everybody alive. Dongman trying to play a little bit defense there from the legendary to counter that completely. And just like that, Dongman is doing a great job getting rid of the fight and getting the elims, the final hits, and putting the period. That is the statement of capping that point. Great job there from Shroud X.
And that was with them shutting down the legendary attempt from Nightmare. Great way to just reposition themselves before they were able to retake the point and holding this more forward position here thanks to that Groot helping them out.
Thunder Groot is just the most polite crowd control in the business and the deadliest.
Can't even get mad, not even a little bit, before Impunity just starts putting on an onslaught of damage with these Groot walls, though. Then you can get just a little bit mad here. Fidel does have that invisible boundary, taking in a lot of damage here. It's going to start things off with Micah, going to be able to use that Eternal Bond.
Look for the Agamotto. Hydron's about to have it yet again. It's online, ready to go. The pressure's on. The Terror Cape is out, and here it goes. They got the block and the 5-piece. Here's Hydron pumping off once again.
Oh, and then the falls right afterwards there, too. Doom then looks at the rest of his team wondering, where did everyone go? Well, you could ask Hydron that question. Shout X, then get deleted to another reset as Nightmare retake.
Absolute beauty. I mean, even with ults firing away Hydron, I mean, he is known as the duelist, the lethal duelist, but it doesn't matter. He's playing such an elite strange. And look at Aurora as well, just double Vanguard madness. And Vision doing a great job there down below for Shroud X. 55%, 67%. This is anybody's map, Vicky.
Now trying to retake here, having that Strangling Prison available, looking at Impunity as he opens up with that, finds two immediately in it, and then the Wobble Combo from Vision to immediately activate that Judgment does find Hydron. The problem here, as Nightmare forced it back away, losing out on Juker, there's going to be Shroud X just retaking this point for now.
Yeah, they did a good job staying alive, though, through that final Judgment and Vision. You know, I am kind of I'm impressed with that job. But the portal coming right away from Hydron. He wants more of this heat, this action. He's halfway to the Agamotto, just in case you're checking. We should have an Agamotto lower thirds, keeping track of that at all times as they jump into the point for the next match.
Oh, and they immediately also jump Nook and Fidel here. Vision's the next one to fall like a pair of dominoes. Nightmare now just slowly move forward, and they look like they're just splitting the attention from Shroud and also just trying to force them to reposition and isolate them.
I mean, that was a perfect example. Sleep got eliminated, Rest, and then eliminated Doomed. Like, it's just so hard to contest with triple res and the constant crazy chaos that you have to unfold. You have to play near perfect, especially in domination, to get the job done. 82, 83%. They have to lock in. We've got a lot of ults to res. Look for Juker. Can he hide? Can he get it off? That's going to be the big point of the fight.
Just wait for it, taking away. Got less than 9 seconds now, and Nightmare got everything in the bank for them. The Psionic Seduction is the first, though, forced out here. Shroud X, though, just holding these different corners, and now Nook using the Eternal Bond as Nightmare trying to answer back with the Agamotto. Sleepy then follows up. Micah finds that pick onto Dogman here. Nightmare having the body advantage.
Great Agamotto, but Nook did keep the team alive there with the Eternal Bomb, but each team trading, and Hydra picking up where he left off. I mean, you heard of Doctor Strange. This is Doctor Straight Up Diff. Incredible job. Nightmare takes the first point.
Dude, that's Sleepy, by the way. I saw that Mantis popping up on that KO feed, literally clocking heads out here, too. Beautiful flow from Nightmare for that first round.
Yeah, no AI needed from Sleep there. Putting people to sleep himself. Great job on that team. And the entire, I mean, look at just the performance from everybody. Lights out. Micah again with that MVP, getting 17,000 healing. Map 1. If you're Shroud X here, I think you played well. You have to play perfect, Vicky, against Rez. It's just such a tough matchup.
Yeah, you have to be ready on where they're going to be able to come right back in, so that way you can at least put in more pressure through those certain chokes. And Hydron's been pretty on top of it, and combine that with the Emma Frost, it's enough CC to just force them to trickle and essentially in that congested spot be side by side just to allow Aurora to follow up.
Yeah, great point there. And again, lights out for both these teams who want it so badly. The doors are about to open. One team and Portal Land, save it. We'll see what's about to happen for map number 2. And again, they're going to just have to have laser focus on Juker at all times. Juker's got that res, can keep the fight alive. But Shroud X has plenty in the tank here with the invisible boundary into the Meteor M.
Good point here. Though having that invisible boundary, though, may be the key in just trying to retake this point first. Very crazy to see how Hydra was able to reset. C4 will be able to come right back with the res comp. Unity putting in onslaught of damage here. And Dogman also does have that Meteor ready to go, just looking to see where Nightmare is going to do here.
Yeah, C4 already used his ult, so he doesn't have to save it for the defense if he doesn't want to. 29% now for C4, so they don't have to have it. Impunity, though, with that entanglement. There's the board again for Juker. Do they have eyes on him? Dogman going down, though, to Emma. That's going to be a crucial wipe.
Oh, but off that res there too. Sleeping just comes right back as well. Even with Impunity, though, putting in all this damage. Doom to follow up. It took everything from Shroud X just to put in the damage before they were able to come right back together. But the Psionic Seduction still allows them to keep contesting on this point versus Shroud.
Insane ultimate from Impunity there, getting everybody together in Doom to finish them off. Great job, but it just did not hinder it. The point hasn't even been capped yet, as we're just having both teams fight relentlessly here on the point. Shroud X trying to take it now. We've got the portal out for Seaforth, and there it is. Impunity, though, finishing it off and trying to get this point for themselves. They are going to cap.
Hydron showing up to the party late off that portal after he was taken out earlier in the fight, just to be met with Vision once again.
Yeah, and a lot of momentum here for Shroud X. They could set up. Vision plays a lot better when they're not trying to get the point, but he could set up and get in these off angles. Maybe hide behind a tree stump. But great job from Impunity, not only getting that team fight win, but now he's charged up back to 60%, ready to go. We have Legendary online, and Dogman does not have the defensive ult. That's going to be huge.
Well, that's a good point here, too. Also, looking on the other side, Vision having that Goddess of Death to see Hydron here, who's got the Eye of Agamotto, looking to try to get into position now as Doomed activates the Omega Hurricane. Legendary now comes in to just retaliate. Rora's going to be able to find Impunity. It's a trade-off off of Sleep A, though, who will go down without taking advantage of the Solar Surgeon that could have come up that fight.
Ooh, it's a trade of strategists. If you're a strategist, man, you're feeling bad for these people out here. Both strategists going down, but guess what, Vicky? One has the res. They can revive from the fast, but the other cannot. C4, great job with that Legendary, and Juker picking up the scraps.
And Juker been in a good position, too. Has that res available as well after getting everybody right back together here. Nightmare, once again, reaching that 15% threshold looking at Shroud.
Look at these shots. I mean, Juker... I get why Juker Nation is thriving and alive out there. Hydron, though, ready to go. He is ready to get that Agamotto. He's thirsty. We know he's feeling it. Ready to pop the eye. Will he right here to open up the fight? C4 almost going down to initiate things.
Well, you can tell from a mile away when the Doctor Strange is hungry for it. They usually come from the skies, but backing away, though, realizing not the situation for it, at least just yet. C4, he comes back again and again. It's a zombie comp, I like to see it. And now with the Cloak and Dagger Eternal Bond, the Magneto ult, the Eye of Agamotto. Yes, you found Sleep A. Hydron, though, doesn't get the impact justice as it comes right back off the res. Here comes the Groot ult and Vision to follow up with the final hit onto Aurora again.
Yeah, he's been 3 for 3 on Agamotto so far. Finally, one does not get the full connection that they wanted there. Great job from Nuck trying to keep everybody alive with the internal bomb, but they don't need it. Juker's got just the scepter, and he's going to get the elims on the neutral there. Great job. Now, they have what they need to hold things off here, too. Nightmare's got the res. They've got the Emerald as well, and C4 about to get that Legendary once again, and Dogman only have 40% to counter it. This could be it, honestly, for this map for Shroud X.
Looking at the way that Doom's about to get this Omega Hurricane too, how are you going to be able to burst through this when C4 has the answer as well with that Legendary? Sleep A's about to get that Soul Resurgence here too. Taking away now, you're at 84, 85% and counting, and Impunity is the first one to make the move with these Groot Walls.
Here comes Legendary. They're doing it again at the same time. We just saw this Omega Hurricane into Legendary. Takes out Vision first. That's the key DPS you didn't get to use. Oh my goodness, this could be the bit of the map here if he's able to get another Elim. Hydron capitalizing on Doom. Both duelists out of the fight. No res to be had for them, and they're going to clean up the strategist. Just trying to stay alive, Vicky. Just trying to stay alive in that cloak bubble.
And with the overtime ticking away, though, trying to stay alive, maybe through the Eye of Agamotto, while Hydron has a good amount of fun to take that round.
Surprise! It's the Eye, and Hydron just really picked up where they left off. I'm telling you, this team had to just get the bright lights out of their way, because in the upper bracket, it just wasn't going their way, and they've looked completely different. Like Techie down here in the lower bracket home. Honestly, great, phenomenal job for them. Triple res just too tough to work with.
It's hard, and I also feel like Nightmare and the changes that they've made, that I love that you keep highlighting, is the perfect example of how good Marvel Rivals is when it comes to not having role locks and allowing people to thrive in other different positionings. Like, I feel like the first iteration that we saw in Nightmare, we had like Pancake out there on Vanguard. We made swaps. Now Hydron being able to play that flex role, playing that Vanguard, enabling Aurora. Juker too went from being that torch, that crazy torch, to being able to adapt and being on that Adam Warlock here. A lot could be said here. Even C4 being on that Star-Lord to enable that res comp, but it's crazy.
Yeah, look at the Vanguard stats too from every single player of the Vanguard on that map. Just great damage, insane final hits. Shroud X played well too. It's not like they played awful. It's just the ults were just not met with the same vengeance, and obviously not being able to get them eliminated twice. But Hydron just lethal eyes. And, you know, I don't think they'll do the Strange ban, but who knows? After that performance, it would look a lot different if Hydron was not on Strange.
Wait, that's actually not a bad idea, considering like that's what we've seen the impact from Hydron all the time. Like from these changes from Nightmare alone, being on that Doctor Strange has made a difference here too, but it also has opened things up for Nightmare as we get to take a look. You mentioned Shoudex, you know, putting that damage output. Vision and Impunity were doing a fantastic job, but it's the timing of those ultimates in a res comp. It expends so much if you're on the other side of Shoudex that it could be hard to have enough for the end of the fight.
Yeah, they got a team wipe at one point, but it didn't matter because Juker and friends just came right back to fight. Now, we just saw Ego Death in the same position, down one map, but then they won 2 in a row. Shroudex, this is it. This could be the swan song for this team, and I know that they're eager to advance. I mean, are you not entertained? This is Rivals at its peak, at its I mean, the team fights, the coordinations, the comeback stories, the lower bracket has been insane so far.
Yeah, it has. I really specifically, I like to theorycraft a lot, not only talking about like just balancing in games in here, but looking at the way a lot of these players have made those adjustments. Looking from last week to what we've seen this week, it's so quick to see those adjustments from Nightmare. It's literally night and day. And again, it's a tough lower bracket. The fact that they were here after their first series and they still have that momentum, they still are they're still pushing on, is crazy to say the least.
And kind of like Shugagami, if you guys don't know, again, Nightmare, they earn their spot through the MRI to lock this spot here in Ignite, but it's a new roster. It's a brand new team. Literally nobody is the same, I believe. So crazy stuff to have that unity happen so fast. Guys, we have another matchup. Can Shroud X contend their spot? Are they out? We're about to find out. Don't go anywhere. We've got a quick break.
trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come fight me. Do Across all time, I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers, no one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time.
What's going on, guys? Welcome back to potentially the last match of today. We just saw Shroud X fall one map to Nightmare at the hands of the Agamotto and Hydron himself. And I've got to say, Vicky, to me, it seems like we got to see an Atom ban. We saw the same thing happen last time. Triple Res got to be shut down.
Dude, triple res could be so hard to get around, and you got to worry about Juker being on the Adam Warlock too, on top of it, with these different shifts that we're currently seeing from the Nightmare roster and how the way that they've been able to approach this, and the bans too. Like Aurora was popping off as well. Like everybody on Nightmare were great, and I would also say even on Shroud X there was a lot of great numbers being put out, especially by Impunity.
Yeah, Mike over here, Cloak and Dagger. This was no joke and stagger here. I mean, Micah played perfect for the team to keep everybody up, and the anchor that you need, even with triple res, you know, because you have obviously Juker is focused on the DPS a little bit, right? Getting that crazy damage off, and same as Mantis can do the best of both. So Micah just holding down the fort very well here for the team as we look at the stats there. 31k healing though, and not bad eliminations to boot.
Yeah, the fact that Micah being able to still have like 7.5k damage or so, and then Juker with 7.8k damage as Adam, really highlights that Micah was literally splitting their attention with the support, having to be that main anchor heal, as well as being able to put down the damage.
I can see it now. Shroud's in his stream room and he's just like dialing on the phone. He's like, yeah, okay, how much does Juker cost? I want him on the team after this now. Let's sign this guy. Let's get him. Let's get the hype going. No, I think Shroud X, they have what it takes. This is fine. They've been here before, but right now, even though momentum is on Ego Death, it's with them at the moment. Nightmare.
You know, and then you look at Nightmare, the way that Hydron's been playing on this Doctor Strange, it's been fresh. The Agamottos have been great too. The way that the positioning that Nightmare is also playing with C4, being on that Star-Lord, has just helped enable them in re-engaging around this res comp. I'm wondering, you know, with just the ban on res comp in general, we're probably going to see that Atom ban, seeing what they're going to bring out instead. Or do you think maybe a Doctor Strange? I feel like no, not a waste, but then you have to consider the Doctor Strange being a problem from Hydron and then the Adam Warlock.
Yeah, it depends on the map. If they pick a map that definitely highlights Strange as well, then potentially you can get that. Really, they can't allow the triple res though. But then, you know, you got to get rid of Torch because Juker goes crazy there. We actually just saw that last time when they played. So there's only so many bans to go around, and they got to get rid of the key strategist, or that's going to be its own show. And so, you know, I think Shroud X, they knew triple res was gonna happen like they did with Nemesis, but they were up to the task. But on Dom, especially Dom, you have to play perfect. So they might allow it because other game modes are a bit more lenient towards triple res.
Okay, seeing how that's going to play out there too. And then also highlighting the other side, like Impunity was putting in not only mad damage, he was getting like 10 final hits by the end of that too. He blocked like 41,000 damage output with the onslaught of damage that we also currently saw being put out by Nightmare. And that's with the res comp, right? So constantly going in and out, and Impunity was there with those Groot walls, but they could be so hard.
Yeah, he plays Groot at such an efficient level, and obviously, you know, it's kind of lost with that loss, if that makes sense. But he played perfect. His stats were great. His ults were on time. It was just not enough for Juker and the res team over there getting the job done. But the job's not finished. They can move on, make this thing 1-1. We just saw it happen with Ego Death, and again, Shroud X, they get to pick the map. They get to pick the side, so they've got, you know, kind of home court advantage to make this thing tied up. But if I'm Nightmare, I'm not changing anything. That was perfect for them.
Make it work if it's not gonna get banned at that point there too, especially some of the key factors. Again, if you get the Emma, if you get the Doctor Strange in there together, Aurora was also putting on a performance. Could also be difficult to run depending on the Vanguard that you want to like actually put up in the matchup against Emma Frost. It's hard. Then you got to deal with getting choke slammed over against the wall and then work around everything else, especially if you're yourself like playing Brute. If you're Impunity in that case, you don't have that Emma Frost because I believe that was banned against them. So now getting set up, we got game number 2 on the horizon.
Here we go, guys. This could be the last match of Ignite today. It certainly has lived up to it. Again, as a Marvel nerd, so cool just to watch these heroes come to life in such a cool way. As we see Arako once again as the map, such a fun one to see. They can't let Juker play Torch on this map. There's no way they allow that.
Dude, they have to get rid of that. Like, we're gonna see the Juker Nova really come out, though. Oh, the double Emma ban also. Not so surprised, because this is another map that I feel like with those walls around you, those tighter corridors, really allow her to shine.
Yeah, you can get that kick off the maps too in diamond form. So unfortunately this time around, Aurora not going to be able to play that Emma, who again played high level there. Very good job. Loki being banned, and that's such a key ban for them. Before Loki was, you know, all the hot and popular hero that he is now. Again, Nuck and Fidel did such an insane job on him. So much hours of practice only to be banned away. Now they're gonna do the same favor back to them with the Loki ban.
Okay, see here what we're gonna get in store for us. I want to see Shroud X really come through with the penny. I feel like you could try to get away with it a little bit at the very beginning here, depending on what side you're on, specifically if you're on that defense side before making some swaps here. Also having those teleporters around Racco just make it so fun to play off of repositioning, but we do see the Cloak and Dagger ban as well as the Wolverine from the other side.
Yeah, and here's the thing, the Wolverine ban is so good because of what Hydron's able to do with Doctor Strange. You get rid of Wolf, you get rid of a lot of the worry, especially in the hands of Doom and how good he is at the hero. So getting rid of that is just the perfect counter for them. They got the Luna save as well, massive. And there it is. We've got Mantis at least getting out of the show to help shut down a little bit of that triple res.
Okay, all right. Especially with the damage output that we also saw from Mantis. We didn't highlight Sleep Phase stats, but 11.5k damage output on the Mantis is to be expected, of course, how aggressive that you could play that hero and looking to save the Cloak and Dagger as well from Shroud X side.
We just highlighted Micah, and Micah's not going to be able to play Cloak and Dagger this time around as we got our final bans. And Punisher also being banned, which is kind of big, but Vision does like plenty of other DPS. So Vision could go with a number of duelists, but Hela is what I expect here.
Yeah, but they still allow the Torch to come out on this map. All right, get settled, get the fire blanket out or so, because Juker is about to do some Juker things.
Yeah, and that was probably the big decision for them. You know, what are they going to do here? They're going to get the Cloak and Dagger ban. A lot of respect shown there because that could have been potentially, I guess, the Torch ban. But, you know, they know what they're going to bring. And we got the Fly Show here to show plenty of air action as we have Juker on Torch, who got them to this spot they are today. But I would say Vision can play just about anybody. Incredible flex hero and duelist. And so we're going to see Torch on Torch.
I love how you highlight that, because we've seen Vision actually play that Ultron, Punisher, obviously the Hela that we just saw too, Torch as they were hovering right over it too. So having that flexibility also helping out Shroud X in this equation as we take a look at how we're going to get started.
Both teams ready up, and Doomed and how he plays on Psylocke is going to be one of the key things to watch here for the difference maker. Can he get behind that back line? Can he cause nightmares like we saw with Ego Death and create a nightmare for Nightmare? Here we go. Nightmare versus Shroud X, and Vision is in the sky.
I feel like I'm living in a paradox. Or is it going to be the sleep paralysis demon here for Nightmare with the way that they've been playing around Shroud X? Vision already getting a good amount of pressure going here and just these open sight lines by the bridge side, but they're trying to prevent Nightmare from setting up on this high ground once you get around the next corner.
Yeah, a lot of pressure and control of the high ground and establishing the air space is all important in war and here in Marvel Rivals as Aura now trying to get that poke damage and keep the team back. I love the use of the portals here. This is one of the best maps to do so. Hydron, though, now backing up. Got that mag shield ready, and these ults are already charging up fast. We're about to get right to our first huge ult fight.
The fact that you can just get to that slight high ground thanks to that portal there too just allows you to reposition nicely. But then looking around, a nice little sandwich here followed up between Vision and Doomed. Seaforth is the first to go out from Nightmare.
Yeah, that Psylocke pick on an Ultron is massive there. Insanely good job from there. And Juka, though, doing what he does best, getting rid of Doomed. In return, we do have the Invisible Boundary coming up with the Groot. All Impunity, can they get the finish? And Vision and Dogman do just that.
And through the Invisible Boundary, the just amount of damage coming out together. Shroud Eggs trying to ride off this momentum, shake off what happened in the first map.
Yeah, I speak Groot here. It's coming in now live. He said, I am Groot, or your entire team is deleted.
Is that the nice way for him to say it?
Yeah, he always has manners behind it.
So what is it, like silent but deadly? I feel like just the, Groot with not so many words not needed to be said here, especially with the way that Impunity plays him.
Silent but deadly is amazing. I want like a bow tie Groot skin, like the polite Groot. All right, we've got Vision up in the sky, getting that pressure ready, and look at the ults on both teams. The economy for Nightmare, they're ready to rock as point one went fast.
Micah, I got all eyes right here on that fate of both worlds to determine how they want to be able to counter the Supernova here from Vision. Doomed, of course, looking for an opportunity to go into that back line. Into the Butterflies ready to go, but the Supernova is going to be activated from both ends at the same time. The Meteor now coming in to find itself on the other side of the Fire Tornado while getting put into position. The fate of both worlds, no Meteors found, and Hydra, when everyone was busy, tries to wrap around and use the Eye of Agamotto.
A mirror matches of ultimates, but also executions. There was nothing done across the board. They Dogman again, trying to get that ultimate in the sky for that meteor in, but it did miss. The torch narrowly getting away as Doom also not connecting. There's so much happening in terms of ult with none of them connecting, but Impunity looks to change that as he gets the 1, 2, 3, 4 piece. Make it 5.
I was gonna say, it's kind of hard to miss, at least following up from that strangling prison, and Impunity had set them up what they were trying to back away from the type of damage that they were facing.
Oh. Groot does not talk much, but his ult speaks volumes, Vicky. It's a fantastic job there from Impunity.
It's very deep. I could understand everything. It's almost like a therapy session out here once I hear the I am Groot. I just understand how Impunity is trying to approach this, just wrapping around with the rest of Shroud X, just going to be able to try to cross the distance by the bridge and try to prevent Nightmare from trying to set up here.
They got a full day on the clock here, too. 4 minutes and 40 seconds. They're pushing through the third point now to the third point. I mean, this is as good as kind of a wake-up call as you could get from Shroud X as they drop the Dom match of that triple res. They kind of figure things out here, and they're just going to rely on their play. But we saw this with Nemesis, too, and how they performed. Now they got to seal the deal.
I love the angle from Dogman, by the way. Just playing off the lip out of the line of sight of Nightmare, but still providing more pressure there before they're forced to drop down. And Shroud X are just trying to get through the car wash at this point. Playing off the low ground here as Aurora does have that Meteor available. Hydron's got the Eye of Agamotto, maybe trying to set up, coming in from the high ground here. As Shroud, though, are going to be able to answer back with the Eternal Bond just to allow them to stay alive right through the Invisible Boundary. And here comes the Eye of Agamotto, going to be able to find 3. Vision the first to go down. Dogman meets him back in the spawn. Impunity then has a deal from the other side here, too. And Nightmare just able to re-stabilize.
Oh, man, I was trying to hold back my laughter because Vision, as Torch was just trying to get to that boundary, and he was like an inch away before he got eliminated. Unfortunately, from the Agamotto, huge as always. I draw and do what he does best. Love Groot, though, on this map. I think it really creates so much space that you need, especially with all the air chaos with torches.
Especially right here, too, when you have to play off that slight low ground, you need to force this team off the high ground. This positional advantage, unless you take a different angle, as Doomed is already doing alongside Vision. They got some ultimates here. Impunity also has that Strangling Prison ready to unleash here. Nightmare playing on the edge, too, expecting it at this point with Vision also having that Supernova.
Yeah, kind of like strange. You can tell the same with Groot when he's about to ult. What's about to happen here is they drop down from the low ground. Love that play. C4, though, going up in the sky. Goddess of Death throwing those crows down. We saw this kind of cycle in the last match as they go into that cavern of protection, if you will, Vicky. And no one getting eliminated. Great patience there from Shroud X.
And literally the car wash there. Just going to take their time extra hard to make sure the trees are squeaky clean to avoid the Goddess of Death. Have all ultimates available. They haven't needed to utilize it just yet, but around this Groot wall, there's nowhere to run. Aurora's stuck. You can't go anywhere, and no one can even shoot at the Groot walls because the whole team is being pressed by Dogman. Here comes a Strangling Prison, the Eye of Agamotto, but it's like a shish kebab with the way that Nightmare is falling.
Every single ult's on the screen at once. If you know what's happening, you're lying. It's a whole color show as we've got Coachella with the Luna Snows behind, the tornadoes in the sky, and Vision now trying to make way, get the picks needed. Enough, though, getting a 1, not 1, but 2, and that could do it. They get the point and win.
Said it looks like Coachella. Shroud X, they brought the laser show out here. They had to let Nightmare know that last map, No res comp here? Alright, well now they'll be able to lock in.
To win this one.
Yeah, that was insane at the end there. Like, I don't know how anyone... That was like a Marvel movie's climax, right? The very end of Infinity War showcase before our very eyes. If I'm Shroud X, and we just saw this with Ego, but if I'm them, I'm like, all right, well, that's the wake-up call we needed. And to be honest, Vicky, they were doing great on domination, but they had to win twice, right? And that was just obviously not going to happen.
It was really hard. Again, when you have to just deal with literally zombies coming at you in waves, having to work around that now and making those adjustments, I just feel like we saw such great follows between the group. Dogman, too, in terms of positioning. I feel like that last point, once you have to get through that bridge, through that car wash on that low ground, is a testament in terms of prioritizing positioning.
Oh my goodness. Well, Juker fans, he's doing his job up above. But honestly, a huge hero here is Doomed. Doom got some clutch eliminations there with Psylocke. Like right before fights happened, it was quick, it was fast, and it happened before you knew it. Impunity, though, swapping over to Doctor Strange here instead of the Groot. These Vanguards putting on a absolute show here. Stats across the board, pretty crazy.
Wondering here, looking at Nightmare, Hydron being on that Magneto, maybe not being able to find that consistency with the Doctor Strange. Not so surprised with the impact that Magneto has if it's available here. Shroud X going to be able to now have that impunity, like you mentioned, being on that Doctor Strange, just to try to answer back after the action that we saw. Dogman's just stunned briefly in this time, and it's just the juking it out here off the spawn gates just to see who gets their first footing.
Yeah, and Shroud X can't play Wolverine, but Juker can. They did not get the ban off in there. That's going to be a great answer. Maybe that's why we saw Impunity switch over, even though Strange can struggle as well, but still not a bad pick there. C4, though, getting that pick on Vision and getting rid of that triple Vanguard play. We saw triple Vanguard before. Teams like to push up so they get multiple chances on this point, but that allows the other team to build up that old charge, and Micah's doing just that.
Yeah, Shroud X has the rocket, and they have the Sia, but they already used up that BRB once Vision was the first to fall, which means Impunity couldn't take it right afterwards, and it's going to be another wipe now as Nightmare finally take them out.
Not seeing Hydron on Strange is like throwing me off now at this point. Like just so much great Strange play from him. Getting a little portal action here for Shroud X as they jump right back into the team fight. Doomed now taking over that torch role, just showcasing how flexible this entire team is. Vision on Thing is crazy to me, to be honest. I love the triple Vanguard, but just this man's talent on this is kind of crazy. But there it is. We got Hydron trying to get the pick, and it's not the same as those Agamottos.
Literally just swinging in as the triple Vanguard attempt we're currently seeing from Shroud X. You answer with C4 having that Omega Hurricane, and now it's forced out. Fate of both worlds as C4 just gets shut down the moment you peek around that next corner.
Yeah, awesome ult economy for Shroud X right now. Fidel on point there with the Fate of both worlds. And now we've got an Agamotto and the Meteorium ready to counter. That was a clinic put on just now from Shroud X. Great defensive hold.
And the fact that with this triple Vanguard, they're still able to put in this damage out because no one's looking at Doomed in the sky who's just harassing them. C4 now being on the Storm, it's going to be the one to try to contest that of Doomed.
Yeah, like what they have here, and they have one in the arsenal. All you need is that big Wolverine hit, but there's the Agamotto happening, and it's not from Hydron, but the other way, and it doesn't. Hydron took it personally. They got rid of that Strange immediately.
Agamotto literally just went blind right there. He couldn't do anything. Juker now coming in, gonna be able to get the kidnap off of Videl, who was already one shot, by the way, and it's just slicing as Nightmare move up.
Juker was about to take Videl off the map, but just got eliminated through that quick pick there. But no, that was hilarious to see Hydron get that Agamotto on him, and he's like, no, that's my thing. All right, get out of here.
It's about statements, man. Immediately off their play here, and now the Magneto ultimate, the Meteor, trying to find its mark. Juker juking right back to his team, though. Nice safety around that next corner to stay alive.
That's the same spot that Dogman did it like earlier with that Magneto. I'm telling you, it's like his weakness, this one spot of the map. As we have the shields up, Doom, though, getting rid of Juker is going to be a big pick they need, but Hydron, can he make the difference? He has great ult potential, but unfortunately, these Vanguards, they're beefy, they're chunky, and they do not go down easily as Doom takes out Micah, and Impunity trades with C4.
Because Doomed has just wrapped around them with the Supernova and the damage output. They successfully find themselves on this defense right around that next corner, preventing Nightmare from getting anything done.
Dude, this is just what we saw against Shroud X on the upper bracket. This is how they lost. They were able to get... The Nemesis was able to defend at the last second. There's only 30 seconds left, guys. This is all they have to do to make it 1-1 now, and all the ults in favor right now of Shroud X.
Can this repeat itself here? Clover in time activated for Vision. He's got it online before backing away, but they have the strategist ult to help them stay alive between the fate of both worlds as well as the Eternal Bond.
Here comes the silent assassin as well. Impunity, there it is. I was waiting for the lineup. And we've got the skies opening up and Fidel getting rid of making it clear skies here in Araco as the big pick is going to open up ton and clobber in time. And the tanks fall down and take it with ease. What is going to be map number 2. Shroudx making it 1-1.
Like I said, this time I don't need to land this meteor on anything because we've cleared the point already. Great looks here from Shroudx.
Yeah, we just saw that same song and dance from Ego Death, right? Like they struggled a lot in the first map, and then it was just a completely other team that we saw. And Shroudx, like they got the practice against Nemesis on that map, and they played that to perfection, getting like that was insane, both defense and offense wise. Numbers, all of it, 1-1.
It's also like, I feel like Araco just plays such a heavy part into that too. Just playing off that terrain so well, especially in that first point. And the triple Vanguard really helping them out.
Yeah, look at us, Vicky. Two 1-1s, 2-2-1 games. I mean, we're eating good, viewers. We're eating good. Impunity was one of my players of the week, and he just shows it time after time. But honestly, lights out across the board there. And Vision, man, I said thing I wasn't crazy on, but he was dominant. That triple Vanguard is just so much to deal with at times, and we're seeing it right here. There's the group hug.
Group hug, I love that. And then the follow-up, like everyone was popping their ultimates to just mirror one another, and there was no trades going on until that moment where now everyone's stuck in place. There is no other choice but to land everything.
Yeah, without question. I mean, again, Groot's silent, but that ult can just completely be a tide turner. And, you know, I hope Idron goes back to Strange. We'll see if they end up changing things up. They got rid of that res comp, which really helped things up. And they welcomed Juker playing Torch here. I mean, we kind of said that earlier. They were like, you know what? We've got it up our sleeve, too. And here's the thing, Vicky. Vision and Doomed play Torch at different times. So, like, they can both play.
That's very true, actually. Having that flexibility being huge there, too. Hydron even making some desperate swaps at the very end, you know, once we got to see that approach. But between the Magneto, I know we saw Aurora at the very beginning with that Magneto, believe so, at the on their defense. But it was just more so that Doctor Strange that sets up Hydron. Doesn't look super comfortable. Didn't even find that Magneto meteor at the end, too. Actually landed it on Vision. But having that triple Vanguard, the sustainability, too, put out by Fidel and Nook. I mean, look at that. Fidel didn't even need to use the Fate of Both Worlds at the end, just relied on the Eternal Bond instead. So cycling through those strategist ultimates were also really good.
What a way to cap that off, to see Dongman with the meteor aim at the exact same spot that lost, and then Mavi like throws it off into the distance, not needing to use it. You know, I think Storm, you highlighted it great. They had Storm and Magneto against triple Vanguard. It's just not gonna be enough damage. You can Omega Hurricane all day, and they're not phased by it. They're weathermen out there with the mic and the camera in the storm. They don't care. And Shroudx, again, good clap back there. 1-1. This is where things get real spicy in Ignite.
That's why you saw Juker swapping over to that Wolverine by the very end there too, right? Like the last half, at least, of that last round attempt. So, you know, making those adjustments, not quick enough. Triple Vanguard still able to plant their feet there too.
Yeah. I mean, guys, we have Nightmare. We've got Shroudx, 2 orgs thirsty to make a run in the lower bracket, but only one is going to prevail. And we're about to find out that in match number 3. Don't go anywhere. You're not going anywhere. Let's face it. We have a quick break.
누워진 밤하늘을 가로질러 Oh yeah, oh yeah 필요할 때 내가 널 지켜줄게 간절히 바라면 이루어지는 마법인 거야 운명의 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으면 달빛이 날 비춰와 시작해야 let's go 어둡고 흘러는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸나 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야 좀 더 기다려 I'll be there 쓰러지지 마 끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 작품을 쳐봐 어둠이 떠날 때까지 아름다운 yeah let's go 어둡고 흘러는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸나 숨겨진 미롭게 녹아내릴 거야 좀 더 기다려 I'll be there 쓰러지지 말 끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 작품을 쳐봐 어둠이 떠날 때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 세계 운명 눈이 부신 모든 순간들 지켜내야 해 내가 좋아지려면 꿈꿨던 너와 나 그래 그래서 내 운명에 The fate of both the worlds is in our hands 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 작품을 쳐봐 어둠이 떠날 때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명 어둠이 떠날 때까지 세계 운명
What's going on, guys? Welcome back. This is it. No matter what, this is the end of the Ignite for today, and winner is going to move on. Is it going to be the Juker Nation and Nightmare or Shroud X? Are they going to fight back? I'm so excited to watch what is about to happen because Nightmare now has that home court advantage. They get to pick the map and the side, but Shroud X obviously coming off what was just, all gas, no brakes, Vic.
Yeah, I know Shroud, I hope, just trying to give the energy that he needs to his team right now to perform because this is the elimination bracket. This is where all the stakes are up for both of these teams.
Yeah, I mean, okay, you know what? I'm going to put you on the spot. Both these teams, razor thin. Nightmare look dominant in theirs, and then we just have Shroud X look dominant on Araco. Who do you think is going to be taking this last game?
Dude, I feel like map 1 is always super chaotic for both sides. Like, you could definitely see like a lower seed always trying to take that map with how chaotic it could be. But with the way that Nightmare is playing, man, and having the map pick advantage, I feel like, the fact that you get to now see, who gets to pick out that first map, what side you want to start on and everything like that, having that advantage goes the distance. I gotta say Nightmare, man.
I like it. You know what? For entertainment purposes, I'm going the opposite way. I like Shroud X here. And you know what, though? Somehow, we haven't seen a lot of group bans, but if they were to ban Groot, I would be a bit more nervous for what they could pull together because Impunity, just what he could do numbers-wise there. But this is it, guys. It's 1-1. It's the end of day 5. If you've been here the whole time, shout out, guys, to you as we head into what is going to be match 3 between Nightmare and Shroud X, and we find ourselves in just a moment on the map that Nightmare picked to try to give them the upper edge. Will Shroud X bounce back from a 1-0, or will they be sent packing on symbiotic surface? Clintar.
Okay, of course you get that convergence action after we just saw Convoy. Mixing things up, of course, the Emma Frost now off the table, saving the Magneto once again from Nightmare's side before seeing the ban on the other side of Loki.
Yeah, definitely don't mix things up after how good that went without Emma on both matches. Just such a difference maker. Such a good hero. Crazy potential there. Loki being banned there. Again, they're going to shut that down from Nuck, who Nuck just went crazy on. Cloak and Dagger getting MVP, 40k healing, and just dominant at that. But we're going to get that the Wolf ban yet again as well.
Okay, and the Cloak and Dagger here too. Going to be able to protect it on their side, looking at Shroud X. How they're going to be able to approach this. Because, of course, not even surprised with the impact Emma Frost had in that first map alone. Aurora has gone so crazy here. Looking at the double Magneto instead. The group and though coming in from the other side.
I just said if they ban Groot, I'm a little worried how insane Impunity is there. I had a feeling. I'm telling you, I saw the future there. I like the Cloak and Dagger ban. Again, that's just the shout out to Mike and how well they performed. And there's the triple res comp shutdown as well. But to spice things up, here's the deal. You ban the group, but just like with Panther, you open up another option, and that's going to open up strategists. They can really pick whatever they want to in terms of the strategist play here. And even, you know what, even Rivals couldn't handle all the heat. That is the anticipation of this matchup. It's called Ignite for a reason, and these teams are ready to go. Listen, we know we're going to be keeping those same picks and bans, and so we saw it right there as we work on the back end. Group ban for Impunity. That's going to be massive moving forward. We saw Strange a little bit there, but he quickly swapped back.
Yeah, I was gonna say Impunity also has like a really cracked Captain America, but that's not what you want to swing in from depending on like what side you're on too. So seeing how that's gonna be approached, you know, the mag coming out from Impunity will be interesting because we've also seen the Doctor Strange from Impunity too. But having to adjust behind that, sticking to the same bands, obviously before we dive into this next game, further highlights, you know, some time for Shrodex to figure out, all right, well, this is how we're gonna approach this.
Yeah, you know what? We just wanted to build up the suspense a little bit. I mean, just taking a look at the stats that we just saw, a lot of this comes down to those clutch moments, those Magneto ults. Who can get rid of the other ults to counter? And we just highlighted Nuck there at the very end, but he's able to flex to really whatever and do a great job. Fidel, obviously the exact same as the 80K performance from a couple days ago. I think the strategist, obviously a little bit of that backbone, back line of the team is going to be the big makeup play. And Micah without Cloak and Dagger, yet again, Micah plays Luna great. We just saw that, but Cloak and Dagger definitely seem to be their comfort right now.
And that's something else, right? Aside from having to be flexible on different compositions, having to be flexible on different heroes within your respective class. As strategist, Micah put in like what almost 30k healing in comparison to Sleep Eye, who had 32,000 on that Invisible Woman. Yes, it's a little bit different there too, but it also goes hand in hand with whatever you're trying to throw out. If you have a flyer, obviously having that Cloak and Dagger really helps, considering you have that hone in, you know, just primary fire to help support the rest of your team. So little things like that combined together with like an Invisible Woman and having her shield that gives you that burst healing when you're flying around it really does help depending on what your duelists want to run too.
It's been cool to see all the different changes in team comps here at this level of play, because you think one thing, I've talked to many pros and they all say the same thing. You think that the meta's figured out? Not at all. It's not, honestly. And even Aramori, when I was interviewing her off here, she said there are shifts happening every single day, and it's who's gonna, you know, pull the trigger and change their team comp, bring something new. But between what we've seen with Torch, what we're seeing here with early triple variant, there's just stuff that we can't pull off all the time, and ladder that you're seeing up here at the top lane.
It's a lot of communication. It's a lot of ult tracking, not only for your own team, but for the enemy team too, knowing what is about to counter whatever your trump card is in just one interaction specifically, because then you have to break down the map by space and different chokeholds, especially around corners where you could hold like a high to low ground positioning too. We saw, just talking about our previous match, the counter from Seaforth, where we saw the Punisher at one point to deal with Doomed being the menace that they were on the Torch. How do you get around these more vertical maps where you could find more comfort into flying around and then do the harassment that you do before backing away as a flyer, where you're not going to really get touched because the terrain's helping you in your favor?
I love what you said about trump card there, because that is a huge highlight as we jump back into the match. You know, all these teams that are winning, they have multiple cards up their sleeve, right? You get rid of one, and in this case, you get rid of Impunity's Groot, and guess what? He's got something else potentially. We saw that with Juker and Adam, and now on Torch. As we lock back in, same bands, same pick, same map. And these teams are ready to go here as we look at what is locked in. We've got a little bit of a fly comp here with Seaforth and Juker. I like the Venom potential play too, here too.
Are we finally going to get it? You know, I was hyping it up a little bit during map number 1, I think, before we even got started. I was wondering if we're going to maybe see the penny coming out from Shrodex. We're going to have to wait and find out our final map of the day, our final map for our final series.
Yeah, man. Again, we just were building up anticipation. And Clintar, what a way to put a swan song. That has been a crazy day 5 here in Rivals. And if you think the action's hot now, we've got more chaotic matches happening tomorrow that we'll discuss. But right here, right now, it's Shroud X. It's Nightmare. 10 seconds for these teams to line up. And Dogman, the Penny Parker, is out. If you guys are ready to see some Penny action, you've come to the right place.
All right, let's see if they get us all excited here. Dogman's going to be able to put on showcase. And of course, when you want to rock Penny here on the defense, really helps out, especially in that narrow passageway. But Hydron's already making the next move with the portal behind Shroud X.
Yeah, Impunity back on Magneto, so he doesn't have access to Groot, and they're taking the fight right to them. And oftentimes, you got the portal to use kind of as a pseudo wall, you know, typically to go high ground and competitive ladder here. Nope, you're going to go right on the point. Impunity, though, is going to get that pick immediately on Sleep, taking out the strategist to start the fight while we have the skies opened up for Juker, trying to get a pick early.
Oh, taking a good amount of pressure here. Hydron does get the trade onto Infinity, but Nook then gets Aurora. That's 2 out for Nightmare, and the portal play is sent right back to the spawn on the attempt.
Always surviving that initial onslaught is so important. I mean, just absolute chaos with the portal, knowing what you have to do. And I love this right now, seeing a little pity mine action from Dogman. They've got the little room of safety over there if things get too tense. Vision up here on the turrets, got the eye in the sky that way.
The Penny play, we're getting to see it in 4K now. Shroud X Vision popping off currently, as you currently saw on that Doom feed earlier too. Once the attempt came out from Nightmare, Juker being on the Storm, though, going to be able to come in from the skies. Seaforth as well being on that Punisher, but they have to worry about Vision in that Judgment.
Why that fight was so important to win too is that Agamotto's coming, and they're going to have the strategist ults to deal with it now, whereas if they lost the same team fight, it would have snowballed the wrong direction. Juker here trying to get a pick in the sky, pushing the team back, and we've got Spider Time, one of the ultimates in the game that don't make a crazy impact, but right here, going and trying to dance on top of the strategist.
If you can force out a Fate of Both Worlds, it can be nice here, but the Magneto Meteor landing its mark on the bullseye onto Nook here. Can't see if Impunity can do the same thing. He nearly gave by the haircut over Vision. Deals the final blow here onto C4, calling for everyone. It's a Vision Thanksgiving feast, clearing out the table off of Nightmare.
You just talked about the trump cards, right? You get rid of Groot. Well, Vision's here, and that was insane. Absolute narrowly missing that meteor in, but it doesn't matter because you've got final judgment to worry about, and they were able to get rid of all the ultimates to be able to protect it. Great job here from Shroud X. Only 1:44 left, but you do have the Eye of Agamotto, and sometimes, as we've seen, that's all you need.
It's going to be enough to deal with this as Shroud X doomed, having the dance of butterflies. Hydron waiting to get into position. They're waiting for it with the way that they're also holding these different split angles.
Yeah, if Doom can get a pick here before the strategist ults are online, that would be major. He's going to go in for the dance of the butterflies, and he's going to establish at least some pressure and space making. Impunity is going to get that pick, though, to slow things down, and that's going to just give them all that, again, space they need to set back up.
Beautiful protection from Hydron, awareness to back away with the shield, and from Aurora being on that Magneto to have that bubble to protect the backline for Nightmare.
And Sleep putting up the Invis shields perfectly to protect the Juker in the sky. That's what I'm talking about. Great coordinated play there. Hydron has been waiting, itching, thirsty for the Agamotto. Going up, landing down, not seeing the opportune time quite yet. Impunity up in the sky, gets the connection on Sleep and puts her to sleep.
Oh, off the invisible boundary that gets shut down. Now the Fate of Both Worlds just to make up without the Invisible Woman. This is to start the engagement, but this also gave so much time for Shroud X to rotate through their own ultimates. Doom finds Juker, Hydron then trades that against Vision here, still leaving 4 alive as Sleeping makes her way back.
It's tug of war, back and forth, trade ins and out. We have 22 seconds from that point. There's only halfway. We're trying to get in. Dogman's trying to get into this point and try to stall things with Spider Time. Again, one of Rival's most, I would say, underwhelming ultimates. But Nightmare gets that cap. Oh, no!
Wait, right beforehand, okay, yeah, just, I mean, used up, at the very end, but you can see how desperate Nightmare were just to finally get this moving.
Yeah, I gotta get that if you're Nightmare, so I understand that. We've got a portal placement trying to happen right away. You're gonna have, are they taking the fight? They taking the fight right to them? This is chaos. Look at that, the objective just trying to move through the portal. Unfortunately, that'd be kind of sick if it could go through the portal itself. It cannot, though, ladies and gentlemen, as we have Hydra now taking the fight right to him, and we've got the Dance of the Butterflies backline once again, not getting those connections. Doom finding the good opportunities, but not landing the final hit.
Can't get it, but at least here on the other side, Juker with the rest of Nightmare come out on top on finding Dogman. This forces them back, and that was after Dogman had made the swap off the Penny 2 to the Doctor Strange. Aurora now gonna find Nook following up, and that's gonna be another team fight when dominating win here. Aurora popping off.
I mean, going crazy in the neutral without ultimates, and they're surviving. I mean, like, that was as well as you could play after a pretty devastating first point there, even though they got the cap. They only have a minute 33, one last team fight to try to save the day here. And in terms of ult economy, they got just about nothing. They do have impunity right here for this fight. Vision, though, we saw what he could do with that final judgment. He's about 20% away.
I think having some of that with Fidel slowly approaching that fate of both worlds for the next interaction here. Here comes that final judgment, but this time from C4. Nightmare have way more ultimates to work with, but you have to... the meter just blows up in his hand. Put that thing away as Doom falls afterwards. The follow-up from Juker, adding an extra, more damage coming. The pressure of War now having the meteor doesn't find it smart. Sleepy is able to jump away in that invisibility after using the invisible boundary here, and Vision still being the menace, going up, wrapping around Nightmare, but there's just too much now before Shroud X have to worry about the Eye of Agamotto used up on Nightmare, and now with just Micah dancing around on the other side of the point, it's a quick stagger as Shroud X are able to get it.
Insane perfect play there. Absolute from both teams. You can see they wanted so bad, and Fidel just making the most out of that fate of both worlds, keeping his team up through the Agamottos. I mean, that was just perfect counterplay there, and we've got only 20 seconds left. This was all Nightmare here on the second point. Can Shroud X hold back? They had that Doom opening a game. Will he get that connection on the strategist?
Always maybe this time around. Nightmare don't have any strategist ultimates to try to negate this, though. Wrapping around with just less than 5 seconds on the clock. Desperate times call for desperate measures now as Nook also activates the Eternal Bomb, but the first one to go out is Hydron, and with no answer to the dance of butterflies, they fall like flies.
Oh, yeah, they just ate that up. That was absolute beautiful execution there at the end for Shroud X, getting what is a major hold. Nemesis played Shroud X on this map and wiped the floor with them. What a great response for Shroud X to get things back on track here. And now, you know what you have to do to advance, Vicky, to get and try to punch that ticket to the playoffs.
Oh, and looking at Nightmare, what they could do now, that was... Man, even coming out with nothing, they tried their best when they were on the attack. Now seeing what are the swap-ups off to the other side. We're going to see the Super Juker, the Supernova Juker, maybe?
Yeah, I mean, that was just honestly tough play. If it wasn't one, it was the other. And Vision showing his trump card, and while, you know, the rest of their action. Classic spider time, by the way, there from Dogman and Penny Parker. Just classic. I'm telling you, Penny's almost better out of the ult. It's just such a devastating, the minds, all of it. But yeah, what do we think is going to switch up here for Nightmare?
Get ready.
Looking here, the way that we saw the approach off the Punisher just getting a lot of impact from Vision specifically. Looking at the fact that you have 18,000 damage, 9 final hits, it's that DPS diff being able to make that difference, honestly. Vision just being different here, and Doompole splitting the attention away from the back line. It just allows Vision to get into a much better positioning with the turret.
Oh, man, this is bound to be a great last bit here. Put yourself in their shoes, guys. This is win, get in, and continue your journey. Lose, go home, pack the bags. As now we have Shroud X going up. This is not the easiest point to take, though, and you can tell a lot right away. They're not going to elect to use the portal to get in onto the point, as we have both Vanguards pushing left room here, Vic.
Be better timing in just trying to come back if you find certain members just falling in this initial fight. The way they try to take this slowly, they have to work around Juker too, flying in the skies. Vision being on that Punisher to try to counter that.
Yeah, Juker is going to be a big point of contention here. I mean, just so much pressure from Torch and damage, and really just placement that he's able to free roam behind that box, use the coverage. They have Invis as well as the extra shields with some animation canceling to boot here as they're looking for Doom. He found Doom. Great eyes there, but we have the internal spawn coming from Nuck to open things up.
That's a difference maker, because having that Eternal Bomb first before you have Sleep or Micah with any of their strategist ults is what matters. And look how quickly Shroud X have now taken the point.
Yeah, Rivals is just such a game of momentum, and after that second map, I just saw Shroud X with the confidence they needed to finish this thing out. People say they can't win the big ones. This is looking like a big one as they got the point and they look for the win.
Sabe does have that invisible boundary, though, from Nightmare. They need to restabilize as the momentum has completely shifted in favor for Shroud X. Doom's looking at their position currently. Dance of Butterflies almost activated. Dogman's also about to get the Eye of Agamotto.
Yeah, we're going to have to see Nightmare really pull off the stops without using too much. And here comes, we have Hydron with the Agamotto. He does get the connection, but unfortunately, Vidal coming with the dance and keeping everybody alive as the pressure comes, and they respond with their own Agamotto. The 1, the 2, the pop, and sleep goes down.
Did not get caught in all of that. Fidel keeping Shoutex in this fight. Vision to clean up the rest on aisle 3. Finding Aurora, finding Micah, following up afterwards. It's team fight win after team fight win. And even off the dance of butterflies, finding C4. A slight stagger here.
Oh my goodness, absolute flawless play at the moment, and they're just looking, yeah, to get, if they can get the stagger on Human Torch, that'd be massive, even though they do look, they're doing a little bit of spying here. Love what they've got. They're going to close off potential the portal right here. They're looking for what path they're taking, and I think they know it. They're going to put the portal there to block that path, which is massive.
Oh, and wasting more time, giving the opportunity for Shoutex to close up this gap and also funnel them into that one corridor over to the left.
Oh my gosh, as this is the last bit, the point going 0.99M for the advancement, for the loss. Vision gets the trade with C4 taking him down. The boundary is up, but Sleep takes out Vision. Nuck trading too. Dogman, this is it.
Those strategists up from Nightmare. Shroud-X have the advantage. Yes, Juker is flying around the skies, does find Doom, but has no sustainability. The Eye of Agamotto coming in from the heavens from Hydron. Shroud-X, though, now even if they find themselves falling here, Dogman, being the last one alive, still finds Hydron and having the reset available with Fidel as they try to reapproach.
Now in the back, trying to keep Dogman alive. He's got the Agamotto off, but the last minute push, they get the stagger on Micah. This is it. There's 3 minutes on the clock, but right now they're playing to perfection. Dogman trying to finish it out, spell victory for his team, or not get staggered, as we've got the tornadoes coming in from Juker.
All the stall, though, at the perfect time for the Supernova to at least have something here. Juker then finding Doom. The dance off too. Fate of both worlds activated from Fidel. Out Shroud X. Trying to play split up, having to disengage out. Yes, you have the time. The music picks up, and so does their hearts, because the way now that Nightmare is holding on to the point on defense, you know they were sitting on the edge of those seats.
Yeah, and it's like they're looking to kind of get back together, but then they're getting a trade, and they stick in the fight. But that was a huge win there for Aurora. There was only 0.99 meters left to get that point. There is still 2 minutes, though. But Shroud X out of ultimates. Doom getting close. Vision getting close. We've seen this story before.
That retouch from Nightmare was crazy. The stall from Hydron alone, even after he fell, was huge here versus Dogman, now giving them another fighting chance for these next 2 minutes, 20 seconds approach, and Nightmare have a plethora of ultimates to work with.
Yeah, I mean, Dogman, I definitely understand why he used that Agamotto there. It made sense, you know, trying to clutch it up at the very end. Now they got to rebuild, but Nuck is ready. They're going to get that internal bond. They just did this with. There's the co-op time coming. You've got the Luna Snow and Vision. Can he get the picks needed for the win?
He was getting melted, though. It was Aurora tethering it, preventing that out heal from coming through, taking out the biggest problem from Shroud-X. They lose out Fidel next, and the scales are literally tipping right now as we say bye to the strategist from Nightmare. Doom being able to get the harassment on the backline. Joker still, though, being a problem, while the rest now from Nightmare holding the front line C4 with the judgment.
It's Dogman again on the point. They got the invisible boundary out, but then they finished the job, wasted the ultimate. Doom, though, did get that pick there on C4. Can he get another one? Yes, he does. Doom going for 3 to try to get the win. It's only 2 on the point as the team stagger in, but the point is closer for Nightmare to get its players inside this map for contention. 1 minute on the clock. Juker going to get eliminated, but Doom, no, is unable to get the finish on the job, and in trade, he's eliminated.
Micah being able to keep Juker alive, so crucial, was trying to get isolated by Doom, and Doom cannot find the mark there. A minute, now less than a minute on the clock after they were just a few pixels away from winning.
Pay attention to the ultimates right now. We have Fidel with a dance, but that's about it on both sides. Aurora is going to have that symbiotic huge bite that Venom has, but outside of that, that will be the 2 things we see. It's a neutral fight, potentially, to claim this map. Let's see who comes out on top.
Vision now leading the way, putting in the pressure. Fidel having the fate of both worlds to be so important. Dude with the dance of butterflies too, as right now Shroud-X are trying to approach from that slight hybrid high ground to that low ground before trying to contest around the next corner.
Yeah, this is massive. They're actually building up ult charge both. Micah now is going to be online with the fate of both worlds, but Nuck is going to start off with the eternal bond. Vision about to have the final judgment. We're going to see everything come out. The last fireworks, every button pressed, every ability used to advance. Vision gets the first pick there on a big one. Hydron. We have both Final Judgment's coming out at the same time, Vicky.
Both Judgments and Hydron being out first means that he cannot build into the Eye of Agamotto. This is even better if you're looking at Shroud X Judgment having the Eye of Agamotto. The follow-up, the combo from Doomed and the Dance of Butterflies. You get the Desperate Portal. He touches it on time, but the rest of his team have fallen. It's really only Aurora and C4 coming out of the spawn room gates.
Holy Hydron Portal at the end. Fidel, though, with the finish and victory, has a name, and her name is Shroud X as they get the job done.
What a final match. The final fight that went on 3 different resets. It went the distance, and with less than a minute on the clock, Shroud X clutch it.
It's poetic. They've been told they can't win the big one. They've won the big one on a big stage as they advanced and Vision blows the smoke from the gun. What an insane effort from both teams. If you're Nightmare, you just hard crushed. It was right there in reaching distance, but Shroud X, they win it and they look dominant there, but great defensive performance as we take a look at the final stats. Oh my good gosh, Vision, you're insane.
Vision, you actually, what? 15 final hits, 36k damage. Compare that to both sides here, by the way, in terms of just damage put out here. That was insane. The survivability as well from Micah, despite all of that from Nightmare, still helping out the rest of the team to the best of their potential. But it is Shroud X that stay in this tournament, that move on in the Elim round.
And I got to shout out Dongman, too. He always seemed to be alive through the madness. In Doomed, yes, some of those, Dance of the Butterflies did not land, but when it needed to, it did. The sword came out, the katana finished the job, and Psylocke and Doomed at the helm was able to get some crucial picks to end things there. Even Hydron getting that portal in at the end, I thought maybe would they lose the same way they did to Nemesis just the round before, Vicky, but they were able to come up. What an insane game of Rivals.
It was hard. It was hard when you have to also consider like the respawn timer when they get close to that finishing line, like just having to navigate with the portal. It was really detrimental when Hydron, I believe, was the first one picked out from Nightmare before coming right back in again with these re-engagements. But I do love how you highlighted Dogman staying alive for a lot of that chaos. It was Vision, though, that was the MVP for a reason. Open things up, usually being the one to get the first pick.
Yeah, they did a good job farming up the ult at the very end there over Nightmare, who was unable to get their ults on time. The comms had to be so crazy. I would just, at one point, I would just scream, like, if I was one of the players, because they were able to keep things calm, cool, collected. I can't wait to ask them, like, in that moment, how are things out there raw on the field? Because they were able to stay composed, focused. You have to track so many different things happening at the same time as my face is beat red from the action. I mean, I am still trying to get over what was, I swear, something scripted from Kevin Feige. That was out of Marvel. Awesome.
Dude, we were jumping through the different multiverse there too. Like one Doctor Strange portal through the other, back and forth, just for the recontest, the solo oats, just the way they had the finishing chance, the fighting chance from Dogman too at the very end. Like that was like what, the third to last fight at one point. Like we had the re-engagements like 3 times.
And there's like this stagger fest, but then they were like staying because they were trading perfectly. So they're like, okay, do we keep momentum on? But then you have Nightmare with such a short walk back, right? You have to remember that's a long walk on the on Clintar for the offense team, but they were able to do it. And then 30 seconds on the clock, and they had a neutral fight. There was no ultimates except one. That is, you never see that. It's crazy. That was insane.
Wow, what a way to end the day, Cozy. Like literally not only in a fight re-engage, then farm ultimates into then one final fight. Like what a way to literally put a pin to the day.
I love this game. I love this game. It's just absolute cinema, and the fact that we get to see this with everybody watching, that's exactly what it is. What is up? What is up with Shroud X in these insane last second fights after they lost that Dom to the triple res comp? Kind of the same story as we're going to be welcoming in an interview here in just a moment. But I mean, they're probably just like trying to like debrief themselves and try to absorb what just happened.
I need to know how those comms sounded like, as I hear that our interviewee is almost ready.
Yeah, okay, guys. We have him probably just ready off the rip. Fidel, welcome him in. The man, the myth, the legend. Hey.
Hello.
Insane. No words, Fidel. No words. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you.
I've got to ask, you just went against Nemesis. You guys barely lost there on Araco in the upper bracket, right? You come down here, and then you've got a match like that. How do you reset after a loss like that in the upper bracket? And not only that, down a map that we just saw and come back with this momentum. Take me through that.
Well, man, we just gotta like focus on what we do the best, like playing as a team, because sometimes we forget like what we need to do to like win certain like fights, even if we're down, like going early or just talking. Because sometimes like there are people just get quiet and get nervous in the moment, you know. So like right there in the map we just played, it got really hectic on the second map, especially because now it's like it's do or die, and everyone's just calming their hearts out, which I hope we had the first map, but I don't know. It's right now it's hard to speak because it's like I was like talking so much, and it's I don't know.
That's understandable, man. Like, you guys just had literally, like, I can only imagine your heart's probably also coming out of your chest in those back-to-back, like, last-minute moments of, like, coming alive. You popped off. We're looking at your stats right now. We're highlighting you before we even jumped into the series. I mean, making those adjustments, vision, man, like, that was crazy. I mean, you talk about having the right forms of communication in very hectic fights like that. Any advice for anyone that finds themselves in an old face-off in their own Marvel Rivals game just to stay alive? How should they prioritize their communication when it comes to talking to their team in moments like that?
Just try to keep like the only way I can say is like keep it where it's important. Like just talk about shit, like stuff that's just important, and try not to like get too caught up on like what you're trying to say, because sometimes you need to listen to, because there's times where it's like everyone wants to do what they want to do and then no one's actually doing anything because no one's listening to each other.
Yeah, so who's talking there? It's got to sound like, we've said it before, like an Eminem rap show. Like, there's got to be so much comms happening at the same time in that last fight, right? Like, who is that kind of voice of direction, or is it everybody just kind of saying what they're seeing?
Man, it's everyone, but usually I'll be talking the most, and then the next person that comes in to talk is obviously our tanks are talking the most, so I just talk before the crazy stuff starts happening, and then like whoever's ulting will start talking, and then like it goes from there. But pretty much it's almost everyone's talking, like right at the last fight. It's everyone.
Wild.
Wow. Well, your next team that you guys are going to play off against now, after this incredible performance, you'll be playing off against Techie. How are you guys feeling moving on into that lower bracket? You know, now you're going to be able to fight yourself against another team that just 2-0'd Citadel Gaming.
Well, as long as we don't shoot ourselves in the foot, we should do fine. Like we did fine. We 2-0'd them earlier. As long as we just play how we're supposed to play, I think it'll go our way.
Yeah, you got that rematch up that you guys just played in that upper bracket to advance. I mean, and you know, often the unsung heroes, the strategist in the back line, you know, 80k healing this. I mean, you guys have put on some crazy games, and just hats off, give my tip of the cap to Impunity and the way he's played. I was actually talking about that group ban, if we're going to see it, just because of the level of group. Were you expecting a group ban potentially for Impunity going into that last map?
I wasn't expecting that ban at all, but luckily we weren't planning to play Groot at the start of the map. At least it wasn't like we're planning to run that penny stuff, at least on defense. So it was kind of like off guard, but it was like, oh, like it's a little bit better now, because now we could just swap to Strange, and like we don't have to swap Dongman off Dongman back to Mag, and then swap Imp off Mag type of thing.
Well, listen, man, I know you guys have watched you guys at the MRI. I've gassed you guys a lot. I know you guys want to go celebrate in a team in a Discord called Boss Man's probably waiting. I know he's playing Dune, but I know he wants to hear about the victory. That was the chaos there at the end. And go celebrate with your team. We're so excited to see you guys advance in the lower bracket. I know what this team can be, and I'm excited for you guys.
Thank you, man. I am.
Absolutely, man. Thanks for coming on. Appreciate you, Fidel. Have a good one. We'll see you soon.
Yeah. You too.
Wow.
That was awesome. I love when he's like, I'm speechless. I also love that we got like the lead of comms there on the interview, Vicky, who's probably just gassed.
Dude, you could tell by his face, just like exasperated. Like the way that the vibes in that call, the way that everyone probably played their heart out, screamed their ultimates, approached that fight, and not once, again, like 3 times of the re-engagement, like is probably crazy. You could see it in Fidel's face.
I swear it's always the same teams too that have close games that keep having them. And like, imagine that upper bracket run that they had with Nemesis and then going right into that action. What's cool though is they get to play Techie, who I think is a different Techie team. They 2-0 Techie with dominance in the upper bracket. But we saw, all it takes is a couple wins to get your confidence as a team. And, he even said they look at us as underdogs, right? Well, with this fight and with what we just saw, it's going to be a lot closer fight than I think people realize. And the winner, Vicky, is going to the playoffs. I mean, that is everything on the line. Today lived up to every piece of what Ignite builds.
Yeah, it can be easy to forget like what the end goal here is after looking at these hype games and living in the moment, but that's literally the goal right there for a lot of these teams, is to make it into the playoffs, and it's just that one last series for those teams that are sitting in that elim bracket right now. As we take a look at all the action that went down today.
Yeah, so we look at the action and going back to some of the predictions that we talked about. Funny enough, I mean, we had the big upset, or at least what, they wouldn't want to hear this themselves, but we had not any of us picking Techie to win that. But FlyQuest won 2-0, Techie going 2-0. But the last 2 games, Vicky, were definitely where the chaos reigned.
I loved it too, because we finally had our moment, Cozy, to take this the distance for these match 3s finally, putting on a performance between Ego Death, Shikigami, as well as Shroud X versus Nightmare, ending in a game 3 situation for both of those teams, though. The ones that will be going home between Shikigami and Nightmare.
Yeah, I had Shroud winning 2-1, Shroud X against Nightmare. I don't think I knew it was going to be 1-0 Nightmare with the 2 comeback, but we saw that twice back-to-back with Ego Death. Both those teams gassed up, ready to go and ready to reset. I mean, just as good of a day as you want, that we could have here. And if you're first time watching a tourney or this at High Play, this is what you want in the top level play of Rivals as we take a look at Stage 1 Group A and what we've got coming at you now tomorrow. 100 Thieves, Envy, are you kidding me? That's must-watch TV. You got Iron Shiv, Dogman. That's going to be just incredible there. And then on the bottom of the bracket there, we do have that, kind of funny, lower bracket. We have 2 rematches, by the way. That's some good stuff.
That's what I was actually going to highlight. Being able to see both Group A and Group B, their lower bracket semifinals, are both run backs. And you talk about what you like to see in esports. I always love to be able to see the possible chance of getting revenge within that same bracket.
Oh man, to open up the day, can you imagine having a match that you just had? Good morning, you've got another one against Techie to open the show. Good God, boys, get your rest. Don't celebrate too much as we open up the day. Shroud X versus Techie and Ego Death versus FlyQuest. Dude, this is such a stacked day, Vicky.
This is going to be insane. You literally do not want to miss out on this. Those are the 2 first matches that we were talking about that are going to be the run back opportunities from both FlyQuest, as well as seeing what we're going to witness between Shroud X2. Then looking on the bottom end, those Sentinels versus Team Nemesis. And then, of course, a big banger to end the day between 100 Thieves versus Envy.
Quickly, Vicky, who do you got in each game, top to bottom?
Oh,
starting with Shroud X.
Oh man, okay, wait. Now you put me on the spot like that already? Okay.
Yeah, I know, right? I had to.
All right. I have to say it's got to be Shroud X. I mean, after what we just saw right now, I say Shroud X. I know Techie was just like, we just talked to one of the players. We're like, everyone sleeps on us. All right, well, that was a really crazy game that we just saw from Shroud X. So I say Shroud X. Going next, FlyQuest, man. Like FlyQuest, I'm a big fan now. Like definitely put me on my seat. Definitely seeing that team perform today. Sentinels, of course, and then that last game, it's gonna be a banger. It's hard to say for that last game, but I'm gonna say after you were able to interview Aramori, I'm gonna say 100 Thieves for that one.
Oh, okay. Well,
I have to throw a wrench.
Yeah, when we're looking at those matchups, I think I would like Techie there if Shroud X didn't 2-0 him up in the upper bracket, so I got to get the edge there for sure. Ego Death FlyQuest might be my map of the day because FlyQuest taken by surprise and a bit of a different roster. And so when you lose that one map in a way that's so jarring, you're like, what just happened? It's so hard to come back. And then also they had Black Panther to deal with. So it's going to be so interesting to see, is it FlyQuest that can, you know, kind of adapt and they know exactly what they're facing against, or is it Ego Death kind of on that roll and they know what they're going to see and win yet again? And then, yeah, Sentinels, that's bound to be, you know, crazy with Nemesis. Probably goes Set there. 100 Thieves Envy, it's like whose team is, that's going to be such a good map. I think I'm going to go with, yeah, it's tough. I think if Envy plays the game they want to, I think they're going to take that. It's going to be very close, though. Anyone can win that map for sure. It's going to be a good day.
I can't wait, because then we got to interview like Ego Death, and they said earlier on, like, you know, if they're banning Black Panther, then they're already like at a loss. So I think that was also very interesting information to take off from our own interviews for today alone.
Yeah, this is what I love about being a caster. I love so many teams. Like, I love 100 Thieves too, and Delita and Harvey and Tara and these guys I talk to. Like, just I'm happy for them, excited to see them pull it together in the upper brackets. But they do have their ticket punched to the playoffs. So, you know, either way, they're feeling confident there. And then on the bottom, though, I think those lower bracket games, they have all the stakes tomorrow, because it's win, you get in, lose, you go home. And if it's anything like today, lower bracket's cooking.
I think it's going to go the distance. Definitely there, Cozy. I can't wait to see how that starts off. And of course, they have to be those first two series that we get to witness to, which is fantastic.
Yeah, guys, I mean, this is Rivals at its best, and hopefully you guys enjoyed just such a chaotic show from start to finish here today. I think it had a little bit of everything, some upsets, some crazy games, and Vicky, just an honor to cast with you yet another day, and you guys are in good hands again tomorrow, Vic.
I can't wait, man. It's so fantastic to be able to cast alongside you with the rest of the team. It's been a great time thus far. You guys have welcomed me with open arms, and to be able to see the action that we've seen already today, it's just the start. You have no idea what you're in for tomorrow.
Well, guys, hopefully you got your magic drops a little bit and work progress towards that. Either way, I don't care if you've already claimed it. You got to come tomorrow. Insane games. We'll see you guys there. Have a good one. Have a great one. We appreciate you. And until the next one, happy rivaling.